Okay, so it did start. There we go. What up? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? How you feel? What's the deal? Man, we got a lot to unpack in this one, baby. Oh, yeah, and you gonna love it. It's your man, Mark Nash, Breaking Beats. Let me go and run this intro. Keep this thing pretty short. I'm gonna go through these members-only shout-outs, and I'm gonna jump right into it because we got a lot of content to unpack, got to break down, and yeah, man, this Canelo Crawford thing is actually picking up a lot of steam. Shoot, I hear more people talking about that actually than talking about Canelo versus Charlo. But we're gonna talk about it. It seems like it's picking up some steam. Canelo's been asked about it a lot. Charlo's getting frustrated about being asked about Crawford in his interviews. But yeah, Terence Crawford still on tour, doing a nice tour, doing interviews, and we got another one just dropped tonight. Terence Crawford did another interview tonight, so we'll talk about that. And he doubled and tripled down on the fact he wants that winner of that fight. And he said basically that's all he wants. Want Canelo Charlo winner, and I'm obligated to give Spence a rematch. But other than that, it's no other fights that interest me. And we got some legends out there who are speaking on it. Modern day greats or modern day legends, whatever you want to call them. Pros, champions. And shockingly, wait for it, some of them got Bud beating Canelo. Oh, man. And you know the fanboys are in protection mode. Oh, they mad. So let me run this intro. I'm going to break this interview down, and I'm going to give them something to really be mad about. It's your man, Mark Nash, Breaking Beats. Shout out to everybody who's here early. Smash the like button on the way into the room. Drop your area code. Let people know what side of the earth you roaming the turf. And yeah, man, let's talk about it. Somebody said both. Bud might be biting off more than he can chew. Who knows? But shit, that's his jaw. If he can't handle it, let him go up there. You know? Like he said, he's Drago, so shit. Let's see what happens. But we'll talk about it. Let me run this intro. Let's start the show off. It's your man Martin Nash, Breaking Beats. Let's get it, baby.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes here so ratchet. These niggas here so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures. You and your protocol. You and your policies. None of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas. You and your standards. You and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers. Going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged. Stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shoot. Mother, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, niggas. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the hosts. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad side.
This is madness.
Yeah. What up, though? What's poppin'? What's happening? What's going on? Back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man, Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. If you want to donate to the show, the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. $ Mark Nash. Send a PayPal to Mark Nash if you want to support the show that way. Also, we got merch. You can cop some merch, cop a t-shirt or something like that. If you want to support the show, you can join membership. If you want to join the members only, we got a lot of dope content over there, exclusive interviews, super long live streams. Trust me, you got enough to keep you busy over there. Got polls, surveys, and things like that. Game nights. So got more than enough content over there to keep you busy in between episodes. We usually go live 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. All right. Those are the church announcements, right? Let's get into it, man. We got to talk about it. Shout out to everybody who's here early. Smash that like button if you find it in your heart. If you really like the show, make sure you share it out to somebody. Let me do these neighbors only roll calls. I'm still sharing over here. I'm over here sharing in my damn self, right? Sometimes, look, if you don't share, who's gonna share, right? So I'm out here sharing the link. So let me share it on Twitter, and that'll be the last one. I'm gonna be on Rumble and Kick starting next week. We'll be streaming on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick starting next week. All right. So to give y'all a heads up over there. So those are the announcements. Everything is shared. Yeah, man. Let's get into it. Let me do this neighbors only roll call because we got to do a roll call. We got a lot of interviews I got to unpack and break down. And you gonna love it. All right. And if not, you can click the thumbs down button and you can go about your way. That's cool too. No harm, no foul. So let's go over here and give a shout out to the people who help keep the lights on. People that support the show. What up? Let's take it from the top. Stone Tangerine. Shout out to my guy Stone Tangerine. He stay mean. Big Hova, I thought I told you. Kansas City Mac, where you at? I am _Cam Edwards. DJ, you don't play. Megazar, what up? Megazar got a dope album out called Diamonds Amongst Men. Y'all check them out on all streaming platforms. What up, gangsta? Ace Retro, let's go. What up? My boy Cam. What up? That's Cam from Cali, not Cam from Omar. What up? Lay low. What up? Titus the Titan. What up? Mr. Pads, my lad. What up? Shout out to Adam Kelly all the way in Australia. Shout out to Australia. I got a fight coming up out there. Brian Mendoza versus Tim Tszyu. As you remember, Mendoza slept Fedora and took that WBC. I believe he had the WBC interim. Might have had the WBC interim versus the WBO interim. So it's the battle of the interims. But if you look at that banner, it says WBC champion versus WBO champion. I was like, that's not true, in the words of Pittsburgh T. What up? But shout out to Australia. What up? Ill Status Boxing, my boy Ill. What's the deal? What up? Patricia Shelton. What up? That guy clips 330 early. What up? The boxing scholar. What up? From my view. What up? Scance Rants. What up? Seen and unseen boxing. What's popping? What up? Deuce Times. What up? Stephen Bateman all the way. Stephen Bateman all the way in Australia. What up, fam? What up? I know boxing. What up? Tell Toya. What up? Tank the Sweet Science Examiner. What up? Ricardo Johnson. What up? Rockman. What up? Wanda Villa the Rilla, aka Epoxy Magic. What's poppin', my G? What up, gangsta? AJ, he don't play. Electro Jazz, stay getting his bread. My boy TY, stay fly. Miguel Ramos. What up? On the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr. The XO Factory. Dub Right Side. Mr. Golden State Holding, aka the Back End King. What up, gangsta? Raheem the Dream Soto. My boy like that, and he just like that. What up? Shout out to my sister girl behind the mic, aka Memory. Shout out to Memory. What up, gangsta? John Nori came to tell his story. Major Key Boxing, what's poppin'? Lady Shan done them seeds of my UK girl all the way in London town. What up, gangsta? Cooking with the champ, aka Champion Heart. On the floor with Shelton Moore, SLG, Sam F, Pound for Pound Sports Entertainment. That's my guy F Merritt, Kendall, D-Lo 404 Boxing, Karma Serene with the Serene Saturdays, Nick Rich in this bitch. Shout out to my sister Nikki in Central Florida. What up, gangsta? Aaron Parker, the Big Talker. Taylor Bell with TabTech, unlocksim.com. Unlock your next device today. What up? Transcendent Sports Channel, my Filipino brother from another, all the way in Canada. What up, gangsta? Shout out to Canada. What up? Fistiana Fights. What up? She just might. What Jacob up? Sims, that's him. What up? Haplo, let's go. What up? MFB. What Miss up? Queen sun kissed, and yes, she was kissed by the sun. What up, gangsta? Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel Donaire, that's 9-time champion Nonito, on his way to the Hall of Fame, and we're gonna walk with him every step of the way. True Media Today, USA Boxing, that's Coach Malachi Williams. What up, Coach? Kyoto, Food Revolution, aka Foodie with the Beauty. What up, gangsta? KP from KC5, Matt Wade, Beyond Above Media, Pittsburgh T, SF City Slicker, It's Mex, Rider of the Storm, Here to There, Maddie Yoel, Cliff Bailey, Con Shawnery, Lisa Bell, she never fails. What up, gangsta? HL Deezy, Cooking with Sir Senior, D Bevel the Champ, and of course the big fish himself, my good brother Derek Lincoln. What up, gangsta? I had to get me a new bank card, so if I was a member to your channel and you look up and see I'm not a member to your channel, it's not like I got nothing personal with you or I don't like your membership. I just got to go through and sign back up to all my memberships. I had to get a new bank card. Got it on Monday. All right, let's get right into it, man. Let me plug this device up. I'm gonna have the phone lines open. Y'all know how we do. I gotta talk about it. Gotta recap it. Shout out to everybody who's in the building. Hey, look, it's been a week. I think this is the first Terence Crawford type of topic I've done on a live stream in about 6 or 7 days, according to my YouTube. Yeah, Shan, I got to sign back up for your membership, and coach, got to sign back up to your memberships. I had to get a new ATM card, but you understand. I think this happened to you a couple months ago. All right, so we in the building, like Shan would say. All right, my UK girl, the boxing scientist. I see you, homie. Proud of you over there. Your channel's growing exponentially. Super proud of you. Left the nest, out there doing your own thing, man. I'm proud of you, man. And I like how you handling your show. You don't let niggas pull up and start taking over your show. So kudos to you for that. All right, let's get right into it, man. Terence Crawford recently did a new interview. This is courtesy, man, there's a lot of people talking about this Canelo and Crawford fight and Charlo versus Crawford. It seems like they're talking about them two fighting more than they talking about the actual fight that these guys happening on September the 30th. Jerry, what up? I see you. Mr. Golden, what up? I see you. It seems like that's what people are talking about. Andrew Charles, I see you. What's up, fam? Dan Tan, what up? Toby Bartlett. The guys, I see you. Gazarian, Ebo Sosa. So look, let me talk about this. I'm gonna play this interview now. In this interview, it's a long interview. They actually interviewed Victor Conte before they talked to Terence Crawford. I'll skip that because I think I'm gonna do a separate video about that by itself. And then that interview, I'll be talking about. It's a Netflix documentary. It's called The Hall of Shame, and it's about the Balco scandal and drug cheats and all of that. So that'll be a whole nother episode. But let me go right into. Let's go right into this Terence Crawford interview, and he's doubling down. He said he wants Canelo, Charlo winner. That's pretty much the only fight that's interesting him in the sport. Also, after that, I'll play the clip of Shawn Porter. Favors Terence Crawford in that Canelo fight. Coach Kenny Ellis from Tank Davis' team favors Terence Crawford. Greg Hatchett favoring Terence Crawford. These are professionals. The guy jumping up 3 divisions. Why are people favoring him? Is he that good? Is it because of the walk around weight? Now, when I used to get up here and tell y'all BBE, Bud beats everybody, right? I mean everybody in the welterweight division. Or everybody he's fighting. I think when he fights him, he's going to have a plan. What's up, Major Key Boxing? What's popping? I think President Jafar, I see you. What up? I think what people don't understand is I'm not talking about the guy going up in weight fighting Deontay Wilder. All right, let's relax.
Never heard of it.
You niggas got to relax, man. That's not what I'm saying, brother. It's not what I'm saying, sister. I think when he gets in there with these guys, he got a plan. All right? Jerry, that's what I'm saying too. Skills pay the bill. And it's not like Canelo is a big 168er. They the same height. Crawford has a 3.5 reach advantage. Some would say Canelo's declining. We're gonna play it. They say he didn't look that good in the Triple G fight. He won because he had the early rounds, but he got tired. He lost the fight before that. Some say Caleb Plant was doing good with him until he wasn't. Then he went in there and they said, what's the guy name he fought? What's the guy name? Oh, John Ryder. Said he wasn't looking that good with John Ryder at the end of the fight. So people are saying this and they picking Terence Crawford to do the impossible 3 times, not because they black, not because or Canelo's Mexican. That's not why people are saying that. Some of these people are picking this guy because they don't see a decrease. They don't see him taking a lot of punishment. It's hard to pick against a horse that you always see winning. But I'll digress and I'll play this audio and we'll go back in with some commentary. Let me make sure I got the phone number on the screen. So if you want to call into the show, you don't have to wait. You can call in at any time and I'll take your call. Let's play it.
Now, the ball.
They got an ad. Now they asked him about that fight and he was the Spence fight and he was like, yeah, the ball is in my court. I am in charge. Let's play this.
You finally get your flowers, as the kids say, and the opportunity to do before. And it's great when fighters of your caliber and Errol Spence finally step into that ring and make it happen. But it took a minute. Did you ever give up?
Cam, what up?
On facing Errol Spence in years past? Like you said, this shit's just taking too long.
Yeah, I gave up a little bit, but I circled back.
He spun the block.
Once I left Top Rank and see if we could get a fight between me and Errol Spence align with each other. The talks started off good, but then it went bad once we started talking about the terms and stuff like that.
It's always the term deals. But shout out to Errol Spence, like Bud said, and like Errol said, he made that fight happen. He could have went another way. They wanted him to go another way. According to Mayweather, I never wanted those guys to fight. That's what Mayweather said.
Transparency.
Tyree, what up?
And at that point in time, I decided to take the Avenesian fight. And after that fight, I just was like, okay, let me circle back and see, if this fight really can be made or not.
Terence, I remember last October of 2022, a press release came out at about 8 o'clock at night, which never happens. It says, Terence Crawford, David Avenesian. I said, oh, okay. And it says BLAK Prime. And I was like, wait, what?
BLK.
Okay, right. And I remember you did a live stream that night kind of explaining your position. Right. In your view, what were the chances or the percentages of the Spence fight happening next? I mean, were you encouraged or were you kind of skeptical that this fight would ever happen at that point with you and Errol?
Well,
I had to talk about it. Look, it's been a week. I gave y'all about a week. Talked about a lot of other stuff. Hey, look, but somebody was like, man, you talk about this stuff too much. I was like, I talk about other stuff. You missed those episodes. You pull up for this.
I was kind of, having mixed emotions because I already said, certain things I wasn't going to bend on, and I know certain things they wasn't going to bend on. And at that time, I was like, well, maybe the fight's not going to happen. But once me and Errol Spence got on the phone and we both explained to each other how much we wanted to fight each other and make history, then that's when I got the confidence that the fight will happen next.
Him and Errol Spence got on the phone. You didn't say him and Al Heyman got on the phone. Oh, I know some people gonna get mad when I say that. Him talking to Al wasn't getting it done. I remember when he did that live stream, he was like, well, how about me and Errol, you and my lawyer, we get together and make the fight. According to Terence, Al Heyman told him that ain't how fights are made. That's never been how a fight was made. That's how this fight got made. Bud and Errol sat down and they decided what was gonna go on.
Well, the build up, the heated pre-fight press conference, Derek James disrespecting your trainer Bomac. I'm sure you're.
You see what happened though, right?
Pardon me?
You see what happened though, right?
That's exactly pre-fight press conference.
Hey, look, Bud talking his shit a little bit too in his interview. Did you hear what he said? Listen to what
James,
Bud said.
Disrespecting your trainer Bomac. I'm sure you're.
You see what happened though, right?
Pardon me?
Yeah, that's what it is, Haplo. I love it though. It comes with the territory, man. You can't please everybody. As long as you can look in the mirror and make sure that person is happy, you're doing damn good. That's what my mama used to tell me.
You see what happened though, right?
That's exactly it.
Derek James, he did a lot of disrespect to my coach.
He said Derek James, he said, yeah, it was a lot of trash talk between Derek James and your coach. Bud saying, you see what happened though, right? And Bud's gonna talk about the strategy. I love this part too, because he didn't just trash talk. He actually said, hey, look, that was bad coaching advice from Derek James. I'm not gonna say he's a bad coach, but he gave Spence bad advice. Listen to this.
I'm sure you're.
You see what happened though, right?
Pardon me?
You see what happened though, right?
That's exactly it.
Derek James, he did a lot of disrespect to my coach. The media was disrespecting my coach. The fans, they was disrespecting my coach. But, he showed high-level coaching the night of the fight, and I don't think Derek James was on his level when it's all done. When you compare the two.
Said Derek James went on Bomac's level.
I believe that they didn't have a backup plan. I believe, him telling his fighter to step around, and that's all he was telling them. That was bad coaching for that night. Not to say that Derrick James is a bad coach at all, because I wouldn't disrespect him by saying that, because he's a great coach. He's done great things in the sport of boxing, but that night he got out coached.
That's a classy way to put it. And speaking of that,
wow, do y'all agree with that? Y'all agree Derrick James gave good advice that night? I'm on record as saying Derrick James gave terrible advice. It was at one point where he said, "Don't box him, fight him." I'm like, what? You don't want to get in no fight with Terence Crawford. You already losing the fight. Another bad advice he said, he tells Errol, he said, I think it was in between rounds 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken. He said, when he's like this and he's, he put his hands up simulating a high guard, he said, throw the wide shots, go around and wide. Yeah, when he tight like this, go wide. I was like, that's terrible advice. You telling your guy to throw wide shots against a sharpshooter like Terence Crawford, and that's what Errol Spence did. He threw them looping wide shots going around, and Bud was cleaning them up in the middle of them short shots. Cleaning them up. What's up, Certified Player? AJ, what up?
All right, Bud, did the fight play out how you envisioned?
Watch this.
No, not at all. I thought it was going to be a harder fight. I thought.
Yo. Yeah. He said, did it play out how you thought? He was like, not at all. I thought it was going to be a harder fight. He said, I didn't know I was going to dog walk him like that. But, oh well, get the leash, motherfucker.
I'll train for the fight to be a tough one. Not saying that it was easy.
Oh yeah, it looked easy, bro.
I think all the fights is won in the gym. When you get to this high level.
But you made it look easy, dog.
Everything is about inches, and once you get to this level, no fights is easy. But I thought the fight was going to be more difficult.
Probably because he trained so hard too. When you train that hard too for some shit, it does become a little easier. I know some people out there probably did. I think Major Key was did a spelling bee champion or some shit like that. I think Guillermo, what up? And he was telling me how easy it is for him to spell a big word because of the preparation. And he was like, knowing this part is the prefix, this part means this, like blah blah blah. It helps you understand. Okay, if somebody says this word, these words always start with P, or this word always ends with ITS. Yeah, man, preparation, man, prevents piss poor performance.
But once I got in there and I see what Errol Spence was bringing to the table, I knew in my heart that, I had it in the bag.
Terence, I want to talk about a couple of days.
He said, when I saw what he was bringing to the table, I knew I had it in the bag. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't bring too much to that table, man. I don't watch that fight. The fight was July 29th, bro. I probably watched that fight 29 times since then. I ain't even gonna hold you. I watched that fight 29 times, fam. I probably watched it once every 2 days. And I'm just breaking it down, seeing little nuances. Man, Errol was Errol, man. He wasn't himself. Man, he was him, bro. It's just, y'all just never seen how good Terence Crawford really was. Because y'all spend too much time criticizing opponents, saying, well, he beat them because they wasn't nothing. So he beat this guy who's something, and he ain't never fought nobody, right? So what does that say about him?
For the fight, I thought throughout the whole week, you were the alpha. I mean, you set a tone, and I remember watching the press conference where you basically told everyone on both sides, hey, let's calm down. This is about me and two guys. Let's not act up here. But then someone got on your nerve on Spence's side, and you basically said, hey, don't do it. Don't do this. You got kind of heated at the guy, and I think everyone was like, oh, you mean business. Did you feel?
I love what he about to say right here, because he's going to talk about how these fanagers and the fans out there was doing too much, doing the most.
In your own mind, it was getting almost 2 tenths on both sides from people that had nothing to do with the fight on that particular day.
Well, it's been that way. When you look at the build-up, when you look at the hype around the fight, when you look at both sides of the fans for each fighter, it's been, you know, that way, especially when you got two high prize black fighters in the urban area. You know, you got to pick a side. So you have fans from his fans, you know, tweeting and saying all kinds of crazy stuff to me. You got people from my fans tweeting and saying crazy stuff about him.
Oh yeah, it was up. It was up.
They made it more personal with.
Yes, man. I've got in-depth threats behind this shit, man. Niggas told me I can't come to Dallas.
You never heard of it.
Right. Hey, fuck, nigga. When that fight get made, you better not come to the fight. Nigga, I was there and I was on the floor. I was at the weigh-in, very visible to everybody.
You never heard of it.
Brand new, not a scratch on me, dog. You know what I'm saying? So, them niggas didn't even come to the fight. And we ain't seen some of them dudes since the guy lost. So, yeah, this shit did get heated and personal. That's why when I hear people say, man, how long y'all gonna talk about that fight, man? Y'all should talk about something else. Like, why? Because your pick, it didn't work out in your favor? You didn't get the results you wanted, right? Because I remember that Ugas fight was set, what's that, April of 2022? Y'all called that man the eye collector. Y'all didn't let that Ugas win go. Look how he broke him down. He break people. Y'all talked about that Ugas win all the way until the July 29th. Matter of fact, until July 30th, because y'all was still talking about it that morning and that day. The eye collector. That nigga even put the eye on his mouthpiece. They talked about that eye collector, the bone collector, the bone breaker for over a year, bro. Same dude saying let it go. They was talking about him fighting David Avenetian, and all from the one point the negotiations broke down all the way until the fight happened. He a duck. Man, that David Avenetian shit is over, man. He actually about to fight Spence. How is he still a duck? Because he ducked the first time. Like, come on, my man. That shit ain't even, the math ain't mathing. But yet, this fight right here ain't even 30 days old, and niggas be like, oh, man, y'all got to talk about something else. Like, hold up, nigga. Y'all call that boy the eye collector for 16 months off of fighting the Ugas. Okay? A dude with 4 losses and only 12 knockouts. Somebody he's supposed to go there and do that to him, who stood right in front of him. And Terence Crawford stood right in front of him, too. He just had more power. Just saying, man, y'all niggas are bugging. So y'all should let it go. Man, y'all call that dude the eye collector for 16, 17 months. Come on, bro. Hey, look, boxing ain't like other professional sports. You know, at the end of the NBA season or the end of the NBA season, every year they start off at 0 again. Everybody started off with a clean slate. It's at 0. You the champ last year, but you got to go out there and try to become a champ again this year. Man, no, boxing, that record stays with you for life. You got to wear that L for life. You don't get no fresh start next year. That ain't how boxing works. You wear that L for life. Oh, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful, too. It was beautiful. I love it. Yeah, man, that eye collector bullshit, Cam. Come on, fam. Niggas telling y'all got to talk about something else. Man, y'all call that nigga the eye collector. Y'all talked about that Ugas fight for 17 months, bro. Come on, fam. People still talk about Hagler and Hearns. No mas. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. They still talk about the Rumble in the Jungle. All of those shits. They still talk about, when they talk about Roy Jones, y'all know they bring up what they bring up, right? Him getting knocked out by Tarver. It's with you forever. It's with you forever. 818, tell them your name, where you from, fam.
Hey, it's the boxer scientist from SoCal.
Talk to me, bro.
Hey, what up, Mark? How you been?
Man, I'm always good, even when it's bad, brother. Talk to me.
That's good, man. Yeah, so been hearing what you're saying, and yeah, I don't think there's a need to run it back, not at 154 or any weight division. between Spence and Crawford, man, that was a dominant performance by Bud. I don't think anybody wants to see that again. So
I do.
And as far as Canelo, you do?
Hell yeah.
You want to see Spence die or what?
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say I want to see him die. But I want to put a stamp on that victory for the people, like for the people who making the excuses. I want to know what they're gonna say if he beat him again at 154. Was he weight drained at 154? Maybe they'll say that too. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they would say. Would say that he was, because Floyd already don't put it out there. I think Spence should fight at 60 or 68. So now that Floyd don't put that out there, if he beat him at 154, they're gonna say he was weight drained there too. Or they fought too soon. They fought too soon after that beating. Needed it. Nah, man. That rematch clause was Spence's idea. Well, his team's idea.
It was.
That was their idea, and even the time frame. I think Terence Crawford and his team pressed that part where you got to exercise that rematch clause within a month, and we got to fight by the end of the year. Like, ain't no. They know how they move over there. Like, nah, nigga, we ain't gonna do a rematch next year. We know how PBC do y'all rematches. Y'all will stretch that shit out 18 months, 2 years. How long did it take for Wild and Fury rematch? How long did it take for Castano with Harrison and Charlo? How long did it take for Charlo versus Castano? The rematches on PBC take forever, man.
Too long, yeah, way too long. You're right, man. Oh, but what about the rumors that he might fight Canelo? What do you think about that?
That's what I'm talking about. What you think about that?
So I don't think Canelo would get credit for that, man. He said it himself. They asked him about it. I'm sure you've seen it. Where he said, "No, you know what? Like, I'm happy for Spence. I mean, for Crawford, he deserves all the accolades he's achieved. But it's just too many. It's gonna be excuses, and I'm not gonna get the credit, basically."
Yeah, he said Crawford would. Well, I thought he shut. I thought he cut down the catch weight idea. He said, "Nah, I don't want to." He said, "I can't go down. I'm not going down." Just like he told Javante to come up.
That's right.
I thought that's what he said.
You're right. But now, because Bud originally wanted it at a catch weight, but now he's saying he'll go all the way to 168.
Right. Now, has Canelo shut that down too?
I have not seen an interview where they ask him about it, but I think right now he's just focused on Jermell. You know how Canelo is. He's got laser focus, man. And so after that, maybe he'll speak on it. I don't know, but I just think that he won't get credit, especially at 168. If he wasn't going to get credit,
but at this point, though, what does Canelo's legacy is solidified already? He's going to the Hall of Fame regardless. So, what?
Right.
You think he get a lot of credit for fighting Triple G a third time or fighting John Ryder that nobody knew? He gonna get criticized anyway. He's
no,
Canelo.
Well,
He's been getting criticized his whole career. This ain't new.
Right. Well, the third Triple G fight was a contractual obligation.
I'll give you. I'll name some more. Did he get credit for fighting Amir Khan?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. This ain't new to him. Where he get credit? He beat John. He beat those when he went up. When he beat Rocky Fielding. He didn't get credit for that. It was like, oh, he a Euro bum. It was like, it's a naturally bigger guy. Well, he a Euro bum. Don't nobody know Rocky Fielding. Beat Callum Smith?
I think
Callum Smith right here on the screen getting stopped with a body shot. Oh, no credit for that. This is new to him, so that's why I'm like, why not fight him?
So the Amir Khan fight was like a money grab / stay busy fight.
I think you're missing the point. I think you're missing the point. I'm not asking you to defend anything or explain it, each one. My point is, this is new. This ain't new to him. He's always getting criticized no matter what he do.
Right.
So why would this be any
different?
You
want to see it then? You want to see?
I want to see it. Why not? Hell yeah! I think it's ambitious as fuck. I think it's ambitious as fuck. Also, it's a big money fight. I think it's the last big American And when I say America, I mean the fight gonna happen here in America. I know Canelo's from Mexico. But that's the last big American pay-per-view, super big fight that I see. Ain't nothing bigger than that right now. In America, what other fight you gonna put in America that's bigger than Canelo and Crawford?
Yeah, you got the face of boxing, Canelo versus the hottest boxer right now. But Crawford, that's big bucks right there, man. And it would be entertaining. I think that Bud is defensively sound enough to survive long enough to make it entertaining. But I just think that, once he feels Canelo's power, once Canelo lands one flush shot, it's going to be over. But it'll be good while it lasts, because you'll get a shot in on Canelo too. It'll be a fun fight. That's what I think about that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great fight. And I don't know if he's just going to get slept like that neither. I don't think he's just going to get slept.
He might survive.
It ain't like he's somebody who's getting knocked down and knocked out all the time. Like people said that about Spence. And you see how that fight looked. Like a lot of the talking points I hear about Crawford losing this fight, I'm like, that's the same shit y'all said about Errol Spence gonna beat him.
Yeah, and I believe Bud actually has the reach on him, on Canelo.
3.5-inch reach.
Yeah, it's quite significant.
70 to 70.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. Yeah. I don't mind seeing it. But the fight I think we all want for Canelo is Benavidez, which will happen next year. So I think, if he fights Jermell, I don't want to see
bigger
Jermell,
fight though.
Man.
You think that's a bigger fight?
I
don't think it's a bigger fight. Crawford on Good Morning America, Breakfast Club, Steve Kim, Joe Rogan, like he's everywhere, bro. You can't avoid him.
That's a good question. I will give Bud credit because you know what? He's been doing a great job of getting exposure, media exposure. I've seen him at the Breakfast Club too, and
Sway
he
in
was
the
on the
morning.
Joe Rogan podcast.
Joe Rogan is huge, bro.
Yeah, so now the MMA fans, because a lot of MMA fans fuck with the Joe Rogan podcast, so now they know who Bud is too, and yeah, man, you're right. That's I mean the Benavidez fight's been marinating longer, but I think right now Bud is hotter right now. So right now it would be a bigger fight, but
yeah,
I would like to see all three.
I want to see Canelo fight Benavidez so bad, man. I want to see it fight. I want to see that fight so bad. But
it will happen, Mark. I have $1,000 bet with some Australian motherfucker. I don't know if you heard of him, Mirage. Yeah, I got $1,000.
Never heard of him.
Okay, yeah, good. He's a fucking idiot. Yeah, he better pay me up too. I'm gonna hunt him down.
Did somebody hold the money, or did y'all put? Man, you got to put a deposit down with bets like that. Somebody got to hold the money, like 10%. Somebody needed. Okay, just to show you it's real. Here's $100. Here's $100. Somebody hold the money.
Well, it happened on Rapstar's channel. It happened on Rapstar's channel. I told Rapstar, like, hey, if he doesn't pay me, you better fucking ban him. You better ban him from the channel, bro, or I won't fuck with this. I told Rapstar straight up, I won't fuck with this channel.
Okay,
if you don't ban him, if he don't,
you missing the whole point though, bro. That even him banning him don't get you no money, bro. Like somebody would, like when you make bets with people online, just a little friendly advice, get somebody to hold the money, and both of y'all put your money in by a certain day. Like that's it, bro. Because people ain't gonna pay. But that's neither here nor there. Who do you got, Canelo or Charlo?
I got Canelo on that one, but it's gonna be better than people think. A lot of people are shitting on this fight, bro. It's gonna be entertaining, and I got Canelo winning by either TKO or KO in the later rounds, like 10th, 11th round. It's gonna go pretty far until Canelo clips him good. He's not going to be able to take that 168 power, even though, he's because they were both at 154 at the same time. So, a lot of people are saying, oh, he's picking on a smaller guy. They're trying to shit on it. Man, if anyone's smaller, it's Canelo, in my opinion. It's just that Canelo moved up, and this guy managed to... Because Canelo's knee, a lot of people don't realize Canelo's knee problem prevents him from running, which is like, you got to get that cardio in to stay at the same weight. So that's why he couldn't stay at that weight, and he had to move up.
Why he can't do swimming for cardio?
He does, but it's not the same.
It's better on your joints.
It's not the same. It's better for the joints, which is why he does it, but it's just not the same.
Man, hey, look, he probably could run 6 miles. He ain't gonna swim 6 miles.
You got to get out there.
He ain't about to swim 6 miles.
You got to get out.
Look, that cardio and it works different, bro.
Nah, man, you got to get out there like Rocky Balboa and fucking get on the streets and run, bro.
Well, okay.
Breathe that fresh air, and yeah, that does wonders for the cardio.
But when you're trying to get the weight down and get your cardio just for cardio, like that shit is bad for your joints. Just sitting there doing that all the time, pounding your knees, and you don't even fight like that.
He's running again,
but you don't even fight like that. Like that motion of running. Like, I just think that's old school. I agree, but to disagree on certain points. But go ahead.
Well, Canelo's running again, so that's a good sign. That's why I think he's gonna have the stamina to keep up with Charlo's pace and knock him out. He's gonna catch him, bro.
Do you think Canelo's declining?
He might be, but then again, it could be the injuries, which like I said, he's running again, so that's a good sign. He got his wrist injury fixed. He got surgery on it, so I think he should be better. We'll see a good Canelo, a better version of Canelo this time around.
Okay.
But we'll see. I mean, you never know.
For sure. All right, well, I appreciate you calling in, man.
Oh, yeah, thanks for having me, Mark.
My brother, I have no other way.
Night. God bless.
All right.
God bless you.
God bless you too, man. All right. Boxing scientist said, how you say, Rasa? I'm for the people, man. Okay. You riding with Canelo. I ain't mad at him. Like, we shall see. Now, I got to play. Let me take this call and then I'm going to play the rest of this. 410, you got the flow. Tell them your name, where you from.
Silence. Jerry from BMO.
Jerry from Baltimore. Talk to me.
Yes, sir. I got a few things to say. First thing I got to say is, Bud Crawford and Canelo, of course he can compete with Canelo Alvarez. I mean, we've seen it in the Mayweather fight. Now, granted, Canelo has gotten bigger there, but he ain't got no taller. His reach ain't got no longer, and he still is the boxer that he was. I mean, he's obviously probably gotten better, but you have to factor in too that he's got these 60 fights in it, and yeah, if you ask me, he's on a decline. It's not a harsh decline, but you can see that super middleweight run and all that activity and all his fights is catching up to him. Plus, his lifestyle. I don't care what nobody says. When you got that type of money, you spend a lot more time being leisurely. You're not going to be as hungry as you once was. However, I heard Bud Crawford.
Oh shit! Real quick, I just thought about one thing. Canelo's one of those guys that like to have a little alcohol beverage now and then too. Yeah, man. Also, he plays golf. Golf is bad for your back and your knees too. And he's pretty good at golf and loves it. But like, look at Tiger Woods. A lot of them injuries and a lot of those golf pros have bad knees and backs because of that motion that you do. But go ahead. He does spend a lot of time leisurely.
And you just, the fighting spirit of a man, a great author once said, by the time a man's like 25, 26, their fighting spirit is weaning. It's weaning. And he was talking about soldiers and warriors for that matter. But nonetheless, but the problem is, I heard Bud Crawford asked about fighting Tank Davis. And he said, he said he'd be moving up 3 weights, and I wouldn't get credit for it. I heard Canelo asked about fighting Bud Crawford. He said the same thing. He said if I beat him, I wouldn't get credit for it.
I thought that was hold up, but that was when they was talking about the catch weight. I got that clip right here pulled up, the art or the interview, and it actually they're talking to him about that was when they was talking about a catch weight of 158 or 160, which Alvarez immediately dismissed. I just want to correct you because you're incorrect though.
No, I know what he said, and what he said was I wouldn't get credit for it because he's too small moving up. The same thing Crawford said about Tank, the same thing. But it's not so much that he wouldn't get credit for it. In my estimation, it's more, imagine if he gets beat by a guy moving up 3 weights. I mean, Canelo Alvarez is like any fighter. He's a proud guy. I mean, and what complicates matters more is this guy's been getting $40, $50, $60 million a fight for several fights now. It's not like he's desperate or, the money, it would have to be probably double, in my estimation, what he typically would get for him to entertain it, because I've heard Canelo talk about Bud Crawford, and he's very complimentary of him. He sees what everyone else sees. He sees how tricky he is. The size, that I mean, the bottom line is, and I've known for years, size only plays into a degree, especially when he's talking about the weight, the height, and the reach. That's the important things. But the weight, I mean, you got guys that weigh more than Crawford can't punch nearly as hard as Bud Crawford.
Right.
And Bud Crawford said, anyone I hit, I'm going to get the respect, and I believe that. So you got to, if you think about it in a big picture kind of way, I just think it's not a good likelihood that the fight will happen. But I mean, if it did, I damn sure would buy it, and I would give Crawford an excellent chance. I would give him easily the same chance as Charlo, a better chance as Charlo. But right now, Canelo has got Charlo in front of him, and let's face it, if Charlo gets in that ring with the right mental mindset, he's got the physical tools to beat Canelo at this stage, in my estimation. If he can,
and he's mean enough too, and
punch,
he's a mean fighter too. I don't think he's gonna freeze up under the moment. He fights mean.
Well, yeah, and you can see in these clips of Charlo. I mean, this guy can punch. He's got good hand speed, but it's going to come down to the mental, just like with Caleb Plant. He got broke mentally, the pressure, and then he gave in to the punch. But it was the pressure, really, that got to him, and that's where I would give Crawford a better advantage over Charlo, because Crawford seems a little unshakable in that capacity.
Charlo gets a little wild sometimes. Crawford always seems a little more composed.
Yeah, he's more composed in his mind game. You know how they say boxing's a lot of it's mental, and of course it is, because that's what got to Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant was having good success early on, but the constant pressure by the 7th, 8th round, that's when he started talking, because he knew. And, if he was a little bit stronger mentally, I think he would have been able to persevere through that. That may be the difference between a very good fighter and a great, exceptional fighter. But what I also want to say is Bud Crawford reportedly signed a 2-fight deal with PBC, correct? That's what was reported. All right. Now, Errol Spence has fought, I'm pretty sure, his entire career under the PBC promotional banner. Okay. I don't know why people keep saying, yourself included, that Spence and Crawford made this fight. They didn't finance this fight. Whoever financed the fight, that's who made the fight. PBC's moniker was all over the promotion. The undercard fighters were PBC fighters. Both Spence and Bud Crawford are signed to the PBC. And I heard Bud Crawford say, he said, I wasn't negotiating the whole time with Spence. I was negotiating with the powers that be, which suggests, very simply, like it always is, he was negotiating with Al Heyman and Showtime. Showtime likely financed probably 70% of it, but you can believe Heyman was on the hook for something. There's no way they put on that big fight and he didn't get anything out of it, and all his fighters on the undercard. I'm sure Bud and Earl probably talked on the phone about things that they could do about, like to make it more feasible to put pressure on the promoters. But in the end, the fighters don't finance the fight, so they can't really make them. All they can do is agree to terms. I don't know why people want to keep saying it's like they got a problem with Al Heyman. I'm not saying you do, but they don't. They want to act like Al Heyman had nothing to do with it, but he had to.
I might have misspoke. I might have misspoke.
Well,
but I do want to make it clear though. I do want to make it clear they wanted Spence to fight somebody else, and Spence said that we all know that they wanted him to fight Thurman.
I don't really think they really wanted that.
Well, I'm just telling you. That's what Spence said. That's what Thurman said. I could have fought Keith Thurman. They wanted me to fight Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman said we was trying to put the quote political squeeze on Errol Spence. Yeah. That's not my words. These what the fighter's saying. So.
Yeah, and there's where I'm talking about where the fighters can use their leverage. Like Spence could have told him, look, I'm not fighting nobody else. Likely what he told him, I'm not going to fight nobody else at welterweight but this guy.
And look, that's him making the fight happen. That's him making the fight happen.
Well,
that's choosing to do it.
Putting leverage, you're right. Right. Well, I mean, still, they don't. He didn't finance the fight. He didn't pay.
That's a whole nother argument, though. That's a whole nother argument about who paid
that's
who.
how the fights get made, though.
I think those more of a semantics. No, the fighters got to want to fight each other first.
Yeah, but if somebody doesn't pay for it, the fight ain't happening, no matter how badly they want.
Yeah, that's a whole nother argument. Yeah.
But that's the main thing, though. It's like Bob Arum always says, someone's got to pay for it.
Fair enough.
Right, someone's got to pay
for it. Fair enough. Let's move forward because we stand in the weeds with that too long. They did a good job.
Yeah, well, they clearly did a good job of using the leverage that they do have to get it done. And like Bud said, it really don't matter in the end because it got done. However, I think the question now is, moving forward, is the rematch. I mean, if there's a rematch clause, can Crawford just walk away from it? Can he say no? No. But I was just about to play that part of the interview and that's what they asked him. They said, who's in charge of the rematch? Is that you? He was like, well, he has to activate it. Got 30 days and it has to happen before the end of the year, but I get to decide the weight. I get to say, no, I'm not going up to fight you at 154. You want your rematch, you got to do it at 147. But Crawford has already said, you want it at 54? We can do it at 54. Let's go. You get what I'm saying? Yeah,
left him no excuses. Like you can't even. And it was so early after the fight when he put that out there, so it ain't no excuse other than you just don't want to fight this guy right now at 47 or 54. You give it, or your team or whoever's in charge don't want you to see that. But I tell you what, he on the clock, tick tick tick. Today is now what's this? The 24th. Thursday the 24th, so he has until the 29th to activate that rematch clause.
Going by the numbers that were reported for the pay-per-view, it would be interesting to know, do you have any idea what Bud actually made for that fight?
Double-digit millions. We do know that. Both of them guaranteed was double-digit millions.
I know. I wonder, what's it been, about 3 weeks? I wonder if he's got the money yet, because, like Mayweather said, that the money doesn't come all at once, but he probably said with a big.
But you get that, but that guarantee money, you get that right up front though. You ain't get all your pay-per-view money yet because some people haven't even got the cable bill yet. Some people ain't paid the cable bill yet, or called and asked for a refund because their stream didn't work or had a power outage. Anything could have happened. So I do know that people get refunds for pay-per-views, and that go against the pay-per-view sales. Something happened with the right. So it's a lot of semantics in it. International rights, because somebody paid for them international rights. I know that shit was showed to armed services, so somebody paid that shit somewhere. I got homies in Korea that was watching the fight.
Yeah, there's lots of revenue streams on big pay-per-views like that, more than people realize.
Hey, look,
especially if there's
that bar. Hey, look, that bar in the building, the hot dogs that were sold, the nachos, T-shirts from the merch stand, gloves, posters, fight programs, all of that shit. Count it up.
Earl Spence may decide. He may decide. You know what? I made.
But they left
money
with a check that night, though. Double-digit millions. They left with a check that night, both of them.
No. Yeah, the guaranteed money. But you know, when you saw the pay-per-view over 500,000, that's probably going to mean pretty good back-end money, maybe even more back-end money.
Yeah.
You know, so good for him that he got that major payday, and if he can position himself for that Canelo fight, shit.
Yep.
And if he could beat Canelo and become a 3-weight undisputed champion, I mean,
skip 3 divisions to get it done. Like the guy wants that legacy. He got money. Had money for a while now.
It's hard not to root. Yeah, it's hard not to root for him with those type of goals. I'm a Canelo fan. I follow him my whole career. I like Canelo. I think he's a hell of a good fighter. But it's hard to, I couldn't root against Bud Crawford doing something like that. That's just, let the best man win. But that's some courageous, legendary shit. And I truly believe, man, he's going to have a good chance of winning that fight. And I think Canelo knows it.
Yeah, that's because of that speed. He's already fast. But then he's going to be so much faster than Canelo. He's going to be elusive as fuck. He's strong as shit.
Yeah, but I have to say, it's very safe to say it ain't going to look like the Spence fight. It ain't going to look like that. And I agree with the caller before.
It might look like the Mayweather fight. It might look like the Mayweather fight, though, for Canelo.
It could, but I don't see. But I don't want to get into a debate about him and Mayweather. But I think Mayweather's pure boxing skills, I don't know. I don't see quite like that. But who knows? The thing is if he can pull it off, we know what that means. But the caveat, and it has to be put out there, because I don't care who you are, he is human, and Canelo does punch hard, and he may not be taller or longer reach, but he's been fighting at that weight for a long time, and he's got KO power. And as good as Bud is, he is human. He's been buzzed before, and if he gets caught, that's the biggest thing.
Canelo's been buzzed before, but Canelo's been buzzed before.
Of course,
and he got buzzed worse than Crawford got buzzed. And Crawford finished that guy in the same round. Canelo didn't finish his guy the same round.
Right, but I say the same thing for Canelo Alvarez. Although Canelo, in all these fights, he's shown an excellent chin. That's maybe his best attribute. But he's taken huge shots from big punchers and not gotten hurt, like in the Golovkin fights or maybe the Kovalev fight to a lesser degree, because Kovalev didn't do too much power punching in that fight. But nonetheless, that's the only problem I see for Bud. If he can avoid that, or if he can take a couple shots, then he may be able to make easy work out of Canelo the way Mayweather did, even moving up. But anyway, good show, brother. I'm going to listen to the rest of the interview.
All right, salute. Shout out to Jared. All right, let me play this next clip, man. My bad, y'all. I don't got behind. Let's play
it. And they made it more personal.
831, you got the gun. What's your name? Where you from?
This is Tony from Sacramento, California.
Tony, talk to me.
Yeah, Derek James doesn't know what he was talking about. If you guys watch the epilogue for the Terence and Spence fight, you'll see Bomac right after the first round say to Terence, "He's too fucking slow for you. When you get a chance, counter that jab over."
Go over the top of his jab.
Yeah, that's what he told him. He knew right away. That's a great coach. Right off the bat, he knew what he was talking about.
And he was like, he's slowing down. He getting tired at the end of the rounds. Go after him.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was right. All of those knockdowns and even the stop came closer to the end of the round. Spence was getting tired at the end of the round. Derek James even whispered to him one time. He was like, "Come on, man, you got to step around." And then he leaned in and tried to whisper to him. He was like, "I know your legs ain't going, are they?"
I know, but what can you expect? He fights the same way. He can't tell him to do something different because he's gonna not fight like himself. So there was nothing really Derek James could tell him except, tell him to fight instead of box. Like, what was that advice? That didn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Right. And he said, don't box him, fight him. Like, come on, bro. You supposed to be the guy with the fundamentals. Yeah. But you want to go into a fight?
Yeah, you're supposed to tell him how to counter that punch. He didn't tell him how to do it specifically. No details or no nothing.
Trainer of the year.
Yeah, trainer of the year.
Trainer of the year.
Yep.
All right. Who you got, Canelo or Charlo?
Canelo or Charlo? Okay, I want you to remember this quote. And this is me talking about Canelo. If it happens once, it was an accident. Twice, it's a coincidence. 3 is a pattern. Now, what happened to him between Dimitri Bivol was no accident. Bivol was just a better fighter. He just underestimated him. 2, coincidence against him with Triple G. That's probably because of the result of what happened when he fought Bivol. It's probably some, he got damaged from Bivol. And then the third time, the Ryder fight, he was just, he's going down. It's a pattern. So I see Charlo winning this fight. I mean, didn't Charlo beat Castaño in the later rounds?
Yeah, mid to later rounds, yeah.
And when was the last time Canelo knocked somebody out in the later rounds? Not
Caleb
the last
Plant.
3 fights.
Caleb
for
Plant.
sure.
Caleb Plant.
Yeah, but that was 4 fights ago.
Yeah, you said when was the last time? I'm just telling you, that was the last time.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I don't care who wins that fight. Terence Crawford all the way.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling in, Tony.
Yeah, for sure.
My man. Salute. Shout out to Tony. He said, I don't care who wins that fight. Terence Crawford all the way. You got Terence Crawford beating both of them.
And they made it more personal with the fight, surrounding the fight, than me and Errol did. Me and Errol is 2 professionals, and we just want to be great. We just want to, be recognized as the best fighter in the world. We have the same goals, but the fighters going to fight the fight. The fans wanted to fight the fight and be fans, be businessmen. They want to be lawyers. They want to be promoters. They want to be all of it in one. And I think, that's what made the fight more intriguing because of how it was.
Let me do the super chat, man. I missed the super chat earlier. My bad. Shout out to Ryder this Stone. He said, I want to see Bud versus Canelo at 168. That fight would elevate boxing even more. Let me give him the drop. Shout out to Ryder of the Stone.
I got 5 on it.
I was a little late on the trigger, my nigga. My bad.
How it separated us as, I would say, brothers, because we both.
Yeah, and he's right. That fight did separate a lot of good brothers. And you would have think it would be over after the fight, but nah, yo got lost and motherfuckers still talking crazy, getting out of pocket.
It's what made the fight more intriguing because of how it separated us as
773. 773. You on the MIC? Talk to me.
Hey, how's it going, brother, man? I just wanted to
What's your
give
name?
you a shout out, man, to show some support. I'm Desmond.
Desmond, where you from, family?
I'm from Chicago, man. Born and raised, bred and trained.
Okay, talk to me. Shout out to Desmond from Chi-Town.
Man, I just want to big up, man, my man T-Bud Crawford, man. Coming through, man, making us all proud down here in the city, man, for the one coming from the bottom, and really having to grind it out till we get to the top. And I really wanted to know what your perspective was on that Mayweather Crawford fight, man, that we might not ever get to see. I really feel like Bud might come out on top in that.
What are you talking about, that Mayweather Crawford fight? I don't think Mayweather's fighting Crawford. Where you get that from?
I know he ain't never gonna fight Crawford.
who would win?
I know. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Who would win at what weight?
Yeah, I'm
at what weight?
At 154. I'm saying at 154.
Well, I never seen Bud fight at 154, but
Well, let's say 147. Let's say 147.
I got Bud beating him at 147, but 135. Nobody was beating Mayweather at 135. I got him beating everybody at 135. He was just lightning fast, too strong, too fast, explosive. He was tricky, full of confidence. Yeah, 135. I think he would have beat everybody at 135.
Pretty Boy was different. Pretty Boy was different.
140.
He really was.
140. He was still a beast, and that would be more of a toss up. 140. That's a toss up, but 147. I got Crawford, bro, because he just fights so.
I'm glad you pointed that out, man. It really, you can see the distinction between both fighters in each of the weight classes. Pretty Boy was something that was different,
right? And
you can really see his power was there.
And 135, Crawford fought more cautiously. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is true.
He fought more cautiously.
This is true.
Like, and he just trying to win the fight. And you know, if I catch you, I catch you. 147 Crawford, like,
I catch you.
147 Crawford, like, man, I want to sleep your ass. You don't supposed to be in
here
he
with feels it.
You don't supposed to be in here.
And you can feel it from him. You can feel it from him at 147 every fight. Even though he always say he don't go with the intention to put him down, want to be objective throughout the fight.
But if they get out of line,
he knows he can take you out. If they get out of line, he's gonna put that lash into you, baby, like you a slave.
Line him in chalk. You get out of
you,
line, he gonna line you in chalk, man. That boy good, man.
I'm trying to tell you he's something different. I've watched every fight the man ever fought. I watched every fight Mayweather's ever fought. You know what I mean? And I really, man, I wish Crawford came in 7 years earlier. That would have been something like just epic for times. That would have really been your
fight, man.
your Tommy Hearn.
They would
I
not
know.
put Bud in there with
You're
him.
right.
They didn't even put Bud in there with Tim Bradley, man.
Yeah, you're right. They wouldn't even put him in there. That's the thing that hurts me about
Mayweather didn't even fight Tim Bradley.
Yeah, you're right. And the same thing with Pacquiao. That's the thing that hurts me about boxing, man. It hurts my core, man, that so many fights, man, that we gonna miss and we might not ever see because of the disorganization, the way they got this stuff set up. It's a burden.
Yeah, I think Terence Crawford got Fight of the Year award already, bro. I think he don't cinch that in the bag. Sure. He's Fight of the Year right now, bro. 2023 Fight of the Year.
Yeah, 100%.
The performance with that opponent.
Yeah,
to make it look like that, Fighter of the Year, bro.
Mm-hmm. Charlo too. I mean, and even when I was gonna say this too, and I'm gonna get about your way, but even with the Charlo Canelo situation, first of all, I'm gonna just say it as a prefix. He comes out on top in both of them fights. I really feel that. I feel like no matter what, Bud is gonna find a way with you when he get in the ring with you. I don't care. I
think
he's
gonna have a plan. Yeah, he don't go in there without a plan.
He's gonna have a plan. Yeah, no, he don't. He always got a baseline plan, and then he lets his intuition deal with everything afterwards. Even if you go in deep rounds, I've seen Crawford do. He's taking fighters in deep rounds on purpose. You know what I mean, and put you down with purpose in the last few rounds. He that skilled. He's watching your body language. He know when you're ready to go. You know what I mean? And he'll hold on to you until you get there if you're angry enough. You know what I mean? He'll carry you till you, like he did with what's your boy Benavidez, same way he did with Benavidez.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like he carried him until he was ready to take him down. I don't know, man. It's just he's an artist. You know what I'm saying? I respect him to the core, the way he deals with his family. You know what I'm saying? A respectable man. You know what I'm saying? And this next time, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there to see this brother do this thing, man.
Hell yeah, man.
I can put it on
you gotta see it live, man.
Yeah.
You gotta see it live, man. It's a sight to see, bro.
I almost went this time. Man. I had my girl and all of that. And, I do really love watching it on this 85 inch.
Yeah,
sometimes I think about that. And I've seen a couple fights, but I want to, this next time, man, I just got to go support them. You know what I'm saying? I'm up in the city, so. But I work from home, so I'm going to support them. I appreciate the call, man. Appreciate you giving it. For sure, man. I'm supporting the channel going forward. Let's subscribe now.
Appreciate you, Desmond. How you find my show tonight, man?
Man, I just got so much boxing stuff running through my thread, man. I work from home, so I'm looking at this stuff all the time, man.
Okay. Just pop right at the time.
Myself, man.
Hey, look, do that shit, man.
Pushing, brother.
Do that shit.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it, man. I'm always in front of this computer, so why not?
Might as well,
Put my
bro.
perspective on the internet and see if a brother gets famous. Take it easy, sir.
I see you at the top, brother.
Later.
All right. Salute. All right, let me play some more of this, man. And after this, I'll open it up to everybody. Where the clip at? There we go.
How it separated us as, I would say, brothers, because we both black.
Yeah, you know, Terence, what's interesting is I know you're on Twitter, but you don't tweet a lot. And I still recall your sister TT, she's come back. She doesn't back me. See of that?
My whole career, damn near, you know, so that's nothing that surprised me, you know. It's just that, you know, when I fought Avanesian, that was my time to tell my side of the story, because normally I just let fans and the naysayers say what they want because it don't affect me. So I just let them talk. But it comes a point in time where you got to stand up for yourself, and you got to say, look, this is not true. This is not true. This is what was really going on, and this is what happened, and this is why the fight didn't fall through. And at that point in time, you know, people still saying I was lying, I was ducking, I was asking for too much, I was this, I was that. And I just said, okay, cool. I said what I said. I made my peace. Now there's nothing for me else, nothing left for me to say. You know, at that time, you got to just say to yourself, it doesn't matter what you do. They're going to believe what they want. They're going to take it how they're going to take it. And that's just how it's going to be.
You're right. And I feel like you're the type of man, too, that doesn't get flustered too easily or intimidated. So you're going to do what you're going to do. Will the rematch clause be enforced, Bud?
And here you go, Jerry.
What's the latest on all that?
I don't know. You know,
again, this is as of today. They asked Bud, will the rematch clause be activated? He said, I don't know.
Something that Errol got to discuss with his team. And they the one that got to make the decision whether, you know, or not to go into a rematch by the end of this year or not.
And he made sure he made that clear, by the end of this year or not. Because if not, the rematch clause is off the table. Now I come back and I can do what I want to do. But right now, Errol Spence is holding up Terence Crawford's career. I'm joking. But look, that's what they would be saying on the other side, right? But seriously though, it's up to Errol Spence to decide if he's gonna want this fight, and it has to happen this year.
And Bud, my understanding is, since you were the winner, if Errol says, okay, we're doing the rematch, you get the decision on the weight class. Tell me if that's correct, and would you have a problem with the second fight being at 154?
Y'all heard that right. The winner decides the rematch.
Yeah, that is correct. You know, I'm in charge now. You know, the ball's...
Did you hear him flex? He said, I'm in charge now.
in my court. You know, I'm the point guard, so I'm able to...
he said, I'm the point guard. I can call the plays.
Do whatever I want to do at this point in time, at whatever weight.
And I'm sure at this point in time, too, Bud, you're going to be very selective on the fights you want to make, and you want to make the big money fights and the fights that turn into big events and what have you. And I know on other shows, people be not knowing the fight game, talk about you jumping up 2-3 weight classes. Would there be any consideration? I know Canelo was a name that was popped out there. Would you ever even entertain going? Because I don't think that he's a thick little dude. I don't think he can go much lower. Would you ever?
I need to put a pause on you. I don't ever want you to call somebody a thick dude.
You never heard of it.
The hell is wrong with you? Don't say that.
Consider going up to 68, or is that just kind of ridiculous? As I say it out loud, it sounds ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? I meant what I said.
Shout out to Bud Crawford. He said, why is that ridiculous? I meant what I said. He said, I meant what I said. Listen to him.
Thick little dude. I don't think he can go much lower. Would you ever consider going up to 68, or is that just kind of ridiculous? As I say it out loud, it sounds ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? I meant what I said.
That's 20 pounds.
Listen.
He said, listen.
That would be my opportunity to show everybody how great Terence Crawford really is. If Canelo win that fight and accept my challenge, and I come up to 168 and challenge him for undisputed in his weight, and that fight happened, then, you know, man, I'm gonna just show everybody, you know, that skills pay the bills. And
skills pay the bill. Y'all, I'm telling you, I think this dude is serious. Actually, no, I don't think he's serious. I know he's serious when he says this. He ain't just clout chasing. I know some people don't like the fact that Bud getting all this press instead of Canelo and Charlo, and they should be getting more press because, or they keep getting asked about Bud Crawford, and Crawford is still out here doing interviews because people want to talk to him. It's not, like I said, it ain't just the fight. It's how he won against that type of opponent. And how many people were saying this guy's too big, too strong. He's a killer. He the eye collector for 16 months. You scared, you ducking. And then to go in there and put on a Mayweather Gotti type of deal on him, might have beat him, might have did him worse than Mayweather did Gotti. That type of shit. 912, what it do? Tell him your name, where you from.
What up? It's Ty from Nash County, North Carolina. What's up?
Talk to me, Ty.
Yeah, man, I think I'm kind of warming up to the idea of this Canelo Bud fight. I kind of thought it was ludicrous at once, but, you know, the more they talk about it, the more I'm thinking, you know, it should happen. I don't know, does it kind of look like a Roy Jones-Ruiz fight? What you think?
That was 68. He skipped cruiserweight. No, he was at light heavy, skipped cruiserweight, went to heavyweight.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
this nobody's I know ever did 3 divisions and went up there and beat the man.
But it's still like a 20, 25 pounds. It's still a 20, 25 pound
21
jump
pounds. 21 pounds.
Yeah. And it was a 25 pound jump for Roy, right?
Yeah, I think Roy went from what, 175 to 205.
Yeah, so
or 199 or something like that. 199. Roy was like 20. Yeah, about 25 pounds though. 199 or something like that.
Yeah, so my question is, then, does he just come in like right over the middleweight limit? Because I know he's not gonna come in at like 168. Does he come in like 161, 160.2 or something like that?
I don't know, bro. I haven't even thought that far ahead. It's just how bold the attempt is, and we come from, especially that'll stop some of this that gets rid of some of those Mayweather era type things where guys want to protect their O. You know what I'm saying? Or they selling their O. Like, it's other guys he can fight and make money. Is another guys he can fight just to get another title in another division, but it ain't about fighting to get a title in another division. It's about being undisputed again. That's really what it's about. It's about that undisputed. From the way I'm picking up the conversation from Crawford, it's about being 3-time undisputed.
Yeah, I think all those are factors too. I mean, if you don't sell your this is the perfect time to sell it with your legacy cemented, and you're going to test yourself to the best of your ability. So, yeah, I would say he would want to come in at the low end of 160 just so he can maintain his athletic advantages. Because if he comes in at 68, I don't think that fight goes past the middle round. But that's just my opinion.
You said if he comes in what weight? Because he walk around already in the 60s, high 60s, maybe a little higher than that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think he needs to come in the low 60s, just like I think Charlo needs to come in the low 60s
for the speed advantage.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Because going to the super middleweight limit, I don't think that fight's gonna last long. So
but even still, Charlo got other things to against him other than that too. He got that long ass layoff, and he's coming off a hand injury.
Yeah, so yeah, he's probably catching himself out, more than likely. But with Bud, man, it's very intriguing. See if he can go up there and just he can go up there and be competitive, and if he take him to the cards, man, I think guys will give him a moral victory. But I don't think that's what he wants. But it's very intriguing fight.
Look,
with the athletic.
There's some pros out here that's already picking Crawford. His pros already saying, look, Canelo is declining.
Porter.
Not just Shawn Porter. Coach Kenny has picked him. Greg Hatchett has picked him. There's other guys out there that's picked him. They said because of Canelo slowing down, the reach, the skill, the speed. Crawford got a lot of things going for him. It's not like Canelo's a tall, big guy. Like they're the same height. Crawford got the reach, the speed advantage. Might have more, and many believe he has more skill than Canelo. The way he turns his punches versus slapping. Sometimes Canelo slaps with his punches.
Oh, he definitely got more skills. I mean, he can fight from both stances at all three ranges. Skill for skill. He's the top guy out there, no doubt. So what we got about 4 or 5 days before Errol Spence had to make up his mind on the fight?
The 29th. What we got? About 5 days. By this time next week, we'll know what he's going to do.
Yeah, I want to see it again, I see these jokers online making excuses talking about Victor Conte and Errol was trained. And I want to erase all doubt. I want him to get slapped again, and I want to see it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, me too. I'm on record saying I won't mind seeing it again. So it'll be definitive. Also, it'll be gradually, you get a training camp and a weight at a higher weight in before you try to go up and challenge one of these dudes.
Yeah, so it won't be the excuse of inactivity. So,
all right.
Man, I just wonder, is the fight gonna be in December, or are they gonna try to extend it to maybe to the fall? To the spring of next year. Or
now that's part of the contract. They can't do that. I just played that clip. They got to fight this year. Spence and Crawford.
Oh, okay.
Spence and Crawford. If they're gonna do a rematch, it got to happen this year.
Man. That's gonna be another match.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It might be like December the 30th. Who knows? I'll watch it.
So hey man, I haven't listened to the show in a minute, but where all the Ben Israels and the Derek Lankins and all the Brandon Washingtons, are them jokers still alive?
Oh yeah, they're around.
Still around?
They're around.
Oh, okay.
They're around. They're alive and well.
Cool. Oh, that's what's up, man. I'm out here on the road, man. I just wanted to call in. I'm gonna keep listening.
My man, salute. Let's play this rest of this.
And that fight happened, then man, I'm gonna just show everybody, that skills pay the bills, and I got the skills to do it all in that ring.
Mario, I'm gonna tell you right now.
My man said it's not ridiculous. I got the skills. He even broke it down further on the Joe Rogan podcast when he was talking about, he's not that tall. I got the reach. I think I'm faster, blah, blah, blah. I got the skills. We're going to see. I walk around the 160s anyway. Well, he was like, I walk around heavier than that.
And challenge him for undisputed.
But that walk around weight ain't the same as fighting weight.
His weight. And that fight happened, then, man, I'm going to just show everybody, that skills pay the bills, and I got the skills to do it all in that ring.
Mario, I'm going to tell you right now.
What about that life?
No, if Bud beats Canelo, you better move someone off your Mount Rushmore.
Oh,
You better get a new
You already know how
I know that's right. If Terence Crawford goes up there and beats either Canelo or Charlo for the 168 title, top 5, dead or alive, top 3. It's hard to crack that top 5. Bro, do that. That's some crazy. Come on, fam.
Feel about Bud, for years, man, I've been a big fan. Aside from your skill set. I love the way you carry yourself and with your family.
I can't say the same for Steve. You know, Steve used to be a big hater.
No. You know what's funny, Terrence? I actually have probably stuck up for you more than anybody. But Terrence, you know what's funny?
God knows I've been a big fan for a long time.
Definitely.
Work ethic. Never see you out of shape.
Play basketball today with my nephew.
Let's skip through.
I'm still getting a workout in.
You just basically
did you?
talking about
And I know
working
your
out.
boys wrestled, which
Talking about wrestling.
Boxing, I still had that anger problem, so I
Fast
can't
forward.
do in other sports. You know, wrestling and gymnastics, I think.
Yeah, basically we was talking about how important wrestling is good for your base. I think that's it on this. I'm gonna go to this next clip. Let me see.
saw that, and it was very, very impressive. And it's so nice to hear you say that because I thought the same thing. You can wrestle, you can do anything. She still wrestles. Remember that?
In Charlo lock eyes, you know. And
Okay, they're asking him about Charlo. Here we go.
You know, I was coming up the ropes. I jumped in the ring. I always look around to see where my family is sitting. So as I come in the ring, me and Charlo lock eyes, you know, and I just turn like, man, I'm not worried about him, you know, and I locked eyes with my family. And you just see him like over there like this with his head tilted. You know, the first knockdown, I didn't say nothing to him, but as the fight keep going and, you know, emotions start flaring up and I'm getting more confidence. Once I knocked Spence down again, I was just letting Charlo know, like just telling him about himself.
Did you ever get along with them? Because there always seemed to be a little tension with you and the Charlos. Was that all Spence?
No, we used to be cool. You know, I had their number. They had my number. They used to,
we heard this story before. They used to call and chop it up.
He's over here. We Texas boys. He gonna get knocked out. Man, fuck that. Fuck Crawford, this and that. And then, like, I'm like, damn. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you're a whole groupie. So, and made the best man win. But for you to put in your extra inputs and we Texas boy, we fucking you up and this and that, Errol Spence gonna stop you. Now you disrespecting me, you know what I mean? So now I feel like, you know what I mean, you was a fake friend.
So now I gotta
you
beat you
smiled
up
in my
too.
face, but now that I'm trying to fight one of your friends, now you showing the true colors. And Jamal, he never was really out there like that, you know what I mean? Bad mouthing me and saying crazy stuff about my name until I'll start, you know what I mean, talking about his brother. And you know, he got to take his brother's side because that's his twin. And he just, that's my,
But having a parade in your honor
that I've never been a part
All right,
of.
so yeah, they talking about a parade. Boom, boom, boom. Let's skip ahead.
For us, coming from where we came from.
No one remembers that. They actually had some talented young guys like Leo Santa Cruz and obviously
They're talking about him used to fight on TKO boxing.
Terrence, have you thought about how far you've come? Because when I'm preparing for this interview and I'm looking at this record of yours, I'm thinking, man, Terrence was on TKO Promotions at the War Memorial Arena, and now he's one of the biggest stars in the game doing CBS morning radio. Have you actually had time to exhale and just think about where you are now?
Yes.
You know,
yes. That's why I always tell people, you know, nothing was given to me. I had to work my way up from the ground, you know, and I wasn't a person that had.
I like this part right. He's gonna talk about how hard it was to get fights. He was like, man, it'll be like 2 years. I only have 4 fights. You know, guys early on in their careers get a lot of fights. Listen to this.
A big promotional company that was backing me. I never had big money that was backing me. I never was the fighter that was on ESPN, Friday Night Fights, or all these Showtime fights, or the new generations. I never had the opportunity to fight on any of those platforms. So I never was groomed. I went straight from fighting a 6-round fight to fighting a 10-round fight in the co-main event. You know, Prescott. So it was.
You heard that? He said, I went from fighting 6-rounders to now I'm fighting a 10-round fight in the co-main. Then supposed to win that. It was last-minute replacement. Let's go. And whoop that ass.
I had like 10 4-rounders because nobody would fight me, and I just needed some money. You know, I think, you know, it was a point of time in 2 years I fought 4 times.
You know, that's when I met Tim Bradley, because I wasn't fighting, and I took up the opportunity to go out there and spar him. So my career been rocky from the start. So for me to get where my ultimate goal was to get to the top of boxing and become a world champion, that was my ultimate goal. But to accomplish everything after it, you know, is beautiful, and it's just telling that anything is possible if you know, stay focused and stay locked in and stay true to yourself and your team. Anything is possible.
Absolutely. Last question for me, my man. Obviously, you've been doing this most of your life now, in your 30s, mid-30s, and you've always kept yourself in great shape and haven't suffered too much wear and tear. At least you don't appear to be. I know you've always said you don't want boxing to retire. You want to retire from boxing. How much longer would you like to stay in the game and be competitive?
Not much longer at all. You know, I don't know. Right now, I'm still wishy-washy. I don't know where my career is going. You know, I for sure want the Canelo fight. You know,
he's tripling down. This dude is doubling and tripling down. He wants this. I think he's starting to see it. Like how Todd said, the more he hear about it, the more he starts saying, man, that fight is intriguing. I think the more Bud is asked about this, I think he's already seeing it in his mind. Like, he needs Canelo to win, for one, because if Canelo loses, I'm sure it's a rematch clause for Canelo. But if he loses, I mean, if he wins, like, the door is open.
Well, you know, I don't know. Right now, I'm still wishy-washy. I don't know where my career is going.
He's not fighting boots, though.
I for sure want the Canelo fight. You know, I for sure want the Charlo fight.
See what I'm saying? Those are two guys. So regardless, that's 154, 168. You know, he want the Charlo fight. He want the Canelo fight. He want the winner.
But I got obligations with the Spence fight as well. That's another fight that's intriguing. But outside of those three opponents, you know, there's nothing for me to do in the sport of boxing anymore.
Wow. We at the end of the road, man. We at the end of the road. It's been a hell of a ride. Win, lose, or draw. I wouldn't mind seeing him step in the ring with the winner of this fight. And I would love to see him fight Canelo, just to see, like, how does this work? Because Bud don't have close fights. He dominates these guys and beat them up. So this will be interesting to see how this works. But man, they would kill Canelo. Would Canelo get credit even for taking the fight? Because people are already upset about the Charlo coming up 2 weights. Now Crawford coming up 3 weights. I think the only difference is Crawford is the one that's been very aggressive in calling out Canelo versus Charlo. You know, it was Charlo was asking for Canelo before, but he ain't talking about him like this. Also, Charlo got a loss and got a draw. He's not accomplished in the sport like Terence Crawford, and he's damn sure ain't never been a part of a main event that did 700,000 plus pay-per-view buys.
But I got obligations with the Spence fight as well. That's another fight that's intriguing. But outside of those three opponents, you know, there's nothing for me to do in the sport of boxing anymore.
Damn.
So my sight is on, you know, the big fights. I believe if Canelo beats Charlo, that's the next fight to be made. If me and Spence not the next one, I think that's the next fight to be made. And
that means, so if Spence sits out, let's say Spence sits out and say, hey, look, I'm doing a rebuilding fight, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm not going to be ready to fight by the end of the year. He's still on a contract with PBC for one more fight, so they got an option on him. Canelo, Crawford, in May, because they asked him when would you be ready? He said, I'm ready now. That's what he told Joe Rogan, I'm ready right now.
And after that, then me and Spence can fight and I can, you know, ride off in the sunset. Because
let's hear that again.
Not the next one. I think that's the next fight to be made, and then after that, then me and Spence can fight, and I can, you know, ride off in the sunset. Because I don't see how big of a fight with Charlo and Crawford will be coming off a loss. I never fought an opponent coming off a loss. If you look at all my career, I never fought an opponent coming off a loss because, you know, it wouldn't be as meaningful to me.
Okay, so that lets bad news for the Charlo fans. Bad news for Charlo fans. He ain't coming. He make it seem like, yo, after the Canelo fight, I'm gonna come back down and I'm gonna fight Terence Crawford. Not if you lose. Terence Crawford basically saying, I'm not fighting you if you lose. I want the winner. You ain't about to get no payday off of me just to fight because it's a big payday. Talking about I just want big fight, because that's what he said. I want big fights. So that'll be the fight everybody want to see. Crawford is saying, if he lose, it ain't interesting. I want the winner.
Or my career to be somebody that just lost. You know, so then that opens the door for the media and people to say, oh, well, he just lost. So, you know, you beating damaged goods, or he was just fighting for the money, you know. So if Jamel win, then of course, you know, me and him, we can get in the ring. I can move up to 68 and fight him because he's going to lose a title at 154 to Tim Tszyu. Once the bell went ring, I think it's bullshit. I think he should be allowed to move up and fight Canelo and still keep all his belts.
Agreed.
Because Canelo moved up and fought guys and still was able to keep his belts. But I don't know what the situation is.
Put a case on it, bud.
That's not none of my business, but I'm just speaking from the outside, and I don't think it's right. But at the same time, rules is rules, and if they do decide to take his belt when he fight Canelo, then I will be open to challenge the winner.
All right, well, there you have it, Terence Crawford. Terence, first of all, congratulations on all your success.
Oh, wow. Yeah, man. It's a good one. It's a good one. Let me play this next clip. I'm queued up, man. All right, this Shawn Porter talking about the idea is not as crazy as some people might think. Listen to this.
Get NFL Sunday.
My bad.
I actually think that a fight between Terence and Canelo interesting. I think that Canelo.
Here you go. Check this out. This Shawn Porter talking about the idea.
Is the other side your good side?
I got two good sides.
It's up to you. You want to switch?
Hey, look, Karate Body, I feel you on that. That's why I asked, would Canelo even get credit for it? But here's the thing. Canelo always getting criticized anyway. That didn't stop him from fighting Amir Khan. Amir Khan ain't no Terence Crawford. He brought him up. That ain't stopping him from fighting Jamel Charlo coming up in 2 weeks. He's going to get criticized anyway. He got criticized. John Ryder, people didn't ask to see that fight. John Ryder was the mandatory. How did he get there though? Still fought him and didn't look overly impressive all the way through that fight neither. So that third Triple G fight, people didn't want to see him fight 40-year-old Triple G. Criticism is nothing new to Canelo. He's already going into the Hall of Fame. What is he fighting for? By that logic, he can stop fighting tomorrow. You feel me, bro? That's all I'm saying. I think the dude is going to the Hall of Fame regardless what he doing. Somebody said, true. I just think at this point, he probably just wants to shut the PBC guys up. Well, maybe they just got the bag for him. They had the money to offer him. He liked the deal.
I'm looking out for you.
Yeah. How's it going, Marcos Villegas? Fight Up TV, powered by Station Run VIP. Being joined with Shawn Porter here in Long Beach. What's up, Shawn?
Man, I'm good, man. You know that.
I know. Hey, as always, man, great to talk to you. Just to face Canelo. You were in the ring with Crawford. You felt his strength. Do you feel that he can be competitive against a guy like Canelo or Jermell if he were to win at 168 pounds?
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, you just have to get your mind out of the space of who's stronger. Boxing ain't just about strength. You know, who's smarter? Who's
Talk about it, Shawn. Shawn making a good point. Let's go.
more athletic, who's faster, who's got more stamina, who's got more experience, and the list goes on. You know what I mean? So you add all that up, and you would actually think, whoa, man, a lot is actually on Terence's side. You know, I actually think that a fight between Terence and Canelo would be really interesting. I think that Canelo is not who he was 3 or 4 years ago. And I really wouldn't say he's declining, definitely not fast, but I mean, his career is definitely not doing this. And it hasn't done this in 2 or 3 years, you know?
When that first diss is on a rise, and the second he said, and it hasn't done this, like just even stayed level for the last 2 or 3 years. He's basically saying he's declining. He ain't going up, and he ain't even staying level. He's slipping a little bit.
He was 3 or 4 years ago. And I really wouldn't say he's declining, definitely not fast, but I mean, his career is definitely not doing this. And it hasn't done this in 2 or 3 years, you know what I mean? So obviously it ain't a fast decline, but Canelo's certainly just not who he used to be. I mean, he has been in a lot of fights, 3 wars with Triple G, and saying all that to say, yeah, I think that a fight between Terence Crawford and Triple G would be interesting and definitely would be competitive.
Are we being
You mean Canelo? He said Triple G.
unfair to Canelo based on one performance, or is this something that you've kind of noticed from like the last 2-3 fights?
This I saw this before
the Ryder fight
with the fight before Bivol.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at the fight,
Plant.
okay, so you look at the fight between Caleb Plant and Canelo Alvarez, and you say, well, Canelo did everything he did, what he always does, and eventually, eventually, he caught up to Caleb Plant and knocked out Caleb Plant. That eventually never came with Bivol. So when you see that eventually never comes, you see that in the fight with Bivol that Canelo came to the ring with the same game plan that he had been using fight after fight. The only difference is eventually never came. So if eventually never comes, then what does he do? You fast forward, and you got the same fight against Triple G. He just is younger, fresher than Triple G, and he beat Triple G. But he fought the same fight that he fought 3 times against the same person. You didn't do anything different 3 times. And then you see again, eventually came with Ryder. But the fight with Ryder, I'm all for a good competitive fight. I'm all for that. But when you are Canelo, you're supposed to separate yourself and show why you are Canelo Alvarez. Eventually came against John Ryder, but eventually, you know what I mean? If it doesn't, then what? You know? So now we're looking at a faster, fresher, great legs, great stamina, great game planning, and Terence Crawford. And then why are we talking about Terence Crawford and Canelo, and not Canelo and Charlo? You know what I mean? So look at the Charlo fight. I think that Charlo.
That's what I'm saying. More people are talking about Canelo fighting Crawford than the man in front of him. That ain't just me on this show. I'm playing interview after interview. People asking other pros about what did they think about Crawford versus Canelo. They asking Canelo about Crawford. They asking Charlo about fighting Crawford. Or what do you think about Charlo fighting Canelo fighting Crawford? Like, they asking these people about it. Interesting.
He's gonna need movement. Let's talk about the facts. You need movement against Canelo. You need a fast work rate against Canelo, and you need a great jab against Canelo. And you got to get to Canelo's body, and then you got to keep Canelo off of you. You know what I mean? So I think that the fight with Canelo and Charlo, I think it's interesting. I do think that Canelo wins that fight, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, you know, it's a weird thing because of the weight. And Canelo's fought bigger guys that punch harder. Yeah. And if same with Jermell and Terence, them moving up, that's kind of like the question mark there. Like, how are they going to handle one, getting a punch from a guy that's bigger, but also, you know, Canelo's going to maybe take their punches and be like, okay, I've felt stronger, bigger punch.
He felt stronger, bigger punches than Mayweather. He didn't beat Mayweather. Mayweather didn't drop him and beat him up into submission. He just outclassed him, schooled him. I'm going to hit you, you can't hit me. I'm gonna get you tired, and then I'm gonna just work this jab on you. Tap, tap. How Floyd Senior said, I need you to bop, bop, bing, bop. touch him, stiff arm, then drop the right hand.
I could be a little bit.
And Mayweather went out there literally the very next round. Touch, stiff arm, right hand. Touch, stiff arm, uppercut. Touch, then jab the body, loop the right hand around. It was beautiful. Canelo was just sitting there on the ropes getting schooled. Didn't know what to do.
More lenient now. I could push for it. Yeah, I'll take one, but I know I can give or take 2 or 3 in return.
What you don't want to do, though, if you're Canelo Alvarez, but this is going to work to his disadvantage. If you look at this fighter at 54 and you say, well, he's moving up to 168. He can't punch as hard as me. He can't punch as hard as such and such. But if we're being realistic, Charlo don't walk around at 150. He doesn't.
Big.
He doesn't live at 150, which means he doesn't train at 154. Excuse me, the weight class 150. He doesn't live at 154, so he doesn't train at 154. He probably trains at 168-ish, which means that's his body won't be foreign to performing at that weight class, which means he's going to be strong at that weight class, This is more than likely a strong 168 cutting down on 54.
It's like they're more or less like the same size.
It's exactly. What I'm saying is it evens itself out.
Finally, though, then how big of a factor then is it for Terence? Is it the case that we've seen, recently in history, the smaller guy, because he's quicker, more skillful, just completely because he's so much faster and skillful, surprises the bigger guy? Like, would we see that play out hypothetically in a fight with Canelo and Terence?
Yeah, again, like when you look at Terence Crawford, you imagine he's probably training at 160. He's probably training around 160, 155, 160, which means his body is not foreign to being as high as 165, even 168. So yeah, okay, he doesn't come to the ring on fight night above 170. Canelo does, but then again, you're saying, hey, the faster, quicker, lighter fighter who more than likely has power and strength at that weight class because he is natural. His body weight is that weight class. He's cutting down to 47. He's cutting down to 54. So it's just, I think those are the things that people don't know, and then they overlook certain components to a fight because they don't know those things.
If he's able to pull it off, like that's what, top 5 ever discussion.
Man,
that's like undisputed in 2 weight classes actively. That's like Henry Armstrong type stuff.
I hate talking about the like ever. Yeah. I hate the ever conversation.
It's because errors and all that.
Yeah, I definitely like the era conversation. And it's no shame to like be the best of your era, of your generation.
Shawn, hey man, as always, great chatting with you.
Wow, what y'all think about what Shawn Porter said? Shawn Porter said, right, yeah, and he has a hand issue. I think that's another thing that people leaving out with Jamel, that long layoff, the hand issue. It's not just him going up in weight classes, it's the long layoff and the hand issue. All right, let's keep it moving. I got another one, man. I'm gonna play this clip. So Tank Davis Coach Kenny, he's reacting to the news of Crawford facing the winner. And he sounds like he might be edging Crawford out. This shit is not so unbelievable to some of these guys. Let's hear it.
Subjects with you. Obviously, Terence Crawford is trending tremendously. He recently went on the Joe Rogan show and mentioned, he would like the winner of Jamel Charlo and Canelo Alvarez. And he's a welterweight, so he'll be jumping up 3 weight divisions. What do you think about that?
This is Coach Kenny Ellis from Tank Davis' team. Listen to this, man.
Crawford can get pretty heavy when he's not in a camp, If he can condition himself at that weight, I think it'll be a good fight. I think he technically he got enough tricks. He got enough tricks to hold his own against Canelo. I think he'll be all right.
So he got enough tricks to hold his own versus Canelo.
Do you believe, skills pay the bills in that type of a fight? Is what you're saying?
Yeah. He's way better skilled than Canelo. I'm definitely going for him in that fight. It'll be technical though, real technical fight.
Probably go 12.
Yeah, 12-round decision.
But what you're saying is you probably make him look foolish for 12 rounds.
I ain't gonna say foolish. But I think he'll get the best end of the stick. You know what I mean? He's gonna definitely have to work, but
wow, he said he's gonna get the better end of the stick. Shout out to Rider of the Storm. He said he's 7 minutes behind. All right.
He's a little smarter than Crawford. I mean, a little smarter than Canelo.
Said he's smarter. Sounds like what Sean Porter just said.
Right. They have completely different skill sets, right? You got one that's more of a catch.
And I think Canelo lifestyle is kind of fading, you know, because he's been out doing a lot of stuff he wasn't doing in the early part of his career.
That's what Jerry said.
He eventually catch up with him, you know. A lot of bad habits catch up with you, man, when you're doing this boxing.
Right. We have Jamel that also has bad habits in the ring, just like his brother. So do you believe that that's more of like a...
Coach Kenny's like, nah, I ain't talking about bad habits in the ring. I'm talking about the lifestyle outside the ring.
50-50 fight? Or do you think the Terence Crawford fighting Canelo would be more 50-50?
When I say bad habits, I mean, you know, the club life, the drinking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It'll be 50-50 with Canelo and Charlo. But Terence, I think Terence, he gonna beat him convincingly. You know what I mean?
Wow. Listen to Coach Kenny. Coach Kenny said him and Canelo is a 50-50 fight. Terence Crawford versus Canelo going up 3 divisions. He's favoring Terence Crawford. He said he's gonna beat him convincingly. I know some of y'all can't believe that. I know some people can't believe it. Some fanboys are mad that we even talking about this. Because imagine if this goes down, man. This gonna look bad. I got him beating him, dog. I got him beating him. It's hard for me not to bet on him. I ain't never seen him lose yet. I ain't never even seen him almost lose in a fight. I seen Canelo lose. I seen him get a draw. I seen him have some questionable decisions go his way. And I think one of the callers or somebody I played, it was like, look, you lost 3 times to this. You fought this guy 3 times. You fought him the same way every time.
Yeah.
Break down the fight. You know, you know both styles.
Oh, that was Sean Porter.
You've seen them around on TV plenty of times. They both kind of like give up early rounds. What do you think in that fight?
I think I got Terence fighting him a little closer than what people think. You know, so you know, Canelo got this thing where he roll with his punches.
His eyes off of his target.
Yeah. I think I got Terence capitalizing on that. You know what I mean?
But Terence Crawford, okay, Terence, y'all heard that? He said Terence Crawford gonna capitalize off of the fact that Canelo rolls sometimes and he turns and looks the other way, get his eyes off the target. Okay.
Feint, then step, kept him coming back, running him into the shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Terence is smart, man, real smart.
And Ricardo, you behind, brother. He said he all I've been playing is him talking about him going up to 168. I got a whole video about it. I did a short about it. He was on Joe Rogan. He's like, I've switched gears now. I want the winner. He said it on the interview I played earlier. Trust me, bro. I ain't out here clickbaiting this. He literally said, I want the winner at 168. He wants to be undisputed again. Want to be 3-time undisputed. This is not no cap in the rap, homie. This is what he said. He said yeah.
He's stronger than what people think he is too.
Right.
Yeah, he's strong.
Obviously, you have to give. There's so many different attributes that you know he has over Canelo, but it seems to me the one that everyone is talking about is the size. You know, Canelo obviously is not a big 168 pounder.
No.
So you feel like it could be.
I think Terence can come in at a strong 160.
Yeah.
Real strong. He walk around, I think, over 160. You know? And he does a lot of physical training, wrestling, and everything. So it ain't too much that Canelo can offer that he haven't seen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He haven't seen. So Terence, I got Terence winning, man. Terence is smart, man. His lifestyle is simple. He don't do a whole bunch of stuff that work against his career. You know?
100%. 100%. What do you see, like, as your boxing eye coach that you don't like about Canelo? Mine is I see he goes heel toe when he steps into the ring, when he goes towards his opponent. I think that's a big no in boxing. I feel like you gotta stay in the balls of your feet. You know, what you think about?
He get pretty flat-footed at times. You know. And,
Hey, business owner. This is.
Gotta add. My bad.
For sometimes he give up a lot of real estate for no reason, you know?
He said Canelo gives up real estate for no reason. He'll go to the ropes and take some breaks.
Give up real estate. And it's going to pay off for Terence if he do it against Terence, you know what I mean?
Right. And this fight leading up with Jamel, which got, you know, he's the first one at bat. You know, Jamel has a cool style, very similar to Spence, but he throws more punches. He has better footwork. Probably has a bigger right hand. What other things that you see in Jamel that you believe? Because I know that you have Mel beating Canelo. You know, what do you see in that matchup that you're like, hey, I think Mel got his number?
I think his size is gonna make a difference because Canelo been picking him over the years. He was fighting small, blown up dudes at the end of their career. Now he got this strong force coming at him. It's different, you know. It's different. You ain't gonna get it right the first time. And you've been used to fighting small guys, you know. He went up to fight Bivol, and I guess he thought he was gonna outclass Bivol, but Bivol had that brute strength,
right?
And walk right through him, you know.
100%.
He lost another one. He lost. Well, he didn't lose. This last guy he fought, this mediocre dude, was touching him all night. Right. You know what I mean? Canelo Charlo way better than that dude.
Right. If size is not a factor in the fight, when we talk about making adjustments for Jamel, do you think he can make adjustments for Canelo?
Yeah. I think straight dog him, man. Straight dog him.
What happens if size ain't a thing, though, Coach? What happens if Canelo happens to be the stronger man that night?
I think Charlo got the skills of boxing.
Yeah.
He can bang and he can box. You know what I mean? I think he can pull it off. I've never been impressed with Canelo. You know, don't mean to offend nobody, but I've never been impressed with him.
Right.
You know, you got certain fighters that they protect, man, and the casual fans don't see that. They don't know.
Oh.
They don't know who they fighting. You know what I mean?
Oh, Coach Kitty. Coach Kitty said Canelo being protected.
You know, don't mean to offend nobody, but I've never been impressed with him.
Right.
You know, you got certain fighters that they protect, man, and the casual fans don't see that. They don't know. They don't know who they fighting. You know what I mean? No disrespect, but that's just my opinion. My opinion.
And I agree in a certain extent because Canelo grew on me.
Yeah, they always made Canelo, like when he fought, they give him when Floyd beat him he was too young. He was 22 years old when Floyd did it. But
I love this point he about to make. He said they always make excuses for Canelo. Listen to what he said, because I definitely heard people say, "Oh, he was too young." The Jim Lampleys, the Matt Skellermans, even some of your favorite YouTube daddies.
And I agree in a certain extent because Canelo grew on me.
Yeah, they always made Canelo, like when he fought, they give him when Floyd beat him he was too young. He was 22 years old when Floyd did it, but Floyd got the belt at 21. Trinidad got the belt at 21. Tyson got the belt at 22. When they had Sugar Ray 21. When all the greats did it at 21, 22, it was great, bro. He failed at. Now he was too young because he was 22. This shit ain't right. You know, I see all of that, but the casual fans don't.
Right.
He just lost. You know, at 22.
Mm-hmm.
That's 100% baby at 22. Wasn't nobody else a baby at 22.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If Crawford did it at 22.
Hey.
Against the undefeated champion.
Get NFL Sunday.
Skills pay the bills. Somebody said, come on, guys. It's okay to be pro race, but let's not shit on others. Who's shitting on somebody's race? I don't think nobody shitting on nobody's race. You didn't even say nothing about being. Yeah, I don't think nobody was shitting on nobody's race. Not me. And I didn't hear that in the interview. He was just saying people baby them when they said he beat him, but he was too young. He had a whole bunch of fights when he fought Floyd. Was a champion and everything. Like, can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? Because if he would have won, they wouldn't have said he's too young to be a champion. Be the future Hall of Famer. You be the legend. Like, can't have it both ways. Let me see something. Got this other clip. Play this to react to. Bear with me. Let me find where it's at. Where is it at? Dun, dun, dun. All right, Greg Hatchett. Let me fast forward to the spot.
It wasn't like a dramatic. I saw it. And disrespect showed.
Oh yeah, he talking about how Spence got beat up by Bud. Let's hear it.
So he threw a left hand and Derrick James threw a right hook back, like for him to catch it.
He's talking about the media workout that Spence did.
And it hit him, but when it hit him, it tipped him over. And it wasn't like a dramatic tip over, but I just saw it. And I was like, yo, his balance don't look good. You know what I mean?
I noticed, and now let me preface this by saying I don't think this had anything to do with Bud winning. I think Bud was just a better fighter. But I did notice that he looked a little glazed over, Spence, to me, the night of the fight, and his speech was a little slower. People were saying he was high, like on weed.
Oh, Marco, get off of it, man. Come on.
I don't think he smoked weed, but he did kind of have. I mean, did you notice that?
I mean, he ever since the accident, I noticed his speech and everything was different, and he did like slow down. And I would imagine that happening with coming off of those accidents and then sparring and then shit like that. Nobody's going to be normal after some shit like that. You know what I mean? Right. So I saw some of it, but I didn't think it would be that bad.
Yeah, it was it was weird, and like you said, that there was a balance thing. He did look a little, but
right.
I don't know how much of that was also Bud just touching him, and he could have just, his equilibrium could have been off. I mean, who knows in the ring?
He didn't have any type of game plans. It wasn't like a B, C, D type of thing.
Right, he fought the same way. No game plan.
We just game plan A, and if that don't work, we don't have shit else. And it was like he just ain't have he didn't have any adjustments.
Yeah, it was just like I think even Derek said this at one point, but he's like, just keep chopping away. He thought he could just keep chopping away.
Yeah,
but
right,
showed
that was the game plan. Just keep throwing punches. Just throw a lot of punches. Volume. Work behind the jab. Volume. Step around. Hey man, you standing in front of him. Step around. Huh? That's all you telling them? The step. Don't box them. Fight them. Come on, that's coach of the year.
but it was going to take more than that.
Yeah, man. I mean, at what point in that fight to you did you see proof that, like, okay, this is going to be over?
I think it was like the 5th round. I think the 5th round was like, bro, this shit, like, he get ready to stop it, because it was just, at that point he had ended probably like 4 or 5 jabs that was like power jabs and knocked him off balance. Then he started the countering. You know, once a guy start getting countered, you know what I mean, too easy, you start to really see it unfold. Like, all right, it's nothing he can do.
Right.
Ain't nothing
And
he can do.
A lot of people talk.
Ain't nothing he can do.
On saying that Spence might have a weakness towards fighting fellow southpaws.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I don't think. See, what people don't get is people think southpaw is a style. It's not a style. It's a stance.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So because if you talk about southpaws, you could say like a great southpaw like Sweet Pea Whitaker, and then a great southpaw like Pacquiao. They don't fight the same.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just the stance.
Right.
So I don't think that he got problem with southpaws. I think he just had a problem with Bud Crawford's southpaw stance. Like, you know what I mean? It was very sturdy. You know what I mean? It was paced out. He wasn't in there moving too fast, but he wasn't moving too slow. He was moving at like a perfect speed. You know what I mean? He wasn't doing too much, but he was doing just enough. And he was catching Errol Spence in between shots, and that shit just was bothering him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Bud's jab, which, you know, I think he's a natural right hand. The same thing though. I saw Bud setting a lot of traps.
Yeah.
He definitely set that trap up with that uppercut. When he go to the ropes, put that high guard up, let Spence come in, throw that shot, and he shot that short uppercut.
Make Errol engage, and then he would counter him.
Yeah.
Made him engage. Put that high guard up. Errol Spence threw that shot. That's how he got the other one too. He caught the shot with the right glove, and then threw 2 right hooks with the same hand. Caught Spence with both of them. A short one, and before he went out of range, and as he was falling, got hit with another one on the temple. Down goes Spence for the 2nd time.
And that
was the 3rd time, I believe. Yeah, that was the 3rd time. At the end of the round.
And to be honest, in the past, a lot of people wasn't comfortable with letting Errol rip to their body and shit like that. They didn't really have a game plan for that. But I saw in times where Crawford would put himself on the ropes and let Errol rip to the body, and then he would counter him right back from there. It was like, you know what I mean? He just had him down pat. You could just tell that Crawford studied Errol Spence a whole lot for that fight.
Yeah, man. I mean, do you think there's any kind of a difference in the outcome at 54?
Nope.
I think Errol Spence looks a little healthier and a little stronger, but I think same type of fight, like not as easy. I think it'll be a little bit better, but I think he'll end up stopping him still.
Yeah, I mean, do you even want to see that rematch?
No, I don't.
Me neither, but, you know, is it going to be triggered? I heard, I'm not so sure if this is true, but there's like 5 days left for him that he has like a period of time to actually trigger it.
Yeah. I mean, if he want to cash out, I ain't mad at him, but he didn't put on the type of performance that would make me want to see that fight again.
Right.
You know, he kind of just took an ass whooping, and that was it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was
the build up was massive, but it was like the fight wasn't like that.
Can you think of a mega fight?
Yeah, but the performance though, like Mayweather and Pacquiao this wasn't Mayweather and Pacquiao where you just seen the guy jab and stay on the outside and outbox the guy all night. You got to see an ass whooping, man. A stellar performance. A guy show you so many different wrinkles in 9 rounds. You saw him engage and take the lead. You saw him counter. You saw him jab. You saw him work the body, fight inside, fight outside. You got knockdowns, got multiple knockdowns, and you got a knockout. Fighter of the year. Terence Crawford, fighter of the year. Book it.
That was that one-sided.
Let me see. Let me get to this Canelo part, and then I'll open it up to everybody else.
Yeah, De La Hoya maybe, but
he beat the shit out of him.
And De La Hoya was favored, which I didn't even realize. But it was insane. And then he did that gangster shit, where he goes in the corner as Spence is being counted, and he looks over at Jamel Charlo, grabs his nuts, and is like, "You next."
Yeah,
that's some gangster shit right there.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the high, but you got to remember, Derrick James had made a statement about his mom not needing dancing shoes.
Nope.
You know what I mean? It was her birthday. It was a lot that went into that fight. You know what I mean? You can't lose on your mom's birthday, and then if you do, you can't get beat up. So Bud, I knew Bud was just bringing a lot to the table.
Yeah.
He was just bringing a lot to the table.
He sure was, man. It was, to me, the most impressive part, as I said, was the counter punching, and the strength he had. Like a couple people talk about.
Yeah, that was the second round.
That was the second round. To me, what did it was the third round. If you remember, he drops him in the second, and the second the bell rings in the third, Spence throws an overhand left really hard that lands flush, but it did nothing.
Yeah,
I was like, ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, just proper preparation. I felt like Crawford really trained for that fight. He really was prepared. He really studied. He really understood what he would have to go through. You know what I mean? He didn't, and he wasn't moved by anything. He was very composed. He was locked in. You know what I'm saying? He was just in that space where you would like your fighter to be. You know what I mean? On a night like that, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, shit. He even won the ring entrance.
Right.
Shit.
Right.
The ring walk. He even won that. Damn.
That's my bar right there. I was like, he wanted the coin toss, the ring walk. He had the better uniform, better game plan, better performance. Yeah. Took that shit.
I mean, so Canelo and Charlo fight, and I want to ask you about that. But first, I want to continue on this Bud topic. Does Bud beat either the winner, either Canelo or Charlo? Because that's probably who he's going to fight next.
I mean, I can't really say. But the thing is, I appreciate a guy like Bud because he's making boxing interesting. You know what I mean? By even taking these type of guys on, even talking about fighting. He could have easily just stayed at 47 or went to 54 and picked his way through the division. You know what I mean? But he's going at the Sharks. He won all the Sharks, all the big guys. And
come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. That shit should be commended. That's a bold move. That's a bold ass move. And I don't think he's just going to cash out. I think he really is going in there to try to win this shit and be 3-time undisputed. He said he only got 3 fighters that he wanted to fight next. He wanted to fight Jamel, Charlo winner, Canelo winner. After that, Spence want to get a rematch after that because it made it seem like I got a feeling he knows or got an inclination that Spence rematch ain't happening this year, and he probably just gonna sit out. He ain't gonna fight somebody else before the year over. Okay, well, Spence ain't trying to fight. I'm gonna see what's gonna happen with this Canelo Charlo fight. See if I can get the winner in May.
I love that he's doing that because
theory.
That's what the game is about. You know what I mean? You got to challenge yourself. And if you want to make great money, you got to put yourself in great situations. So I think that's like perfect situation for him, but I can't say he'll beat Jamel Charlo. I can't say he'll beat Canelo. You know what I mean? Those would be the next 2 biggest fights of his career, so I don't know.
Because, we're in a weird point of time with this whole thing because you got these guys jumping weight, going down in weight, and you don't even know, like, Charlo is 154, but his brother fights at 60. He's about 6 feet. I mean, so, like, is he really going that far out of his comfort zone to fight Canelo in terms of weight? You know what I mean? Like, because Bud, if you remember, initially was like, I wouldn't fight Canelo unless it's like 158, 160. But just like a couple of days ago on Joe Rogan, he was like, I thought about it, and he's like, I want this challenge. I'd fight him at 68. I want to be three division under.
He wants the challenge, man.
Disputed.
Yeah.
So is that too much for somebody like Bud, you think? Stepping up 3 weight?
I mean, listen, if you think back in the day, you know what I mean? Well, I got 2 points about back in the day. One thing back in the day, we saw Roberto Duran go from like 126 all the way to light heavyweight.
True.
We saw James Toney go from 154, 160 all the way to heavyweight. We saw Tommy Hearns go from 47 all the way to light heavyweight. We saw Sugar Ray Leonard go from welterweight all the way to damn near super middleweight. You know what I mean? So this is something that has been done. The thing is now, here's to the point of what these guys are doing. Guys like Bud Crawford. Now, Mark, how old are you?
I'm 46.
Hey, Foodie, he did say that. I mean, technically, this contract, right? For this contract, for that rematch, Spence has to activate the rematch clause before the end of the month, and the fight has to happen by the end of the year. But let's say he doesn't do that, and Crawford goes off to fight the winner of this fight. He said in that interview I just played, he said, and then fight Spence and ride off, do a rematch with Spence after that, and then ride off into the sunset. So I don't think he totally outclassed, I don't think he's gonna do that. So if Spence don't want to fight me now, well, it's over. You ain't gonna never get no rematch then. Maybe you just need some time. Okay, we'll fight each other down the road. But that's what he said, though. He said, and do the Spence rematch, but that'd probably be a different contract, though. You get what I'm saying? That wouldn't be under the rematch clause of this. Spence can pass up on that. So they will have an option on Crawford for one more fight. And like he said, the next big fight is him versus this winner right here. He wants to challenge at 168. Wow. You think they're going to let Crawford jump the line? Oh, my God. If you David Benavidez or Andre, ooh, you got to be sick. Nobody's even talking about y'all fighting Canelo no more. Everybody talking about Crawford fighting.
I'm 46.
All right,
Think about it.
All right, so you older than me.
Right.
But I remember back in the day when you was watching the pros, they never had to lose 30 pounds, 40 pounds, you know what I mean, to make weight. Now, today's game, that's the norm. Guys are losing 30 pounds, 40 pounds to make weight. So with me saying that, Bud probably walk around already 170, 175 pounds.
Probably.
Damn.
So coming down to 68, yeah, it's not a big drop to come down, but the real challenge would be just carrying a 168-pound body and fighting at that weight.
Well, also, who he's fighting also walks around it way heavier.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we dealing with guys who are that size, but, you know what I mean, in their careers, we don't know them for being, you know what I mean? Canelo, yeah, we know him for being that big, but, you know what I mean? Crawford, you couldn't imagine him turning pro at 135 pounds and then being super middleweight champ of the world. But these things have happened in the past, so I'm not going to act like I never seen it, but I think he does fare out pretty well because Canelo isn't tall. He's not a tall guy. He's just a husky motherfucker. Like he's
y'all know, y'all hear a pattern, right? This the third or fourth clip I'm playing of this. Different people saying the same thing. It's not like Canelo didn't come up in weight. It's not like Canelo is a naturally 168 pounder himself. Crawford has the reach. They think he has more skill. It's not far-fetched that this fight can happen, especially if Crawford has that still has undisputed, got that WBO super title where you can go up and challenge whoever got that WBO super. Skip 3 of them things. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna skip 54, 60. Yeah, let me go up there and get that 68. Activate that. I need that.
Stocky. So, you know, we talking about two guys are probably about like 5'9" each, and then, you know what I mean?
5'8".
5'8". Yeah, 5'8", 5'9". Yeah, so you know what I mean? I think it could be a good match.
So you couldn't. Okay, so somebody puts a gun to your head, says choose who wins, Canelo or Bud. Who do you pick?
I don't know.
You
I
can't
might
do
have
it.
to take the bullet. I might have to because you can say Canelo, right? You can say Canelo with all the big fight experience, but Canelo is on a decline slowly, not so much.
See, that's another person. Canelo's on the decline. Nah, he ain't fighting Floyd.
Drastically like that. He's getting knocked out and shit like that. But you can see him just not really.
Right.
Think about it like this. Canelo been in there with everybody, right? He's not really interested. He is because he's Canelo and he likes to fight, but he's really not interested. Because is Crawford really a big name when you've been in there with Mayweather?
Hey, seal the deal. He ain't fighting Tim Tszyu. I'm telling you, the man said, I got 3 fights I want. Charlo, Canelo, Spence. Those the big fights. Those are big money fights. Those are big legacy fights. He ain't fighting Tim Tszyu, bro. Just telling you, that's what he said. He's been very consistent. It's like the third, fourth interview. He's talking about Canelo. At one point, they was talking about Lomachenko and the Haney fight, and he accidentally called Lomachenko Canelo. He was like, yeah, it's on my mind now. He wants this Canelo fight, bro. And you said because fighting Charlo off a loss doesn't bring nothing for him. He wants 3-time undisputed. I don't think it's about just getting a title at 154. And that ain't me saying that. That's what I think. That's what the fighter just said, you know? Definitely though. Definitely, I believe him too. I believe that's what he's going to get. That's
because is Crawford really a big name when you've been in there with Mayweather, when you've been in there with Shane Mosley, when you've been in there with Cotto, all of these guys? Is Crawford really? And I'm not trying to disrespect.
I get it,
but I'm just saying, like, are you really seeing this as a big fight?
Right.
You know what I mean? Or is it like, you know what? Fuck it, it's another payday.
Right. It's kind of a lose-lose for Canelo to take it because of what you just said.
Yeah.
You win, you beat a smaller guy.
Right.
Well, he's over there at PBC, and I don't think all three of them dudes gonna. I don't think all three of them gonna say no. I don't think all three gonna say no. But it's possible though. You're right. We don't always get what we want. You're right, Seal the Deal.
So what I'm trying to say is, like, Canelo, for that exact reason, could go in there and lose. But because he's the bigger guy, because he's the more experienced guy, he could go in there and win. So that's why I'm saying 50-50 is tough. Because
what about
Crawford is good enough to go in there and beat him.
True. Well, what about Bud against Jamel?
Why are you making $3,000?
Somebody said, bring his A game. He can't get away from. You mean Jamel? You said Jamal. Jamal ain't fighting. I think you mean Jamel. Let me see.
How do you see that playing out?
Now Jamel, here's the thing about Jamel. Jamel, no matter what anybody says, no matter what anybody thinks, he's strong from 1 to 12. He can hurt you.
He's strong
from 1 to 12, from first round to 12th round. He's physically strong. He can hurt you at any round, at any point. Now, the skill set, yeah, you got to give it to Bud. But when it comes to skill set, but, you know what I mean, can Bud handle that type of pressure all night, you know what I mean, if they fight? So that's why I think that's a great fight too, as well.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, because at some point size can matter. It doesn't always matter. I wonder if that reach and, you know, with Jamel, do you think Jamel has the power to make a difference against Bud?
I think Jamel's power is not like the type of power where it's like a Tommy thing. It's just the type of power where it's like he can overwhelm you. He can work you. You know what I mean? He can work you and feel like the pressure is becoming too much, and then he wear at you. And he can punch. You know what I mean? He can punch. I feel like any man can punch, especially with them fight night gloves on. You know what I mean? Those gloves. If you haven't worn a pair of 8 ounces or 10 ounces, then you don't really understand. But you know what I mean? Anybody can punch. So I think Jamel being that size, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think he can punch. I think he can definitely make something happen. But I think Bud is sharp enough to, you know, make him look like a fool too.
Well, you know, so then the question is this. Let's say Spence doesn't trigger the rematch clause, medical issues, whatever. And let's say Canelo and Charlo, well, they're not fighting for a few months anyway. And let's say it's close, they do a rematch. That takes them off the table. So who does Bud fight if not for one of those three guys?
Right.
I think Bud and Tim Tszyu.
Yeah.
If Tim Tszyu gets that belt, yeah.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind seeing that.
That's the only reason I'm saying Tim Tszyu, because they talking about passing him the, I believe it's the WBO or something like that.
And you know I want to see him fight your boy from Philly.
Who that? Danny
Boots.
No, Boots.
Yeah, but he's not gonna fight Boots.
No, he's not. Which she said made it clear. But and that's a little. While I get it, because he said he's looking for legacy or for big money, I get it. But at the same time, Boots, I think, really is one of the only people who can really seems like give him skill wise a challenge.
Yeah, skill wise, Boots is definitely could give him a run. The thing is, like I said, when you're trying to stack the names on your record, and you look back at a Boots is gonna give you championship caliber fight, but without the championship caliber experience. So it's like, if I beat him, It's like, damn, I beat an up and coming kid. You know what I mean? Who is going to be great. He want to fight guys who are great right now. And I'm not mad at him for that. I want to see the Boots fight too.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's going to happen.
Nah, he made it pretty clear. And I get it.
Yeah, he made it very clear. Boots high risk, low reward, but not even just high risk, low reward. I think Crawford been making it very clear. He was like, well, I mean, he run his mouth too much. I'll go down there and I'll come back and get him. But you don't hear Boots out there talking disrespectful about him neither. But you let him know how to get the fight. All right, my last clip. This will be my last clip of the night. This is Zab Judah being asked about Crawford versus Canelo. Let me see, 527. 527. Bear with me, trying to find the time. Find a timestamp on this video. Here we go, 527. 522. Here we go.
Yeah, that mean fights, bro. Yeah, I want to see it now. Hell yeah.
He was talking about Boots versus
Terence Crawford said he wants the winner of Jamel Charlo and Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds. What do you think about that?
He's pushing himself, brother. He's feeling himself. He's feeling good. He felt that he took out a force, and he did. He took out a fucking nuclear weapon. Let's put this in military talk now, guys. He took out a nuclear base with a power plant that could take out a country. Earl Spence wasn't. That's why I said you got to put some respect on Earl's name, y'all. Earl ain't no punk. He took out a fucking nuclear power plant, a whole damn near country. So that's the reason why I'm giving him super high accolades in this game right now.
So let's talk about the stylistic matchups when it comes down to some of these fights.
Well, because Tim Tszyu about to fight right now. I don't think they'll be fighting. I don't think he'll fight him this year, even then. I don't think he'll fight him this year, bro. Because he will want to wait, because you will need to wait to see the outcome first. And that's what, September the 30th. So that'll be, now we'll be in October, right? When would you fight him? December? Canelo, when the last time you seen Canelo fight in December? You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't fight Canelo this year anyway. That negotiation, Canelo will be on vacation. The money for this fourth quarter budget is probably already spent. Like, it's not that easy. That fight will be bigger. They have to build it up. It won't be this year. It will be next year anyway if he fights Canelo or one of those other guys. Because most of these companies, their budget going to be spent up by the end of the year. That's fourth quarter right there. Plus, you don't know who's going to win the fight. And then you got to go through negotiations. Then go through a training camp or press tour, then a training camp. It won't be this year anyway. Somebody said it's either Bud versus Spence or Bud waits and fight next year. I agree with that, Brent Reaper. That's what I think gonna happen.
Stylistic matchups when it comes down to some of these fights.
Nigga said Thurman ain't fought since TLC broke up. And that was a good one.
That was a good one.
Shout out to my brother Keith Thurman.
Rondo, other than Stanionis, nobody will fight Boots, including Bud. So,
all right, well, we're gonna figure this out because now we close it. And I don't think that there's nobody that Terence Crawford is scared of or won't fight. I think that right now everything just makes sense when negotiation. You know, he's put himself at a certain tax bracket, and I think that if the fight makes sense for that bracket and the money is there, I think he'll take the fight 100%. All
right, well, that's it. That'll be the last one. I play all that. been a hell of a ride. Hell of a ride. Was it the last one? Here we go. This Bernie. This is the last one. Bernie talking about if the Spence fight, if Spence don't want the rematch. If Spence don't want the rematch. Shout out to Bernie Bots in Mill City.
And, you know, just campaign at 54, making it easy on his body. You feel like Bud is just going to just, you know, leave 47 alone and, you know, just campaign at 54, making it easy on his body, knowing that, you know, he's about to turn, 36 in September?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah, I think that I ain't gonna say he's gonna leave 47 behind because I know he can make the weight. But it's just like where we at right now. You know what I mean? This is we really should have already been there, so to speak, being everything that we accomplished and being on a pound for pound list for so many years and this and that and this and that. But now we here, so you know, like I say, it'll be if I'm him, then I'm fighting Keith Thurman. If Errol Spence rematch don't happen, then I'm fighting Keith Thurman. And if I'm not fighting Keith Thurman, then I'm fighting Jamel Charlo. You know, I'm fighting Jamel Charlo. And if Jamel Charlo happen, then I'll probably move up. And but see, like I say, fight for the vacant title or something, then I will make me officially a world champion. But being that Charlo is still gonna be the champion, that's just
right.
I know.
That's their audio breaking out. And I'm with Bernie on that. I wouldn't mind him still fighting Charlo. Even though Charlo wouldn't be undisputed, it would be, you would still have to fight one more fight, but that'll be a 3-belt unification. And then fight Tim Tszyu after that, and you'll have all that leverage. You get what I'm saying? But if the man wants to get undisputed in one swipe and wants to really challenge himself and talk about going up and fighting Canelo, I wouldn't be mad at it. That's a big fight for both. That's a big fight for both of them. I think some people would, like I said, I've been playing clips all night. A lot of people are intrigued by the idea of seeing that fight happen. But like the thumbnail says, will Canelo or Charlo get credit?
Charlo is a strong fighter, accomplished going into the veteran stages as a fighter. And, you know, I think that'll be it's a good look. I hate that he's going to fight Canelo.
I know.
203, you on the MIC. Tell them your name, where you from, family.
Unbiased fan, Grim Reaper, New Haven, Connecticut. Keep playing the clip, brother. Let me let you finish the clip.
Okay. So it's about a minute and a half left.
He's going to fight Canelo.
Okay.
I know, bro.
Not only in the sense that I feel like he have a good chance to beat Tszyu and then fight us. Canelo is a good fight, but it's more of a fight that he probably could lose, you know?
It's a check.
So,
It's a check.
Yeah. No, but I think he's definitely coming to win the fight. He's definitely coming to win the fight. It's just that, like I say, I think the Tszyu is a more winnable fight.
Correct.
And you know what I mean? And so coming off a loss and we're fighting him, you know, might take some luster off of it. But either way it go, he's still the undisputed champion at 154 pounds. So, you know, it is what it is. And ain't no shame in losing to a guy like Canelo, who still only had 2 losses now. And who's, you know, Hall of Famer and all the type of skill set that Canelo Alvarez holds. Speed, power, timing, he got it all. Canelo pound for pound, you know? So right, that's where I think we would be at with that, though. You know, but like I say, Boots is a hell of a young guy to have. And it's a good thing for Bud, too, because a guy like Boots will keep you motivated, you know, and keep you hungry, you know, to protect your throne, you know, still know that you can't get comfortable, you know what I mean? So either way, it's good for Bud, you know, I'm happy for him. Like I say, Tank, Boots, Keith Thurman, you know, even though Keith Thurman out, but Bud is a ticket seller. Bud is a highlight guy, so I think Keith Thurman can sell the fight. He won't be a favorite, but I think he'll sell the fight. And to say Bud thought that would be his hardest fight. He always picked Keith Thurman to be a harder fight than any other guys. Just Keith Thurman.
Yeah, I overheard some people talking in your camp talking about, you know, the Shawn Porter fight was going to be a harder fight than Spence due to the fact of the style. and I feel like that's probably what they feel as well when it comes down to Keith Thurman. Do you believe?
Well, I think that Keith Thurman, his feet, you know, he moves a lot. So that always causes a problem, movement. So I think that's where it's at. You know, Shawn Porter is a bull, and Errol Spence was a bulldozer. But when you're thinking about, you know, meeting force with force, that's quick, that's easier than a fleet-footed, you know, chasing something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, you know, I think that's where the problem, that's where that lies. That's where that came from. So, you know, I think Bud built in his mind that Shawn Porter's not going to bulldoze me. Errol Spence, I'm going to, you know, his strength, I'm going to, you know, he's going to come with this, but I know what I'm going to do when this moment comes. You know, I'm telling myself over and over what I'm going to do. I'm practicing, I'm believing it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of when a guy dancing on you, hell, shit, how you can't care, how you going to, man, Jesus. So I think that's that. But I think, again, Keith Thurman is an established guy. He's a good fighter. He don't have the best style, but he's an accomplished fighter, and he's a crafty fighter, and it's a good fight to have, you know, a good money fight.
100%.
Got an ad. I think that might be right here at the end. My bad. I had a double ad up here. Okay. But that's it though. That's it for the most part. Got Unboxed fan Burn Reap on the phone. Talk to me, bro.
How you doing, good man?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm all right, man. You know, just another day in the office. Trying to get out of here early, but you know, I'm pretty much almost 100% agreement with you in regards to the aspect of what's going down. You know, certain dominoes has got to fall first. I don't know if Spence is gonna react to this rematch clause. They might circle the wagon, you know, and maybe fight again in 154, and we'll see what happens in regards to that. But I do personally believe that what Terence Crawford is doing is actually helping the Charlo and Canelo fight. It's actually going to help the numbers for that fight. Do you disagree with that? Do you agree with that?
How exactly?
Talking about he wants to fight the winner. So when people are listening to Terence Crawford, now they're looking at the Charlo and Canelo fight. And at that point, Bud will know if Spence is not going to rematch him off the bat. And if Spence doesn't rematch him, he should go to the fight and get in the ring and demand the winner. I'm just saying. Because I think it's going to take a little bit more to get Canelo in the ring. May not take as much to get Charlo, but the problem is we know if Charlo wins, there's a rematch. So he's going to be on the back burner off the bat anyway. But if Canelo wins, I think he's going to have to do something a little bit extra to try to garner that fight. And I think being at the fight and basically saying, I want you next, man. Let's get it in. I'll come to your weight class, 168. Let's do it. It's going to make people talk, and it's going to put Canelo in a position where he might have to take the fight because it'd be too big not to. That's what I think.
But do you think it's bigger than Canelo versus the Mexican Monster?
Yep. Because of what Bud just did. Now, don't get it wrong. Benavidez and Canelo can do big numbers. I think it will do big numbers because a lot of us want to see that fight. But, you know, Canelo can fight Bud and then turn around and fight Benavidez. You know?
Yeah.
Win, lose, or draw, in all honesty.
Yeah, I just think he's so accomplished. It's probably be the most accomplished fighter Canelo fought, right?
No.
Other than
Mayweather.
Okay, yeah, Mayweather. Mayweather wasn't two-time undisputed, though.
No, he wasn't.
One-time undisputed.
That's correct. That is correct. Mayweather didn't really value that as much. Maybe he should have, but you know, he laid the path that he wanted to lay, and it worked out for him and his career very well.
Yeah, it did. I don't think people were really stressing undisputed back then. It wasn't a thing. I don't recall it being a thing like that.
It was something, but the promotional company issues has always been. So when you got 2 titles and the other 2 titles with the other promotional company, you kind of just like, well, okay, I got 2 titles. What's next? You know?
Right. At best, niggas was doing unifications, and that'd be it. Take his belt or take 2 belts from this guy, and that's it. They ain't even out there trying to get that 4th belt like that. But at some point, it became a thing. Like, we got more nowadays. We got more undisputed champions than I've seen in a long time, and this is a 4-belt era where it should be harder to do than the 3-belt.
Well, it might be because of the climate of boxing. You know, with you know, people being able to steal fights and all that, it just adds more to it. So you can try to ensure that you're able to sell the fight. So it's been used as a tool to sell fights. Obviously, as you can see, they're talking undisputed versus undisputed, so they're using it as a marketing tool to sell the fight. Spence Crawford is for the undisputed. That was marketing to sell the fight. So I think partly it's because of the climate of boxing now. It's playing a role in maximizing what you can gain from the fight financially. So I think that's why it plays much more significant role than it may have done, you know, in 2009 before everybody could, you know, pull up, turn on their computer and steal it. You know, so I think that plays a big role. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying.
But you think that plays a role? You think that plays a role in why we see so many people being undisputed now?
Yeah, I think it does play a role because because it's one of the marketing tools. It's one of the things you can utilize to sell the fight, and it adds value to the fight. And you have to add value more than ever in this climate now to get people to purchase pay-per-views, because it's easy to get pay-per-views at no cost. So that is, I feel like that is one not the end all be all, but it's just one important part and an ingredient to add value to the fight for consumers like us to purchase it. Does it make a difference to you? If Spence and Bud fought, but it was just for 2 belts, would it have been as big of a fight as it was for all the gusto, for all the belts?
For me, yeah.
Yeah, I think for me too, but I think
to see the fight a long time ago.
Exactly, but I think when you get past us, you know, because we're core, you know, we're paying attention to details of boxing that most people don't. When you get to the next level, the fan who likes boxing but doesn't keep up with day-to-day activities of boxing, that is the demographic that moves the needle. That's the demographic that creates, you know, pay-per-views going from 350,000 to 900,000. It's that demographic. And then you got the casuals who don't really know too much about boxing other than big names. But I think it's the boxing fans who like the sport but only pay attention to the biggest fights is the ones that move the needle. And I think those type of things, undisputed, is catchphrases that will get the attention of the higher end casual fan. Just my thoughts. Might be wrong, but you know, just looking at the climate and looking at what's been selling outside of undisputed, unless you have a gigantic profile or the fight has a deeper history, it's not going to move. I mean, look how Haney and Loma was an excellent fight,
right?
And you couldn't even get 200,000 on that.
But everybody talked about it. So they was watching it somewhere.
Well, so yeah, but again, some people are not going to pay for it unless it moves the needle. The fight itself was a great fight, but was there anything about that fight that moved the needle? Yes, it was undisputed, but was there anything that moved the needle on that fight? And that kind of is a little bit of an indictment on Top Rank's ability to market top-end fights. Top Rank, when it comes down to grooming and creating a star, phenomenal. But once that fighter reaches that level, we have a long history of fighters having to break free of Top Rank to go to that next level, from the De La Hoyas to the Mayweathers. They all had, at some point, had to leave Top Rank, because Top Rank is a factory. It's a machine. It operates in a certain way, and when you get outside of that apple cart and outside of that machine, you become bigger than the machine itself, and the machine ain't going to change. So then you have to make that change so you can get to the next level that you need to get to, which is superstardom.
It's right here at the end too. It's just crazy. But I'm glad he getting his flowers now, as they would say, right? He's definitely going around making his flowers.
He definitely deserves it. He definitely deserves it. I wish we could get more than 2 to 3 fights out of him at this level for himself. But I mean, think about it. If we was boxing since 15 years old, and the wear and tear, the amount of time and
7.
Yeah.
Okay,
so for 30, 7. so for 26 years, 27 years, he's been
punching people in the face and getting punched in the face.
And getting punched in the face. At some point, you're going to want to stop that shit. You know? You can love it, but at the end of the day, you're thinking about what the rest of your life looks like. You know? There's not too many people like Roy Jones. That's my guy, but he's nuts. He just wouldn't stop. He just won't stop. He just won't stop fighting, you know?
And I won't stop.
And some people are wired that way. And he thinks he ain't never gonna retire.
Right. Remember he said that in a rap lyric, and he's still fighting.
That's a fact.
Nigga, I'm a king of boxing. There is no higher.
I'm gonna fight till I retire. He got his Run DMC on with that bar.
Didn't he though?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But what do you think about this Tim Tszyu Mendoza? Because that potentially, if let's say Charlo just decides to leave 154 altogether and drop all the belts, the winner of that fight basically is in position to have 2 belts. Because those are the 2 interim belts that is at 154. The other ones are just open pretty much. But those are the 2 interim champions, Mendoza and Tszyu. And they fight on October 15th. I think that can open the landscape up a little bit. But I don't see Bud wanting to fight Tim Tszyu, even though it's a fight that I would welcome, I would watch, I would want to see. It just doesn't seem like that's big enough for Bud at this point right now.
I don't think so.
Maybe Tim Tszyu can do something about it. Maybe Tim Tszyu can do something about it because he's doing everything he's supposed to do. He's fighting who he's supposed to fight. He's moving the way he's supposed to be moving. But I just don't see, as of right now, the avenue for him to get the Terence Crawford fight, unless he can be able to, fight Charlo and get all the belts and be undisputed, and then adds a value for him to fight Bud. Same thing with Boots.
I don't see that fight happening. I just think that shit is for the birds, bro. That shit is a wrap.
You talking about the Boots fight?
Yeah, he's been saying in very uncertain terms that for the guys he want to fight is Charlo, Canelo, and the Spence rematch.
Yep, he made no bones about it. He made no bones about it. So you're right. We will find out, though, won't we?
Yeah. Do you think what do you think is going to be the outcome though?
The outcome of what?
Him fighting Boots. Like, do you think Boots going to get that fight? Because I think Terence Crawford is at the point he could do what he want to do, and I don't see him fighting Boots in this.
No, there's only one fight I think he would make at 147, and it ain't even Spence. And that's if somehow they let Tank go up to 147. We know that's not happening. So Bud's time at 147 is over with, in my opinion. There's no 147.
Hold on, you said Tank Davis.
That's the only fight he'll probably have at 147 is Tank.
So no Keith Thurman.
Just because of the monetary. No, I don't think so. Even though I wouldn't mind seeing the Keith Thurman fight because I do believe Keith can sell the fight, but I just don't think he has any interest in it. If Keith had stayed busy and had a fight this year or somebody, it probably could have added some value to it. But because of that, because he hasn't fought, I think he just completely destroyed his opportunity to be in position to get the fight. I think the only way Thurman's getting the belt is if he challenges the youngsters at 147, or he decides to go to 154 and go at it, try to go get the WBA or the IBF. Other than that, he's gonna have to go to standing on this. He's gonna have to go through Boots. In my opinion, I don't think Bud's going to give Thurman that shot. Even though I would welcome the fight and I would watch the fight, I'd buy the pay-per-view, but I just don't see it. Thurman blew his opportunities.
Yeah, you think the same thing goes for Boots? You feel like maybe that's how Crawford feels about that too? Like, look, he had an opportunity to fight me.
Yeah, it's a little bit different though for Boots. He had an opportunity, but I'm gonna be honest. As much as I can bust Boots' chops about it, he would have been in the same position anyway.
What you mean?
He would have been in the same position anyway. Because even if he had stayed on the WBO route, he still would have had to take a back seat for this undisputed fight. And that's just me being honest. I'm not gonna. I mean, I do think that they was capping a little bit in regards to wanting the Bud fight. You know, that's just posturing to get their name recognition up to add value to their guy. But I mean, he's not. I don't think he's afraid to fight anybody at all. But the handlers are going to handle the way they're going to handle. But I think if he had stayed WBO, it wouldn't have made a difference for Boots.
Could have fought him instead of David Avenesian. Instead of David, it would have been Boots. He had an opportunity. Right?
Yeah,
it was a small window. You had an opportunity.
That's true.
Said no, it's like we don't want to. It seemed like he was. Remember what his dad said in the interview? It seemed like Blue was trying to do some behind the scenes, or Crawford was trying to do some behind the scenes, some cricket stuff, and we was trying to be loyal.
But hold on one second. But that conversation happened. That conversation happened after the Avenesian fight.
After the Avenesian fight, he went back to talk. After the Avenesian fight, he got back in the negotiation with Spence. Took that vacation, and he was on the phone with Spence January 2nd. They was already talking.
That's true, but at the same time, though, that conversation with Boot.
That clip came out afterwards, but that conversation was before. That was trying to get them to fight
you
on
think
BLK.
so?
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have to do some research. I thought that was after the Avenesian fight.
All the audio and all the information got leaked afterwards, but yeah,
but I thought it happened. I thought it happened just after the Avenesian fight. Period.
No, that happened before the Avenesian fight. Could have fought him instead of.
If it happened, if it happened before the Avenesian fight, then yeah, they're on the same. It might be on the same page. But for me, it's just more about timing, man. Boots, if Boots was 5 years older, or even 3 years older, maybe he could be in a position to garner this fight. But yeah, the crossroads. You're dealing with a fighter who was ready to leave the division that you're ready to reign in. Timing is a mofo.
Hey, look, it happens. That's how the boxing works, man. Some people come in at the right time, and they get to fight all the legends. It can't. Like guys are going out as you coming in, or you guys are right at the same time. Like Pacquiao was in a good time. Mayweather was at a good time. It was a lot of great fighters and fights around him. A lot of champs.
Yeah. What's kind of funny though is that people are actually. Oh no, sorry. You said because of the Olympics.
I think back then America had a stronger Olympic presence, so guys was getting a lot of training, getting a lot of skills built up, seeing a lot of different styles. The American Olympic system fell off dramatically, especially when they went to no headgear. Guys was like, why should I join the Olympics and take punches to the head
when I could just go pro,
right,
and get paid nothing when I could just go ahead and go,
right. The amateur system as a whole in America just dropped down, so, and that's why I think a lot of the fighters kind of dropped down some too. You don't see as many all these champs that we used to have all the time. It was like, man, we had champs everywhere, man, running that shit.
Well, part of the reason too is that the fighters are training more than fighting, and overtraining is causing them to have wear and tear on their body outside of just fighting. And that's why some of these guys' careers are not lasting as long, and why some of these guys are more injured than the previous era fighters too.
Yeah, that other era fighters, man, those dudes were like, it was a lot of champs around. Then like, it was a lot of passing of the torches. But You don't see a lot of that now. And like I said, Canelo came at a good time, man. Where he got to fight a lot of guys on their way out the door.
And on his way up, yeah.
And on his way up.
Absolutely.
And that ain't his fault. You don't pick when you're born. You don't pick when you're born. It ain't his fault.
That's correct. I agree. But in regards to Boots, though, I mean, if what you're saying is 100% factual, which I'll try to do some more research, because I always thought that it was a topic of conversation, but based on the research I had, I thought that was after the Evanesian fight. But if it was in place in spite of, then yeah, I mean, there's really nothing you can say. Your window closed on you, because I as much as I always stated, hey, listen, he went a different direction. I recognize that, but I recognize as well that even if he had stayed on the WBO path, he would have been no different than Rocha, because the undisputed fight would have superseded.
Absolutely.
I try to be fair about it.
Absolutely, but that was and that's because mandatories trump. Undisputed trump mandatories. But my thing is, if it was after the Avanesian fight, when was it? Because that fight was December the 10th.
I thought it
was
early January as well.
Well, they was on the
I
phone
thought it was
talking
early January.
Well, my thing is, how could that be? Because he was on the phone with Spence January the 2nd, and they started talking about making the fight, according to Spence and Crawford.
Because you can do more than one thing at a time. You can be tough, because again, at that point in time, he wasn't 100% certain the fight was going to be made. He just wanted to extend himself to do what he could to get the fight. But at the same token, if you had negotiations that didn't go well the first time, what makes you think a company like BLK Prime or any other company that did business with him wouldn't reach out to him again and say, hey, you want to make another fight? Just options. At that time, he probably had options.
At that point, though, he was trying to make that Spence fight, man, and they were talking about it.
Exactly.
And what changed different, the thing that happened differently this time was now they were talking one-on-one. And they said
instead of him going through Spence's handlers.
Yeah, I think that makes a big difference too. And even the whole time they was negotiating for months, trying to get that shit together, he was like, what'd he say? He was like, I would talk to some guys, and I would tell Spence what they was telling me, and then and then Spence would tell me what they were saying to him, and they were talking like that. It was like, all right, well, I can't deal with this, I can't deal with that, and Spence agreed. Like, all right, well, let's do that. Give him what he want. Let's do it.
Yeah. And people bash Bud for that, but I don't bash Bud for that. At the end of the day, you get what you negotiate. You get what you negotiate. And if he had took the initial deal before, he would have been paid substantially less, most likely. And if he learned if he had took the initial offer that they had for him, he would have got substantially less. Also, he learned as well that the upfront money from the hedge funds probably was beneficial for them not to do that. And I mean, we knew that though. They was going to have to recoup that money, But again, Bud was learning more about this aspect of business in regards to boxing, and salute to him for navigating himself in a position where he felt like he got the fairest deal possible. And salute to Spence for recognizing the value of the fight and the value of his opponent and doing what needed to be done to get the fight. Because I personally believe, and that's the reason why I was upset with Spence in the first place, is I don't think they had the intentions of really making a Terence Crawford fight. They had already tried to, put Spence on a silver platter to Canelo 2 months after Bud was no longer with Top Rank, and they didn't even reach out to Bud at that point. That lets me know everything I need to know. And then when you got Floyd Mayweather after the fight saying, hey, I didn't really want to make that fight. I mean, how much more evidence do we need to know that they wouldn't, the powers that be, whether it's Al Heyman, Tom Brown, whoever the hell it is, all the people who was involved in the fight, in that aspect, on that side of the business, I don't think they was really, really looking for the Terence Crawford fight.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody earlier, and they was saying they didn't know where I gathered that from.
Gathered what from?
That they never really wanted that fight for Spence.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. Tom Brown on January the 2nd of 2022 said hey, I don't want to insult the guy. I don't think we can make a good offer. I don't think it's going to sell. They're going to steal it. So you're devaluing the fight and saying it's not going to happen before you even step to the table to talk to Terence Crawford. Then on top of that, you offer Spence to Canelo before you ever talk to Terence Crawford. Then when you negotiate with Terence Crawford, you guys are offering zero guarantee. Why? Because at the time, Showtime didn't have the budget for their fourth quarter, hence why their fourth quarter was so lackluster. Now, fortunate for us, we had a Tank and Ryan fight to do well, and the executives at Paramount felt the need to throw capital to Showtime to make these big fights. But they have an expectation with this money that's being tossed, and that's why PBC and Showtime is performing, because they're performing under pressure. So they have to produce results. So if they are in that position and it calls them to do what they're doing right now, keep doing what you're doing, Paramount executives, because we're, as a boxing fan, we're getting fights that we want. And I'm not sitting here saying, oh, I want to see PBC win. I want to see PBC fail. I want to see Top Rank win. I don't care about that. I care about the best fights. But if any of these guys are doing something that I feel like is not beneficial for the sport of boxing overall or for individual boxers, I'm going to speak on it. I'm gonna, right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm gonna say how I feel. But I don't see how nobody cannot see that the road for Terence Crawford to get the Errol Spence fight was a very rugged road. It was a very difficult road and terrain where he had to make numerous sacrifices, had to make numerous adjustments. And we just so happened at the end have a man who was solid enough to make a couple sacrifices on his own in Errol Spence.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he wanted that fight. And look, he the truth. Got to give it to him. He the truth. He said he was going to do it.
Listen, I have nothing bad to say about Errol Spence. All the stuff that I do when I'm talking junk is for his fans who are insane in the membrane. You know, it's a couple of them out there that's operating like G's and taking a loss just like he did, but unfortunately, 90% of them are not. And out of that 90%, 20% is giving Bud credit, but sneaking in an excuse here and there, and then the other 70 is just in delusional land and just don't know what to do with themselves and making up anything they can to to ease the blow for themselves, to make them feel a little better about what they witnessed. But it is what it is, though. But regardless, I want Spence to be healthy. I want Spence to have an opportunity to win again. And with that noted, I don't think Spence should be fighting Bud right now. I think he should rematch him out of pride and go for it. But I think he should go up to 154 and get his hands on the belt. He can wait for the October 15th winner between Mendoza and Zoo and maybe fight the winner of that fight and have an opportunity for a belt or two. And then come back and holler at Bud, especially if Charlo doesn't keep the belts. But again, there's so many dominoes, bro. So many things have to fall in place first before we know what is happening next. All we can do is just clump out scenarios and speculate on different situations that can play out. But it's just one thing can happen and there'll be a domino effect to change everything else. So we'll see what happens in the next 4 days.
He got to win.
Spence.
Jamel got to win, though, too. I think that. Do you think Jamel Charlo winning against Canelo is good for the sport, or is that bad for the?
It's neither. It's neither.
Because
it's nor good or bad for the sport.
Why is that? And the reason why I proposed that question, because I don't see him staying at 168 fighting the David Benavidez and the Demetrius Andres at 168. And fighting all those
You don't
guys.
see Charlo doing that?
Nah. I don't think it's enough. It's a boo-boo Andre fight ain't gonna bring him a lot of money or notoriety at 168.
It's a good point. But for me, when I look at it, just the fight itself, win, lose, or draw for either one of them, I don't think it's bad or good for boxing. I just think the match itself is where the value is at. Now, it can change what happens to the dynamics of the future, but I'm not going to sit here and say if Jamel Charlo wins, it's bad for boxing or it's good for boxing. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think it's either. I know. I was like, I don't know.
I had to
Yeah,
ask him.
I mean, it's a legitimate question. Don't get it twisted. It's a very legitimate question, but it's just, again, it's one of those dominoes have to fall type of situations. Because it could be bad that Jamal Charlo wins, because then 168 could completely be an influx. He could say, okay, I won. I'm not defending 168. I won undisputed. Now I'm going to 160 to go get all the belts. Now what? Now it's a free fall for all the belts to 168 again. You know, you just don't know what's going to happen. So it's kind of hard to say it's bad or good until the next move is made after. But I would love to see Bud and Canelo fight. I would love to see it. And I think Canelo doesn't want to fight because he feels like he's already got enough flack. Because you wasn't happy about this fight, bro. Do you remember that? You was complaining about, oh man, this is weak shit. Why you fighting Benavidez? Boo boo. You gonna fight the guy at 154?
Hey, look, but what I supposed to do? Complain about it until the fight, forever? I complain about Spence
I'm not saying.
Hey, look, I complained about Spence fighting Ugas and Mikey Garcia. You know what I'm saying? But at some point, you gotta just be like, all right, shit.
You move on. But what I'm saying, but I'm not saying it for you to continue complaining about. I'm saying that just because Canelo's probably looking at it from this aspect, because again, these guys do try to get a pulse of what their fan base wants, and I think, the first thing he thinks is, if I go fight Bud, oh man, people ain't gonna give me no credit because they already give me a hard time about fighting them. So
but
that's why I feel like Bud got to do a little bit more to get the fight. That's why I think if he knows it's Spence.
Hold on. I got you, though. I got you. Check this reply. When has that stopped Canelo before? He got criticism for fighting an older Miguel Cotto. Chavez Jr. got criticism for that. Took criticism for fighting Rocky Fielding, little Mikey Garcia, Amir Khan. Like, I can keep naming more guys that he got a lot of criticism for fighting, and that didn't stop him from fighting.
He didn't fight Mikey Garcia, no. He didn't fight Mikey Garcia.
Not Mikey Garcia. I was thinking about Errol Spence.
What you doing?
Not Mikey Garcia. Amir Khan. He did fight Amir Khan. He fought. Fighting Drain Kovalev, Catchweight King, 40-year-old Triple G. I can keep naming. He gets criticism all the time for half these fights anyway. When has that stopped him before?
Good point there. But now the caveat behind that is,
fighting old ass James Kirkland, knocking him out, putting him on the highlight reel. What was he in there with James Kirkland for?
To continue to build himself up to go to the next set of fights that he wants to accomplish. Sometimes some of these fights have for particular purposes.
Amir Khan.
I can't say too much about that one.
Come on, defend these shits, man.
I can't.
Defend them shits. You had criticism before.
I mean, that's true, and I mean, Bud is so much bigger and better fighter than.
And Bud is more accomplished than Charlo. He sold more pay-per-views than Charlo. He's undefeated. He's 2-time undisputed.
Some people think Charlo has never been on pay-per-view.
No, Charlo was on pay-per-view before him and his brother was on pay-per-view together, and it flopped.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Wow,
yeah, it flopped.
Good memory, bro. Yeah. I commend what Bud is trying to do right now, because he's trying to do as much in as little time as possible. He's trying to make the biggest splash for the biggest fight to make the most impact, and then say, okay, I'm good. It's been real for the guys. I'm out of here, and I can't blame him for doing that. But I think for him to get Canelo, he's going to have to do a little bit more. I think the suggestion that him getting if he knows that the Spence is not rematching him, let's say he finds that out, he should definitely go to the fight and get in the ring and demand a winner.
Got to be allowed to get in that ring.
You
can't just walk up there.
Well, listen, can I tell you something?
What's up?
What makes you think PBC ain't gonna let him get in the ring for the amount of money that fight's gonna bring? What makes you think they ain't gonna let him get in the ring for the amount of money that fight is gonna bring? That's bars. So you think they wouldn't let him in the ring?
I don't think he. I don't think the winner might want that. You get what I'm saying? They might want their moment.
Good point.
Like nigga, like I gotta share my press tour moment with you. Like people keep asking me about you doing the press tour leading up to the fight, and then after the fight, you bringing your little black ass in the ring, talking about what's up. Like man, if you don't get your ass, nah, don't let him up here.
Well, just think about it, man. This is Mosley versus Mayweather, man. Let's get it on, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what people want to see.
Like I said before, I respect you. Respect me as a man, okay? Hey, look.
Yo, this is my time. This is my time.
What you tell Max Kelly? He said, Manny Pacquiao. I sure that would get your attention. And doesn't get my attention. Hey, look, let me talk because you do too much talking anyway. Jim, going back to you, Jim. Yeah, go back to Jim then.
It was like, ooh.
Yo, the whole crowd, ooh, when he said that. Max Kellerman got his pride in the way when Floyd said that shit. Should have just let him talk. He was like, all right, fuck it. Jim. Well, go back to Jim then, bitch.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Floyd did not like Shane Mosley jumping in the ring. He's like, yeah, this is my time to shine. You know what I'm saying?
I can't blame him because you got to see the thing is the difference about
Shane
that.
got that fight next, though. That was the very next fight, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. But see, the thing is, there's a little context about that. You got to remember, see, the thing is, this is what gets to me about sometimes some of the people. People forget that Mayweather wanted that fight for years.
Right. And Shane blew him off.
Yes. Remember, I got to go on vacation. I ain't thinking about right now. My tooth. I think my tooth loose. My teeth is.
I think my tooth got knocked out or loose or something. I don't know if I need to get some dentures or something. I'm about to go on vacation. Yeah, man, whatever. And he just.
Floyd Mayweather's a tale of two careers, man. He's a tale of two careers. He's the guy that had punching power, phenomenal speed, high risk, low reward. So a lot of people didn't want to fight him. And then he became the big guy who was very selective on who he would fight and would turn some people off. But I think if he didn't get shunned as much when he was younger, he might have not been quite as shrewd when it was his turn to run. Just a thought. You got to think about it. He asked about De La Hoya and them like 4 years before he got to fight with De La Hoya.
Yeah.
So, you know.
You're right, man.
It is what it is, right?
And it's gonna
be the game.
It's gonna be.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
Just be chasing, man, and then when they finally get there, pretty much the career is over anyway. You know what I'm saying? Or
hold on 1 second.
I got past the prime, like Joshua and Wilder.
I got to talk to our brother Pittsburgh T.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about PBC always has a budget problem, but not Top Rank when ESPN firing most of their big money talking heads and shows narratives. He said Paramount has everything to do with PBC narratives. Makes no sense. Well, I mean,
I don't understand the comments.
I kind of do, but he said maybe he's talking to somebody else. I don't know if he was talking to us directly, but one of the things that I don't know if he realizes or understands is that once the Fox deal ended, that means that they only had one partner left. We saw fourth quarter with a lack of a budget. We saw as he mentioned, ESPN had layoffs and all that. Well, Showtime then had multiple rounds of layoffs as well, and they did it in a very short time frame. They got rid of 20% of their staff, and then they did another 25% cut. So, and then if you're seeing the stock price going down, they're doing staff cuts, and they're saying anything that doesn't at least generate 10% of our subscribership has no value. Get rid of that. And so when that statement was made, and you're looking at boxing cards on their Showtime event doing $163,000, which is less than their reruns of certain shows, It's a legitimate question to ask. Hey, what's the future looking like for Showtime and PBC? There's nothing wrong with asking that question. It's a legitimate question to ask. But what happened was Paramount opened the budget because they seen some success. And now it's incumbent upon them to continue that success. I personally see the dynamic that is good about the power structure of boxing right now. Even though it can't stay this way, it's always going to change.
Yeah, but the Showtime app itself is ending, though, right? If I'm not,
I think it's going to be it's going to be part of just part of the whole Paramount, because I have this Paramount app myself.
Right? Yeah, because I got the Showtime app, and every time I pull up, it keeps telling me to sign up for Paramount, and I just click close, and then finally one day I click, and it said something different. It said, we will be ending the Showtime app something soon, and it will be Paramount, nigga. Like, sooner or later, one day you're going to click on, and this shit, you ain't going to have no choice but to go over here to Paramount. But I guess
they're letting you know that it's coming.
TV, though, on cable TV, Showtime will still exist there. As far as the app-based thing, is going to be streamlined all through Paramount.
That's most likely correct. I don't quote me 100% verbatim on that.
That's what it looks like when I sign into my Showtime app. You got Showtime as far as the app or on cable TV? Oh, no, in fact, you don't have it.
I don't have.
You got Paramount.
I don't have cable.
Yeah, but that's what
I got Paramount. I don't have cable TV anymore.
Yeah, me neither. I got YouTube TV and apps.
Yeah, I haven't had cable since I left the business I was doing. So that's kind of what I did a little bit. That was like 2016. So yeah, it's been a while. I missed the Fire Stick days though, like where I had every channel in the world. But you know, they got a hold of those people. I think the dude I got it from is the one that went to prison.
Oh, Hemi dude.
The big dude, yeah.
What's his name? Hemi 500 or something like that?
I can't remember his name. Yeah, but I think I got it from, no, not directly from him, but based on when I saw, you know.
Man, there's still people out there with them app shits going down like that.
Yeah, but they be getting murdered though. They're like, you'll pay for 3 months and then 2 months later it's gone. You know, that's the problem with it now.
Oh no.
You pay at your own risk, bro.
Oh no.
Because I used to pay $19.99. I used to pay $19.99 a month. I would pay for 3 months in advance, and every 3 months I'd renew. And what happened to me on the first month of my new one, that's when it got booted off. I was upset. I was like, man, I ain't getting no money back. I'm just, you know, it was for when it lasted. Pretty much.
You got that 20, but you missing the other 40. Okay, here we go. We got Pittsburgh T here. I think he's trying to explain what he wrote in the chat. My brother Pittsburgh T, talk to
I
me.
What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling, man?
Hate PPCs.
No,
hey, man,
I was just
how
talking
you
about,
doing, brother?
Good, man. I was just talking to, like, not to you specifically, but like there's always a narrative when it comes to PBC, like they got budgetary problems, always. And during that same time frame, where Brim was just mentioning about the letter from Paramount and all of that, they fired their original CEO. They brought back the old CEO, which now back is in charge, Mr. Bob Iger. And then during that time, they had all those layoffs. And then the last earnings that they just had, they were speaking about ESPN, and they said, we'll be willing to partner with somebody as long as we have control. So saying all that, we never hear nobody saying that Top Rank got budgetary problems because they're tied into business like that, or ESPN. It's just one of those things. It's like, man, it's just, to me, it's just one of those things that people just like to repeat. I'm not saying Brim personally, I'm just saying it's one of those things that you only hear that all the promotional companies, Showtime or Paramount, always got all these money issues when all these other networks are basically doing the same shit. They're not doing anything exclusive to Paramount. They're not doing exclusive over there at Disney. They're all doing the same thing.
Now, I would like to respond to that.
I want to respond too. I just want to say one thing real short.
You go first.
Disney stock is way better than Paramount stock, Pittsburgh T. I ain't got to tell you that.
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to.
I'm just
talking
about
the value or the price.
Just talking about the price of the stock. I would say the value too. Like it's 3 times, 4 times the price of Paramount stock.
The price, yes, the price is better. Obviously, the price is better because Disney's $80 I think Paramount is, what is it, under $20? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like 15.
It's not no $80.
It's like, it might be like 15 to like 85.
Yeah, so
and Disney stock is always, and Disney stock, is always looking good.
Well, Disney stock hasn't moved over the last 4 or 5 years. It's at the same price it's been for 5 years.
It's been sideways.
That's
It's been
called
sideways for a while.
consistency, and you know what I'm saying. So
no, it hasn't went up, Mark.
It's called plateau.
Usually move.
It's called plateau.
Yeah,
I'd rather something to stay consistent than to drop though. If
no,
you look
but
up in your
Paramount's the
Disney,
same price.
That's true.
You look up in your Disney price, your Disney stock don't drop to $15, my brother. You might see people jumping off buildings.
No, but Paramount's price went sideways too. So even though their price is higher,
it dropped,
if you look
though.
at the chart, it's the same thing. It went down a little bit, and it's pretty much the same. It's not like that massive of a difference between over the last 5 years between Disney and Paramount as far as performance. Disney obviously have the parks; they got all other kind of stuff besides the media function of it. So it's not exactly the same thing. It is, but it ain't.
Well, hold on, Pittsburgh T. There's a reason why these conversations are happening.
25% loss.
I can't hear.
Paramount had a 25% loss in the first quarter this year.
Right.
And then they had another 15% loss in the third quarter.
So that's what I'm saying, Pittsburgh T. That's no. What you mean, right? That's not good.
No, they both had losses. No, they both lost. That's what I'm telling you. Like they listen. They had the guy that's the CEO right now.
Hold on, you just said Disney plateaued and stayed at the same. You can't say they stayed the same and had a 25% drop loss. That's not the same thing.
What do you mean loss? You talking about their revenue? What are you saying?
The stock
revenue and their stock price.
If your stock prices are dropping,
but both of them went down.
That means you're losing money.
Yeah, but
not the same.
Same
not
thing, Mark.
And you're no. I'm just saying.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Paramount went down too. Yes, they did.
Not to the same degree though, bro. You gotta understand something.
Disney stock price didn't drop 20. Then report losses. I'm talking about losses too being reported from Paramount.
Disney did report losses. That's why they got rid of the CEO. It wasn't at the same exact time period. It was the third, the fourth. Yeah, no, listen. Paramount was the beginning of the year. Disney was the beginning of last year when they got rid of they had a completely different CEO than they have right now. That CEO that they have in right now, he was gone. They brought another dude in.
You talking about 9%. I just found Disney fell 9%.
Yes.
9% in May. That's not the same as 25%.
No, that's not this year, Mark. You're still in.
I'm looking. No, it is this year. I'm looking at this year right here, bro.
Right, but I'm not talking about this year. That's not when they swapped out Bob Iger. The CEO that they brought in. The reason why they brought that CEO in. Yeah, that was about. No, it was last Christmas time. It's around last Christmas time of that quarter. Yeah, that's when it was. It's around that quarter. That's when they started.
I think we're going beyond the pale. But your point was what again, though?
They're about the same because like Disney showed up a little bit earlier than Paramount's. It wasn't as degree, but they're such a conglomerate. It's shocking because it's almost like Amazon having a problem versus your mom and pop having a problem. They're the same, but they're not actually the same because you don't envision them having those kind of issues. So that's why they got rid of that CEO that they had previous to this, because the one that they had previous to the one they have now, that guy was supposed to bring them into this app, which was supposed to be like the online shit with Showtime and the Paramount, where everybody else is moving toward the app. He couldn't do it, so they brought Bob Iger in there. Bob Iger was already the CEO. They brought in this other guy that was supposed to move them forward, and he couldn't. So they fired his ass and brought Bob Iger back. Fast forward to now where we're at. Bob Iger, in the midst of all of what we're talking about, he's laid off I don't know how many people, fired a bunch of people, got rid of a lot of analysts. And now the last quarter that they just had, they did something they never talked about, which is they will partner with somebody as far as purchasing ESPN. Said that in the last quarter. Never said that before, ever. So like all these media companies, they all got different problems because of the online shit. They all struggling with this stuff.
Okay, let's go to my sister Foodie. Go ahead, and after that we'll go to Foodie.
I'm sorry. Okay, cool. The one thing I will say that's difference is because you said, oh, the narratives will be put in PBC and all that. One of the big differences is when you got a Wardell Reed with $900 million and that value is now zero. So there's a track record in regards to it as well that leads to questions being asked about the viability moving forward for whatever promotional companies, whatever outfit, whatever network, because of those financial losses. Just like how the zone is now entering that territory as well. They're entering the same territory that PBC was in 2016, 2017, where they had a large sum of money. That money was spent. It was overly spent on fighters just to get them into the fold. But now the dust has settled, and now you actually have to have a budget and operate in a different form and fashion. And now you're being scrutinized based on what money you're spending and how it's being allocated. That is happening to Matchroom and the Zone right now, and that happened to PBC. So nobody's safe. Nobody's above criticism. Nobody's above being looked at on their business practices, their future plans and all the things that they're doing. So yes, PBC has gotten a lot of heat for that, but I don't think that it was any larger than what I'm seeing just coming to Matchroom right now. They're getting it too right now.
Fair enough. Let's go to Food Revolution. What's up,
What
Food?
up, Mar? What up?
How you doing,
What up,
sis? What's good with you?
I'm good. He said exactly what I was gonna say, so he took the words right out of my mouth. So I don't even know why I'm
Who?
on anymore.
Who did?
Brim. Exactly. Exactly what I said about the reason why people bring into question or people mention PBC not having money or running out of money is because of all of the money that they paid their fighters. In the front, their guarantees were so high, but the pay-per-view buys did not help them to recoup the money. So DAZN, like you said, DAZN's going through the same thing. They pay people lots of money to get them in the door and to get the big fights and get the entertainment in there. But then when it came down to it, they had a whole no pay-per-view model. That's the reason why they have to pay. That's why they have everything's damn near pay-per-view on DAZN, and people are unhappy with that because they're like, well, you guys said you weren't going to have any pay-per-view. Well, that's what PBC said at the very beginning. They weren't going to have pay-per-view. Then they had to change that model because the buys and the viewership did not give them the money back. They weren't able to recoup those guarantees that they were giving their fighters. So that's the reason. It has nothing to do. And then the comparison that Pittsburgh T brought up about ESPN firing a bunch of their people, that has absolutely nothing to, in the comparison with Top Rank. Top Rank has nothing to do with who ESPN decides they're going to fire. That's Disney telling ESPN how many commentators they're going to fire. Bob Arum and Top Rank have absolutely nothing to do with that. Two different companies doing two different things for two different reasons.
Go ahead, Bram.
I was waiting to see if Pittsburgh T was going to respond to Foodie.
Oh, he
dropped off.
He dropped off.
Oh, he dropped off? Yeah, word. I mean, listen, the game is the game, Ghost. That's all I can say, We just, as fans, we just want the good fights, man, at the end of the day. We just want to see great fights. I don't think it's not that difficult. I just think because of the social media and the visibility of things now has now created the aspect of where now we're looking at things that we didn't look at as fight fans maybe 15 years ago, because all this is on Front Street now. So I guess the game has changed just because of those dynamics. 15 years ago, you couldn't ask me about some of the things that we're talking about now. I wouldn't have cared. All I care about is seeing the fight.
Right. And we don't just want good fights. We want to see the fights that we want to see. We wanted to see Crawford Spence years ago. We wanted to see Gervonta fight some actual competition. We want to see, if you're going to charge me pay-per-view, then I want to see the fights that I want to see. All the fights that people that the actual real fans are talking about.
Good thing you mentioned that, Foodie. So I'm going to ask you a question. So if this comes true, would you buy Tank versus Pitbull Cruz?
No,
rematch.
I've never bought a Tank fight except for one with Garcia, with Brian Garcia. I don't
I
pay
ain't
for
buying
fights that I
Tank.
don't want to see.
I ain't buying Tank versus Pitbull Cruz because
I ain't buying that shit.
I told y'all a long time ago that was the play though. Y'all remember how long I've been saying that, Foodie?
I knew that as soon as Pitbull ducked.
We all knew that.
That's
I said it the night of the fight.
I knew that. Well, it was before that when Pitbull was mandated to fight Shakur Stevenson for WBC? Can't remember which one it was, but they mandated him at the conference.
Yeah, I think it was WBC.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh no, nobody wants to see him running around all night," and that's where him and his daddy went on the tour talking about they don't want to fight Shakur because nobody wants to see a fight where big-headed ass Pitbull got to stand in the middle of the ring.
You're going low and you're going low, Foodie. It's like it's going in and out. It's like your head moving away from the speaker. Say it again.
I said when Pitbull brought up the narrative that they didn't want to fight Shakur Stevenson because they didn't want to see, nobody wants to see Shakur Stevenson running around the ring all night because Pitbull wouldn't know how to do nothing with that. That's the reality. He would lose. Then I knew that solidified that was going to be Tank Davis's next fight after he fought Ryan Garcia. That's what he was going to do. He ain't going to fight nobody that's of actual competition at 135 ever.
And you know the sad part about that is, Foodie, is that based on what Tank has had to deal with over the last, few months, the fact that he was incarcerated, had to come out. If he had already built his resume and fought the best fighters that we felt like would be the best competition to him, he could easily have been able to pull off this fight with a Pitbull Cruz as a warm tune-up fight to get back into the ring if they didn't have him so protected throughout the course of his career. Now he goes to make these moves, and now we're looking at it like, please. And the thing is, they're going to hurt him if they do that because his pay-per-view viability goes right back to 250. They really need to make a splash on the fight. They really should make a splash for him so he can get to the level that he can make. Because Tank can truly be a superstar. Whether you like him, you hate him, whatever, Tank can become a superstar. But it's about who you fight and how you perform in those fights. They need to have him lined up with a quality opponent that we want to see. And it's only a few guys. And if they don't have those fights, then you're hurting Tank's viability. And see, they're banking on... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you good. You wasn't finished. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because they're looking at Shakur and they're looking at Haney like, well, it ain't gonna sell too much more than Pitbull Cruz, so why should we go do these fights? Because we want to see those fights. Yeah, and see, that's the...
Well, that's ridiculous. That argument is stupid
career.
Because at least Shakur has a fan base, and at least Haney has a fan base. It may not be big, but who the fuck is Pitbull Cruz's fan base?
I'm telling you, he got Mexican fans. And look, and I'm glad you asked that, Foodie. You couldn't have asked it a better time. I took a survey the night of the fight, and we was lit that night. I probably did like 250,000 views in one night. Hey, look at this survey on the screen. Almost 7,000 votes on a survey in the chat. So show you how many people was here, right? And that survey was only up for 45 minutes when I snatched that screenshot. 55% think Cruz won that fight. 32% think Tank lost. This is almost 7,000 people, man. This ain't no small survey. Out of almost 7,000 people, a resounding 55%. That's over the majority.
Well, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't translate into money.
No, I think you're missing the point. Yes, people want to see it again. They was calling for the rematch that night. Go back and watch that.
Are they going to buy the fight, though?
Well, you never know.
That's what I'm saying.
He wasn't supposed to be in there. He wasn't supposed to be in there that first night. But he's a bigger star than he was that night. They built him up off the fact that the Tank Davis, people think he beat him that night. They built it up.
I've never heard anybody mention Pitbull Cruz in any conversations anywhere.
You never heard of Pitbull Cruz beat Tank Davis?
That is one fight. That is the one fight. His last fight was a trash holder.
Yeah, but look, you don't know a fight is trash until you see it. But leading up to that fight, did you see all the people taking pictures
Anybody
with
who
Pitbull
fought before
Cruz?
Tank wasn't
Want-
shit.
Wanted to see, people wanted to take pictures with the dude. They were signing autographs. The
Well, that
Mexican
could just
fans
be a
wanted
reflection
to.
of people who don't like Tank. Like I'm just saying, this is not a linear comparison.
Tank won't fight in
It's
this.
just
Tank
money.
won't fight in July 29th. People
Oh,
still
I thought
wanted
you were
to
talking
take.
about that night that he beat
No,
Tank.
no, no. I'm talking about that night.
'Cause I
People
didn't even
wanted.
watch that fight.
No, the fight he just did. People want to take pictures with him. Like he was very popular. He's
Yeah,
had
but
some
they
big.
didn't pay no
He had-
money. They didn't pay no extra money because his ass was gonna be there.
I didn't say they did or didn't. I'm just telling
You're
you.
talking about money that he can make.
Foodie. I'm not Foodie. I'm not here. I'm
Haney.
not here to defend or like you don't look. I'm not here for that. All I'm just saying is people know Isaac Cruz from this Tank Davis fight.
Right.
That's-
But the
that's it.
conversation we were having is,
And they think he
would
won.
Right. That wasn't the conversation we were having. The conversation we were having was, don't you think he can make more money fighting a Haney or a Shakur Stevenson versus a Cruz? What's the actual benefit for fighting Cruz over those other two fighters, or even Lomachenko?
It's in-house. Might be an easier fight to
Okay,
make.
but still, there's no other benefit. That answers my question. There's no benefit to it.
Definitely gonna get a
That's the
bag.
reason
He
why I
gonna
don't
get his
spend no
money.
fuck- But he's gonna get that because of who he is, not because of the opponent. But he ain't gonna make no money. Like you can make
I
a
think they
certain
gonna
amount of
hype. I
money.
disagree. They gonna
You
hype
can
that
make a
shit
certain.
up.
Well, let me
Foodie.
finish my statement, and I'll shut up. There's a difference between how much money he can make by himself fighting somebody just because of who he is, and the kind of money he makes when he's paired with somebody like a Ryan Garcia. You make more money, right? So it is about your dance partner. So if we're going on that premise, then it would make sense if he wants to continue to make more money, because he ain't going nowhere out of 135. The nigga almost 30 years old. He don't obviously want to leave 135. There ain't too many more options for him to make a lot of money. He gonna keep fighting Pitbull over and over and over, or is he gonna retire? Or what? What's he gonna do? So if he wants to make more money in the division that he's at, then you need to fight the top competition in the division that you're at. The fights that you've been waiting on
Ryan
for a
Garcia
long
won the
time.
top composition in his division, though.
Well, it made him the most money, is what I'm saying.
But that's a different argument, though.
Well, the only way he can make money is by fighting those other guys. Who else can he make money with? Fighting Frank Martin?
He can definitely make some money fighting Frank Martin.
But not as much as we.
He sure could, because I would pay for that. I actually would pay for that.
Not as much money as to be fighting if he fought Lomachenko, Haney, which is he's not even at 130 or 140. He's going up to 140, but he'll go back to 135. We already said that. Or Shakur. I just don't believe he'd make as much money.
I think we might see that
Here's the-
Shakur and Tank fight one day.
Yeah. I don't know that. I thought you were gonna say Haney and Shakur at 135.
Not at
See, the problem is though, Foodie.
He said
is-
he would go
the
back
problem
down
is,
to
Foodie, is
135 to fight Shakur.
Saying Shakur and Tank a fight? You think that's a fight in the future, Mark? I don't see that.
I don't see it happening, but I would love to see
I don't see it.
Down the line.
I love to see the fight.
Well, down the line, how long? He about to be 30 years old. How long you got to wait for it?
I mean, Shakur just got to the
29.
division hold up, Shakur just had one fight at the division, though. That's not.
Well, that's because
not,
nobody
and
wants
that's
to fight him, though.
No,
That's not his
that was
fault.
because he was at two different.
He was at
divisions.
130.
He was at 126.
Yeah, he just got
and
to
he was at
135.
130. Like that's not Tank Davis' fault that I was fighting at 135 while you was at 126. I'm telling you,
He was
they're
fighting
gonna.
at 130 when he was at 126.
I'm just telling you, this is the way they're gonna sell it to y'all. And I've been saying it since that night when all those people were calling in saying Tank lost that fight. I said, oh, this reminds me of Mayweather Mike Donna. You got a built-in dance partner in the cut whenever you need him. All this dude got to keep doing is winning. But I thought it was gonna do an immediate rematch. I was like, oh, this is what y'all gonna see next. He gonna fight Pitbull Cruz because they got a story. They got a storyline built in already.
What's
And
the
it's
last
the-
black
and
fighter
it's-
that Tank Davis fought?
You gonna fight
I
Pitbull
don't
for
know,
real?
and it's not a lot of. To be fair, a lot of the black dudes don't even be small guys like that you wanted to see
There's
him
a
fight.
lot of black guys in the division right now, though. No?
At 135,
Yeah.
name the lot that you want to see. You got
I
Frank
mean,
Martin.
any of
You
them.
got Frank Martin
You
and
can fight
Shakur.
Frank Martin. You can fight
And
Shakur
Shakur.
Stevenson.
That's
you can
it.
fight Haney. Will come back down for the right price. He already said he's not vacant. He's got it. They let him hold on to his belt, right? He's undisputed till 135, right?
Nah, I thought they was gonna strip him of that. I thought
I have
Shakur is
him
fighting
on
for
Twitter.
the.
He said I would go back down to fight him at 135 after fighting Program.
I heard him say that, but far as him still having a belt, I'm looking right here. Bob Arum says Shakur Stevenson is fighting in November for the WBC lightweight title.
He's fighting who?
he said the best opponent, and the options are Frank Martin, Zepeda, Edwin de Los Santos. He's very good. Los Santos, Jermaine Ortiz, Yoshino, Mortelia. Moratala, or George Kambosos.
Yeah, that's who Shakur fought.
Got seven options right here. But those are like, yeah, he's fighting somebody for the WBC title in November though. So that means they're gonna take that shit from Haney.
Yeah, they have Haney as a champion in recess.
But my thing is though, what was I about to say? Oh yeah. Also with Tank Davis, this gonna be his third fight in 1 year. Most times you don't see these guys fighting 3 times in a year, so you get 3 fights this year. You got the Hector Garcia fight, you got the Ryan Garcia fight, and you're gonna get that Cruz fight.
Another Mexican fighter, yeah.
Well, Foodie, I never really cared about that aspect. Oh, he's not fighting a black fighter. No, I just fight the best person in the division, whether it's black,
But he's
purple,
not doing
green,
that either.
blue, yellow.
The best fighters are black.
What's the issue?
In that division.
No, there's one white guy, Lomachenko. He's with him.
It's not separate. One and the same. Well, then there's another one. Yeah, but he's kind of slowing down. And you could have fought Lomachenko.
But he can fight
a long time ago.
Lomachenko. Yeah,
You can
fight
fight. I would love to
Lomachenko
see
at this
that.
point if he actually wants to. Problem with Lomachenko, we know that he maneuver how he maneuver. Like he ain't really got no pressure on making none of these fights.
But he about to fight Kambosos, or is that a real fight? Have they?
Well, I think Loma's a little. I think Loma's a little bit emotionally hurt right now. Still.
I don't want to hear that bullshit. But
You don't. That's why I said it.
when you want to see the best, fight the best.
Yeah, he looked kind of sad after that fight with the whole he didn't lose and the way that they was protesting it. The way that after he handled that loss, it wasn't good.
You've been wrong. I don't want to hear that bullshit. You already
boy was
cried your
crying.
tears that night. Cry your tears and get over it. Like
Yeah,
everybody
that boy
else.
was crying worse than the daycare, man. All the tears he was shedding,
All
man.
them
That was
goddamn
ridiculous.
tears. Stop it.
I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear that shit. Fight these niggas or get on. Or go back down to 130 or whatever you gonna do. And I
How you
understand.
gonna dog him out like that, man?
Huh?
He should have fought him a long time ago. He would have had. He'd have had some years to get the. Yeah, he would have had time to get the rematch. He did it to himself.
Yeah.
Sucker.
Okay. Well, I mean, we calling him a sucker, but we talking about Loma.
Lomachenko.
But we talking. This the same. This
Did it
the
to
same
himself.
person though who was. But this is the same person for 5 years that Haney went to different.
Yeah.
But this is the same person for 5 straight years that Tank went a different direction though.
Oh, Tank should get heat for that too. He should have got hate for that too. Yeah. Like, look, none of these dudes that be doing that kind of stuff, man. When you do that and it go wrong, hey man, you made that bed, you got to lay in that shit. You did it to yourself.
Yeah.
Because he literally had that franchise belt, so that he had a unique situation that none of these other fighters had. That he had a literal belt just to avoid fighting people.
I think they got rid of that finally, thank God.
Yeah, they did. I need to get rid of all of them. They need to get rid of Tanks right now.
That fucking Reggie
Get rid
belt.
of
That's not
Tank's
even a
baby
real
belt.
thing. You don't even have it. You don't have a belt when
It's a
you're
baby
supposed to
belt.
be undisputed at the fucking weight division that you're in. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that I had a belt if I had somebody who was an actual undisputed fighter in my division. Sound crazy? It's not a belt.
It's like having a regional title.
Right. Like the British, like that British title that they be having. Get the fuck out of here. No one's heard of that shit. It's like a flea market Cabbage Patch doll and a real Cabbage Patch doll. Like, come on now. Stop it. I don't get
But
it.
on another note, I'm really hoping. I hope.
I just want to say, to be fair, having those interim belts or having an NABO title or things like that, it puts you in position for just in case that you get that title shot, or if the champion vacates or stripped for some reason. So.
Well, we know Tank don't want none of
That
that.
would
He
be-
don't want no parts of that shit.
So that's
Yeah, because Tank had the belt for
but
4
my
plus
point
years.
is that's how T.O. got that Josh Taylor fight, because he beat what's the dude Campa, I think, for the
Who did he fight? Conceição? No, that wasn't him.
No, that was Shakur
That was
for the
Shakur,
NABO title. But so or that's why Tim Tszyu is in a good position because he kept fighting and got that interim belt. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes that's why Boots is in the position he's in because he got that IBF interim. So like you're not a world champion, but fighting and getting those titles, getting those things, yeah, it puts you in position. So I get it.
But ain't nobody doing nothing.
It's just if you take advantage of being in that position. That's the thing.
Yeah,
when
no
you
one's
get in a
taking
position,
advantage.
what you do.
Well,
We can't say no one because Boots is in a.
Tim Tszyu is. Boots is doing what? He hasn't fought. Well, he had the opportunity to fight Crawford. But then he became mandatory. But then they made the fight. Like obviously, no one was going to fight him. He got undisputed on the line. So kind of in a fucked up weight division. Like 147 is just kind of a fucked up weight division right now. So.
Told y'all a long time ago.
Right.
I think 147. I mean, I think undisputed is a great accomplishment for a individual fighter, but it's bad for the division. For division, and it's bad for the promoter. Like damn, you got one guy got all the belts. So if he ain't fighting, well, everybody else who fighting ain't fighting for no title.
And now the one who has the titles have to fight a bunch of bums sometime, or not bums, but I know, dudes that are not going to make you any money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got mandatories. You get a lot of mandatories.
Or you're going to have to drop and fight somebody else. Like look
Man,
at
if you got a money man, in the division, then they kind of cancel it out.
I'll be right
Tank
back.
ain't got isn't that? Yeah, Tank isn't that. So that's kind of the.
well,
the
there's
other
only
kind
one
of
right now, and
not
that's
all of
Canelo.
those,
There's only one money man right now in America, and that's
Tank
Canelo.
too. Yeah, you got Tank.
No, you just said Tank isn't, but then you said he is.
No, I said he is. He cancels out not having all the belts because he is a money man.
Meaning, like anybody
So
he fights is gonna make money.
Well, he can pick who he wants to fight. People are willing to fight him. Like, it's not like people sitting on their hands waiting on to get a belt. They don't. If he offered them to fight in that weight class, people gonna accept that fight. Not because of the belts, but because they know that's gonna be the biggest payday they're gonna get in that weight class.
Okay, so in the whole.
But hold on 1 second, little Pittsburgh. Do you know how much Hector Garcia made to fight Tank?
I have no idea.
Wasn't that much?
It's probably more. It's probably more than he would have made fighting anybody else, though.
Yeah, but we're talking about like Canelo. If you fight Canelo, you're gonna make millions. If you fight Anthony Joshua, you're gonna make millions. If you fight Fury, you're gonna make millions. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, everybody ain't getting those kind of paydays, though. But when they do fight certain people, even though it might not be millions, it's going to be the biggest payday that these guys are getting.
Right, but that wasn't
They're
the point.
not getting those kind of.
That wasn't the point I was making at all. My point was that if you become undisputed in a lot of these weight classes, you're going to end up fighting people that are not going to make you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Great accomplishment. Yeah. And so that's the reason why I understand why on that aspect that Mayweather and them are not moving Tank towards that, because you don't really make a whole bunch of money off of the belt. And then they run with that narrative, and that's kind of ruins the sport in a certain way. Because people are like, who care about the accomplishments? It's all about the money. I understand that. But at the same time, you're running out of people to fight. Tank, you need to fight. I mean, people are going to get tired as Shakur gets better. They're going to be like, why aren't you fighting this guy? Shit, I don't know what's going to happen with Loma, and I don't know what's going to happen with Tank. But I would love to see him fight Shakur, and everybody knows that's probably going to be one of his hardest fights ever. Because
Tank is weird, though, because if you say that you only care about money, so then you cool with him going against some UFC guys and fighting them, because he'll make a boatload of money with those guys.
Who's
so like that money
UFC
stuff,
fighter?
I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, if you just saying it's money only, then it just wouldn't matter who the hell you fight. Now you're accepting anybody he fights if it's all about him making the most money he can fight. Like, that's like a weird argument sometimes. It's a tricky argument. It's a slippery slope with that.
It's a delicate balance between money and then putting value on the fighter that you're facing as well.
It's tough, yeah.
And then respecting to the art of boxing and the pugilism in general.
Right.
Very tight rope there. And I think Tank is on the rope where it's about to fall off if he doesn't fight that opponent.
I'm just
but
saying,
that's what I'm
he's
saying,
not going to go up to 140.
It's only about money.
Well, he's not going to go up to 140 because there's no money up there. He's not gonna go up to 147 because he's too small. Even though they talk about the whole hypothetical with him and Crawford, that's not gonna happen. But
Actually, I gotta disagree with you, Foodie. You said there's no money at 140. I guarantee you, if Tank fought Teofimo for Super Bowl weekend,
Oh, that'd be
that
a
would
big
make
fight.
a load of money.
That's a big fight. Yeah, it's a big fight.
There's been some rumors been put out for that because Bob Arum said he wanted to bring Tio back for a big fight for Super Bowl weekend. I guarantee you, if Tio and Tank fought on Super Bowl weekend, that's going to probably do close to the same pay-per-view numbers as it might not do as much as Ryan because Tio doesn't have the same profile, but I can see that doing 800,000 to $1 million.
I'm glad you could see it because I'm Stevie Wonder to it. I just don't see it at all.
I don't know.
Okay, what you see it?
Wait, Brim, did Tio do? Did he do pay-per-view his last fight? Was that pay-per-view?
That's what I'm saying. With Josh Taylor,
No, it wasn't pay-per-view. It wasn't pay-per-view.
Right, and then before
he had a million people. He had a million people almost watching that fight
for free though. You talking about people
Right.
putting up money and people watching it for free and people paying their money is two different things.
Right. Just like
That's
that.
like-
Yeah,
Mark
but
brought up.
Tio and Tank moves the needle, bro. Tio versus Tank moves the needle, man.
Well, how much
Tio's
does
not-
Tio?
It moves the
and Tio
needle.
Tio ain't.
But he's not
doing big
pay-per-view, bro.
money.
That's the problem. Because if his last fight was not pay-per-view, you can't say he's this pay-per-view star.
Right.
Because they would
Once
have
you
kept him
go
on
pay-per-view,
pay-per-view.
they're gonna keep your ass pay-per-view.
Yeah, but
Yes.
Ryan Garcia has 0 pay-per-views going into this fight with Tank. He
But
has
he's
no
a
pay-per-view.
fucking mega star. He's a.
Hey, now he
got
is.
like 7,
Now you think
8
he's
no,
going back?
No, before that, he was 7-8
Right.
million on TikTok and all that shit. That's where you get that from. And that
No, but
did
I mean, do
translate.
you think? But do you think he's going non-pay-per-view his next fight, or
he's
you think
got
his next fight
GM, he's got
his next
all kind
fight
of
is going pay-per-view? Yeah, but his next fight is going pay-per-view.
Well, I'm just saying
Bill.
what
He's not going on
contributed-
free
yeah,
TV.
but what contributed
He's not
to
going
that
on free
fight?
TV. He's not going on free TV, bro.
No, once you
he's
go
going
pay-per-view,
pay-per-view
you're
the
gonna
next
be a
fight.
pay-per-view star. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Well, Tio did.
Once you
Wait,
get
when
to
did
the once
Tio
you
go
reach that
pay-per-view?
level,
When
never.
did he fight pay-per-view? Tio.
No one.
He was.
That's what I'm saying. You said Tio didn't. He's never been.
Tio hasn't fought pay-per-view.
Yeah.
No, but to the point of like he's this big mega star, he didn't. He hasn't even gotten to that conversation really yet.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't see where you're down to 800 to it. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah, he's not even in the conversation yet.
Casuals don't even know who the hell he is, and you need casual eyes and money in order to make that kind of money. And that's what Tank had a lot, and Ryan Garcia had a lot of.
Ryan,
casual.
yeah, they did.
Both of them got a lot of
I
casual.
guarantee if that fight gets made, the amount of shit.
If I ask him,
If that fight gets made, the amount of shit talking that's going to happen in that going into that fight is going to sell.
What?
If the Tio and Tank got made, the amount of shit talking and the amount of vitriol between them two is going to sell the shit out
Kids
that
don't
fight.
give a fuck about that. And there's not enough of people like us to buy a fight to sell it like that. I mean, it's a pipe dream, but I'm gonna
I disagree with you on this one, Foodie. I think
Ray
that fight
Charles,
does
I'm
numbers.
Stevie Wonder to it. I'm in a coma on it.
I see what you're saying.
I hope it
Brown,
happens
but
so I can,
don't
you know.
see. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Brown, but I just don't think Tio don't have no pay-per-view to carry into the fight, so it's the unknown. It's hard to make a real. It's the unknown.
Like what didn't
And he doesn't have.
Then with Tank before he fought Ryan Garcia, he fought Hector Garcia. How much did he sell? Like 6. I don't know. Was that 200,000?
Well, I mean, and then the
he makes
difference.
money at the gate. He makes a big gate.
Yeah, but the difference between Ryan and Tio is Ryan is on regular talk shows. He goes on regular talk shows. He's got ads. Like people outside of boxing know who he is. Yeah, they know who he is outside of boxing. Tio, nobody knows who he is outside of boxing. That's the difference.
Said that, yeah.
So that's a
I
hard.
want to ask you guys.
comparison to
I want to
make.
ask you guys a question. Yeah, but the thing is though, if they make that fight, that's going to change quick, fast, in a hurry. But let me ask you this, both of you guys, this question. So I already asked this question once, but I'm gonna ask it again. It's gonna be 2 parts. If Tank fights Pitbull, are you paying for the fight? Yes or no?
No.
Never considered it. You know.
Okay. Now, if Tank fights Tio, are you paying for the pay-per-view?
Yeah, I'll pay for it.
Yeah, I'll pay for
Foodie?
that, but I'm not a casual.
No, don't say what. Don't say what. You can't say what. You can't say what.
I'm not a
You
casual.
can't say what.
My money.
Okay,
my
you're
money
not a
don't really
casual.
matter.
It does, because you wasn't paying for Pitbull, so that's one less buy. So that's the point I'm making is hardcore fans don't want to fucking see Pitbull Cruz versus Tank. So the only way that fight sells is if they get some casuals on it. And Pitbull Cruz don't have enough cachet with casuals to move that shit past.
Right. Well, I'm not saying that's a good fight to make. I wouldn't match them to do that, but we know the reason why. That's an easy payday for Tank, and that's to protect the fighter, and that's all they care about. We're talking about Teofimo versus Tank. That's not going to do no 800 to whatever you said it was. There's no fucking way, because there's not enough casual dollars to break 500,000. You need a lot of casuals to buy the fight. They're not going to be able to make them into stars like Ryan Garcia over between now and the next Super Bowl. It's just never going to happen. In their whole career, they're probably not going to be popular.
Okay, hold on one second. Check this out. So we know Tank is probably good for $250K, right?
Sometimes,
right?
Sometimes it feels like 67,
Right, at least 253.
Well, I mean, he only time he did that low. Only time he did that low was a replacement fight. That's the reason why him and what's name did that low. It was a replacement fight. But Tank is good for 200 to 250K. Right. Now we don't know T.O.'s number, but we can say if T.O. went pay-per-view versus if him and Taylor was pay-per-view, it probably would have did no more than 50 to 75,000, right? So we can say T.O. might be good for 75K if we just go on flat surface, even though we don't know. So based on that alone, they could probably do 300,000 just off just raw data. Now you telling me the fact that the shit talking that T.O. already has said to Tank, the type of vitriol, the type of press conference is going to be, the type of promotion is going to be to that fight. That fight is going to double, so 600 at worst.
I
want to see it though. I want to see it though.
His numbers don't do that. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do, but I want to see it.
It's not a factor though. Because
okay, it's a fight that you want to see.
But let me add one more caveat to it too, Brim. Just to after Tank and Ryan did what 1.2. You don't think Tank Davis left with some new fans that didn't know him before that fight? Some new casuals that was like, wow, I didn't know this guy before. I came from Ryan Garcia. Now I'm a fan of Tank Davis. So add
not enough for 800,000.
No, about 5 though. God, if he could do 1.2 with Ryan, and he used to doing 2, you think Ryan? You think a million of that was just Ryan Garcia? No, there was some casuals.
Yeah, but that wasn't a number that was brought up in this conversation.
No, somebody said about 5. I heard 500,000.
But that's not a whole lot nowadays.
You said 500,000 though.
Me?
Yeah, that's a good number.
I didn't say 500,000.
I thought you said you don't have enough for
500. I said I'm CB Wonder to the fight. I don't give a fuck about no 500. I don't think that they would be doing no damn 800,000 is what I said.
Fair enough.
I just spoke on that number.
I think it could. I think it could be a perfect storm. It could, just like Ryan and Tank was a perfect storm. I think if they have it on Super Bowl weekend and the amount of vitriol between the two, I think it could be a perfect storm.
They ain't competing with that.
Anything else
they
on
ain't
Super
competing.
Bowl weekend.
They ain't competing in the field, dog. If boxing thought they could,
you don't have to compete with the
NFL.
NFL.
Because it's on a Saturday.
Remember, NFL the game is over with.
So if they have it in Vegas, because you got to remember, Teofimo is only fighting in New York.
Hold on, you just cut him right off, Food. I ain't even finished hearing what he was saying. What did he say? You said Super Bowl weekend, then you said not Super Bowl. What'd you say?
No, it wouldn't be on the Super. The Super Bowl is on a Sunday.
But it's the same weekend, though, bro.
Well, the thing is, the reason why I mentioned this is because that's what Bob Arum said he wants to do for T.O.
The fight is Super Bowl is always on a Sunday. If boxing thought they could compete with him, they would have did that.
No, what he's saying? Go ahead. I'll let you say what you're saying. That's not what he's saying.
What I'm not saying it ain't about competing with him. It's taking advantage of the eyeballs that's going to be looking at sports in general. And the thing is, Bob Arum has already said he wants to get a big fight for T.O. for the Super Bowl weekend. That's what he said. That's the reason why I'm mentioning it. I wouldn't mention it otherwise.
Okay,
that makes sense.
That's because this is only because of what Bob Arum said. It ain't because of Steve Brimley.
Why they don't do it all the time right now? If it's just a Saturday and that's a Sunday, they don't do that because they can't compete with them, bro.
Exactly.
And
I don't know, but there's UFC, like I don't know.
And it is competing with them. If you put some shit on the same weekend, that means people gonna go to this instead of going to that, or they're
gonna commit some money towards now 2 things instead of 1.
Well,
Now you
one's
got to
free.
commit money towards two things
No,
instead
Super
of one.
Bowl is free though.
Yeah, but
You
if
don't
I'm
have to pay
watching
for
the
two things.
Super Bowl from home, I ain't paying for that. I'm not
So
paying
you
for
wouldn't have to
that.
pay for two things.
See,
You
y'all
just said-
talking from the perspective of people buying it and watching it at home. I'm talking about from people buying tickets and coming out.
Yeah,
people ain't gonna
Bro,
fly.
all you need is 20,000. You act like there's not millions of people
All
in this
you
world.
need-
And they
No,
like
what
if
I'm
you got the
saying-
Super Bowl the day after, they
what
go
I'm saying is,
60,000
like, you
go
could
Super
do
Bowl.
both.
The
They wouldn't be
20,000 ain't gonna show up the
competing
night
for each
before the fight.
Okay, if it was that easy, they would have been doing it for years.
Bro, they
Boxing,
would did that
boxing
already.
would have been
That's a lot of
having
people.
boxing
Right.
would be having fights on Saturdays on Super Bowl every year.
So my question does UFC, because I don't know if UFC they fight on Saturdays. Do they ever have them on Super Bowl weekends? Because they do pretty good.
Absolutely.
I don't
Absolutely.
see those. I don't see
They have
those.
an
Maybe
event
that's
almost
the
every
reason why he got
weekend.
the idea. That's where he got that. Maybe he's thinking if UFC can do it, then maybe we could try it in boxing. I'm just answering your question as to where he might have gotten the idea. And then the other thing is that
Hey, this is
And then the other thing is that, you know, if you go to the boxing fight on Saturday, you'll still be able to watch the Super Bowl at home on Sunday for free. Like, you're not paying for both of them. People have Super Bowl parties.
also one more thing I wanted to point out too, Foodie. This is if you're again, I'm not in any of these guys' position. My little measly salary don't match these guys, so obviously they're in their position for a reason. But what I'm saying is, if you know the Super Bowl is going to be in Arizona this year, right? Have a fight in freaking Arizona the night before. So everybody who's going to the Super Bowl is going to come to the fight the night before, maximizing your visibility,
Making it a
piggybacking off on
weekend. People
another
like to
big
party
event.
all weekend, yeah. But if you're going to do that, then you need to make the tickets lower. You can't, you know, you got to make sure that the gate tickets are lower, and the pay-per-view,
not necessarily.
is like a $69.99 versus an $85.99 or $59.99. You know.
Why would you
UFC
lower the
might
pay-per-view
change.
numbers?
And wait, let me throw this out there. UFC might change between now and next year because they got that antitrust lawsuit that they're saying when you look it up that they fast track till next year with the antitrust with the fighters actually suing the UFC itself. They're saying they're suing them as a unit, and they're talking about unsealing documents and all kind of shit. So UFC might not even be under the same structure that it is between now and next year anyways, and that'll be around Super Bowl time. I wouldn't be surprised if they settle that case out because they don't want all them documents and all that shit, the numbers that they're actually doing to be unsealed. So that suit is going to change.
Oh, the fighters
UFC
are suing
I think
UFC?
that's good to know. I think it's good to know.
Yeah,
but I think
they
it's
got an
completely-
antitrust.
Yeah, but I think it's
They got an
irrelevant
antitrust
to the-
lawsuit.
I think it's irrelevant to the
I'm
conversation.
sure Nagano's really helping that out.
Yeah, they got antitrust. No, I'm just saying, like the UFC's pay model, that the way that they pay fighters, the structure and all that shit might dramatically change between now and next year.
Right,
So,
but we were
like,
talking about fights that happen on.
We were
Super
talking
Bowl.
about UFC having them on Saturday fights too, and they have them
so I
all
don't
the time
think-
too
what
at
does that
some
have to do
point.
with how much they get paid for it. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
No, but that lawsuit is going to force the UFC. Go ahead.
I was going to ask you all of this question since I was getting my think tank on. So you telling me that if Teofimo had a fight on a Saturday before the Super Bowl in the same city as the Super Bowl that night of versus like a Tank Davis, that those numbers wouldn't be astronomical?
Listen, when Teofimo stops fighting in the boom boom room at the MGM or at the fucking motherfucking boom boom room over there at the Hulu theater or whatever, when he can get out of the fucking Hulu theater and get into actually like, you know, MGM or a bigger arena and do something, then you might have an argument with me. But
yeah,
I'm fucking Ray Charles to it. I just don't fucking see it.
I don't really. I want to see the fight, but I don't know. I don't see big because he don't take his fan base just ain't that wide. Maybe he grows it. Maybe we all wrong. I don't know. I just don't see it because Ryan already had the cash.
I'm not the great oracle or Aram. He knows what the fuck he's doing, whether you like him or not. You know, but I don't see it. That's all I keep on speaking. Just for me, I don't fucking see it.
I would love to see the fight though.
Perform. Yeah, I'll definitely want to as a fan
I think
of boxing.
that alone is going to do it. I think that's going to do it because it's something we want to see. So you can piggyback off that, knowing that we want to see it, and utilize that to your advantage and take advantage of another big event and maximize it. I think it can work out brilliantly if they're able to do it.
We keep on bringing that point up, and we keep on saying because what are you comparing it to? Why would any boxing enthusiast sell 800,000 when it takes casuals, and there's not enough casuals. We keep going around and around in a circle about that. But
I think it generates more casuals because you're surrounding yourself around another event as well. So that means there's going to be more eyeballs to that event because you're piggybacking off another event that happens the day afterwards.
But Brim, they don't do that though.
Now you're getting more casual eyeballs.
But Brim, you telling them they might as well follow Major League Baseball or they can follow. It's a whole bunch of events. They don't do that really though. Like it's a whole bunch of events they can piggyback off that they don't do it. They can do Major League Baseball the whole week.
You could be right, and I could be wrong.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I would love to see
I could be completely wrong too. I could be completely wrong. I'm just saying that it's a possibility. I'm just not ruling it out that it couldn't be done.
Yeah, I think it's impossible.
I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying I'm right because we don't have any data that shows either way. You know.
No, we're just going off
looking at it on surface.
No, we just talking about the fight we won. Yeah, we just talking about the fight.
Based on what
I
even know
I
don't see how you getting that, but that's
if we go off the data we have, then it's a no. If we go off the data we have, it's a no because we have nothing that's broken that mold.
Yeah.
We don't have anything that's broken the mold yet. No, but see, the thing is, Ryan Garcia broke the mold just recently because he was a no before this happened. We had never had nobody had no pay-per-view to do this thing.
They're not the same, bro.
Nowhere
near. They're not the same, bro.
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just saying that anomalies can happen. It's not a one-time thing. Ryan Garcia had zero pay-per-view.
He's an enigma to boxing. He's not an anomaly. He's an enigma. They don't exist.
Okay.
He's a unicorn to boxing because he's got so many brands going behind him, and he's got so many followers besides boxing.
Yeah,
he's
outside
got
of boxing before the fight. Before the fight.
And he's got investors.
Yeah, before the fight.
Before the fight, long before the fight. He makes more money outside of boxing.
Can a fight itself?
Huh?
That's true, but can a fight itself create an enigma though? Can a fight itself create that same enigma?
It could. Yeah, it could.
A fight itself? No, they can create opportunities.
Yeah, a fight itself can create that enigma.
But as good as Bud Crawford is, and as bad as he beat Terence Spence, he's not gonna be before he leaves this sport anywhere near what Ryan Garcia is doing. And he's everywhere.
Popularity? No.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And money. His money making opportunities are few and far between. He even said it himself. That's why he wants to fight Canelo, or what? They're few and far. There aren't that many people moving up.
Yeah.
154 ain't shit. 160 ain't shit. 168, maybe they're good fighters, but there's not a whole lot of money, and he's at the end of his road, and there's nothing wrong with that. So he went the greatness route, and a lot of things happened out of his control. But Ryan Garcia is 24 years old. And he's got a long ways ahead of him. And he's done a lot. He's got a great team. Whoever is fucking getting him all these deals, his publicists and his
the guy in the fishnets.
Yeah.
It's the guy in the fishnets.
For whatever reason, and if for whatever reason, people gravitate towards Tank. I mean, I think he's got the hip hop fan crew, like the young kids who like the hood dudes and like the hip hop, and they like him. You know what I'm saying? People gravitate towards him versus a Haney, or somebody else, or even a Shakur. Like they really like Tank. I don't see it. I think he's a little shit, and he needs to be humbled. But I'm not saying he's not a good fighter. I don't think he's great. I've seen nothing great happen, in the ring with him. But because he hasn't had, stiff competition, he hasn't faced that. I want to see it. Then I would change my stance on that. But I'm just saying he's popular because of outside of his image and likeness, not who he is as a boxer in the ring. Tank Davis.
I think it's directly correlation to what he is as a boxer. It's because he's a small Tyson because he's knocking everybody out. That's the part of the.
These kids don't know who Mike Tyson is outside of a hot boxing with Mike, or that funny dude that bit the guy's ear. They don't know that Mike Tyson. That shit happened 30 years ago. These kids are in their teens and 20s, and their parents haven't been watching boxing all their life. Boxing hasn't been popular for a long time. My kids are 20, 23, 24 years old. My son.
But a great knockout artist transcends.
Yeah, they know
my son is the anime.
But a great knockout artist transcends eras and times.
Yeah, they know who he is, but they don't know. But it's just like I know who O.J. Simpson is. I never fucking watched him, but I know him more for who he sliced up and shit. And being on the Hertz commercials. You know what I'm saying? Selling rent-a-cars and shit.
Yeah, but football different. Like for one football game, it's like 3 hours. So if you try to watch one of those seasons, you're talking some crazy amount of time. Fights don't. like the amount of fights that these guys have in their prime, it's not that many, it's not that long. Especially a Mike Tyson fight where you're talking like 30 seconds. Like, it's just not that long.
Maybe, or I mean, and then you have to really know in order to get to know who a fighter is. See, fights in sports is NFL. They've got like like the NFL channel, and then they got the MLB channel, whatever. And they show old shit. They show the old stuff. You have to go digging into crates for boxing to know who they are. Everybody.
No, but Tyson would be on the shorts. Like, they got these short clips that on YouTube and on Facebook and on Instagram. But he would be the king of shorts, of people getting knocked the fuck out.
Right, but you got to understand though, he's rebranded himself, and these kids know him under the brand that he is now.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like the shorts. People like watching short clips on Instagram.
And mini Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson, who he is now, there is no correlation to these new kids.
No, but they do, because it's knockouts. He's got a bunch of knockouts that are going to be on those
These
TikToks.
kids don't care about that. They're UFC fans. These kids like MMA.
No, that's not. You're wrong about that.
That's
He's a
why
great
it's so
knockout
popular.
artist.
That's
Always
why it's
generates
outselling
viewership.
People like knockouts. People like knockouts in boxing.
It's not outselling boxing, though. If it was outselling boxing, then all the boxers would be trying to fight MMA. No, the MMA fighters are trying to do boxing because they get the bigger payday.
You know what I'm saying? My son is a football fan, and he knows who Tank Davis is, because that was my whole point before y'all spun it all out again. My whole point was, y'all go y'all like to go in different directions. Oh no, because of there's a leaf falling on the tree, and the trees are falling. Like y'all go in different directions. And before either any one of us can make a point. My point was saying that my son watches football. He's always been a football fan. He knows who Tank Davis is. My other son is an anime fan. He knows who Tank Davis is. So. And they know who Ryan Garcia was, and that's the reason why that fight. If I had told them who's Teofimo Lopez, they're like, "Is that a new hot sauce you got in the cabinet?" Like, who the fuck is a Teofimo Lopez? They don't
I do hot sauce. Foodie, you was dumb. A new hot sauce. I can't with you. But listen though, but the thing is, Tank wouldn't have this notoriety if he wasn't knocking folks out. That's the whole point.
Yes, he's knocking people out.
I think it's the TikTok and social media. It's social media.
But there'll be none for the TikTok if he's not putting people on their back. Nobody cares about.
I don't know what he does on there. I was just assuming that he's doing challenges like Ryan, because Ryan ain't knocking people out on there.
No, but look at Haney. Look at Haney with all the belts, and he's not a knockout artist, right? He's not a knockout artist. You don't have that personality. It's just not. If you're not knocking people out and you don't have a little something about you, people ain't paying attention to you. You can get every belt that you want to get, and it's not going to mean anything.
Ryan Garcia ain't knocking people out, and he's got more followers than Tank.
He's got a personality, though. You can have one or the other or both. You got to have personality, or you're putting people on their back for boxers. One or both, or both of them.
Yeah, and a lot of these fighters nowadays, they don't have personality. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Puro. You right here at the end. I'm
what
about
up,
to
Mark?
Shut it down, man.
Yeah, about to shut it down?
Yeah, I wish you was here earlier. Go ahead.
All good, brother. No, I just want to say what up to the homies. Ryan does knock people out. I don't know why people are saying that he doesn't knock anybody out. He just got knocked out. But I agree, he is young. He's still got a whole career ahead of him. And then Ryan, I don't know why he gets put into the box of he's this big social media dude. He really doesn't say too much on social media other than the occasional tweet here and there, that people overly criticize him about. But yeah. I mean, these guys are uber famous.
Who's these other guys when you say these guys?
I'm talking about Tank and Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think what was it, 1.4? I think says speaks for itself.
Somebody got some music playing in the background.
It's not me.
I think that's Brown. Okay, what was you saying though?
No, I was just saying that yeah, Tank and Ryan, they're the popular guys. 1.4 speaks for itself, I think.
Yeah, just on TikTok, Ryan's got 5.6 million followers. So for him saying and doing nothing.
Does he?
Just on TikTok. That's not Twitter or Instagram.
That's a lot of followers.
Well, no shit. That's what we've been talking about.
There's a lot of followers. But I mean, Ryan, that was just an avenue. Ryan got all those followers from different things, but mostly boxing. Mostly his boxing background.
I don't know if that's all boxing though.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think that's all
He's got a
boxing.
lot of female fans.
Yeah.
He's very pretty.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just because he used a different avenue to, like, you know,
got,
get
like, 4
kind of like
babies.
a little cult following. I mean, like, his main focus has always been about boxing. You know, decorated amateur.
Well, that's not the point we were making. We're not arguing that at all.
Mm.
We're saying the reason why he sold so many is because of his outside followers. The reason why he did 1.2 million with Tank is because he's got so many casual fans on the outside, and it takes casual fans to sell over 500,000.
Well, that's going to be hard to tell until he does another pay-per-view, because this was his first pay-per-view.
Right. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that we're right about that.
Yeah,
but
he's going.
Not until we get another pay-per-view in. You know, it's his first pay-per-view. It could have been an anomaly.
Right.
Well,
What's
he
up,
was a
Kip?
pay-per-view before. Go ahead.
No, what's up, KP?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's popping with you, bro?
Nothing much, man. It's a conversation.
So what?
Said listening to the conversation, I think that is a one-off. The Ryan Tank is a one-off, and Tank's fans is gonna use it as a reason for Tank not to fight no damn body. And then they gonna say Tank can fight whoever he wanna fight and all this old goofy stuff. And Tank is gonna use that. That's what they're gonna use it for.
Well, it only works until, like Foodie said, or I don't know if it was Foodie or Pittsburgh T or Brent, one of them was talking about, it sounds good, but if your next pay-per-view, you go out there and do 200,000 again or 300,000, it's gonna look bad.
I would think they're not gonna release any numbers. They're gonna make sure the numbers never come out.
Well, I don't think they really do. I think a lot of what we think 1.2, whatever, neither Paramount nor
Nobody leaked it.
They never put them out. These are all speculation based on what experts have said. So, you know, ever since Mayweather versus Pacquiao, I think they have not released any numbers.
Oh no, they released them. They released them Conor McGregor numbers because they were so good.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they released them.
They busted
Since the Mayweather
back.
days, they haven't. Yeah.
I think
they let everybody know.
Right.
Yeah. I think what they're gonna do is he's gonna fight the Cruz kid again, and they're gonna run out here and make all this up, and he got to defend this belt and all this. Tank don't even got a real belt, but you know they're gonna make him have one now, according to the fans. So, welcome to boxing,
Cruz
man.
fight official?
The circus is back on.
Is that Cruz fight official, KP? That's officially the next fight?
Not yet, but watch it. It's gonna be official.
Well, it's about to be September. They better hurry up because it's about to be getting in the year. So, if you're trying to get it in this year, they need to hurry up and make an announcement.
It may be a regular belt, but it carries all the fucking mandatories though.
Nobody gives a shit about a belt in a division where somebody's already undisputed.
Yeah, but see, this is what they do to us though, Puro. His fans will say, Tank can fight anybody he want, and then now they're gonna use the belt excuses why he's fighting Cruz. Well, he got his mandatory. You see what I'm saying? So like, it's gonna be both ways, like with them.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason they fought Rolly, because he was a mandatory.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
funny, man. Yeah, that's funny.
Which Rolly didn't deserve, you know, because in my opinion, he robbed Jackson Martinez, but that's just me.
Wow.
Yeah, they did. You're right. They did rob Jackson.
And Rolly robbed Grandpa Barroso, and now he about to get beat by.
He did.
Oh boy. He got to face his mandatory, or he's got to vacate. I don't know. I think he will vacate, but it's up to what PBC wants him to do. If they want him to fight for that, I don't know. I don't know if they want to see him.
No, they gonna let him hide behind that belt, Foodie. That belt is.
He gonna get it taken though. Do they want to see him get beat like that? For that?
Get beat by who?
By Don't get me with the names. What the fuck is his name? His mandatory from the UK. I almost want to say
O'Hara Davies.
No, not Gary Davies. That's a fucking
O'Hara Davies.
O'Hara Davies, yeah. Yeah.
O'Hara Davies is who's mandatory?
Rollies.
That's Rolly's.
Oh, Rolly. Okay. Nah, they gonna duck him off. He ain't gonna. Nah, Rolly ain't gonna fight him. They might keep Rolly.
No, he has to, or else he's gonna vacate because otherwise he would fight Ryan Garcia. They were talking about fighting, but no, he has to vacate or fight is mandatory. They ain't playing with him.
I hear you. He got a WBA belt,
Yeah.
don't he? Got
He got
WBA belt.
WBA. They ain't fucking with him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about Rolly?
Okay.
Yeah,
Watch what his big homie do for him, so he can keep that belt. You'll see.
Like he got Big Booty Bayless in there to do what he did to get it.
Yeah, they stole a fight already in front of your eyes. What more do you need to see?
Oh, they might be
he had a
bro.
grandpa in there with him, bro, and they stopped the fight because the grandpa was whooping his ass.
Yeah, but they might have run out of the envelopes, that stuff, the stuffing up the envelopes, flying to people. They might have been ran out of them. They might be done
It
with
wasn't
that.
Bayless though, by the way.
Or whatever. Who is it? It wasn't Bayless. Who was it?
No, it was Tony Weeks.
It was Tony Weeks, yeah. Tony Weeks. Hey, she crazy, boy. Hey, when she said it though, it reminded me of Keenan Ivory Wayans' character that he had on In Living Color.
With that big old booty, yeah. Yep. Oh, when he was playing Arsenio Hall, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. He got a big booty too. Big old high booty.
Oh, shit.
Like a basketball player. Yeah.
Boxing, man. Boxing is a soap opera, dog. Like,
That
you
shit
just
was
have
so
to-
fucking crazy. I'm so happy. I'm happy I didn't pay for that shit. I don't pay for a lot of PBC fight stuff, but that shit was like, I cannot believe.
But
believe
Isaac
that
Cruz
shit.
looked so terrible off of that last fight that he was on, man. He was damn near in that windmilling. I was waiting for him to just thug his chin down and just start windmilling. Shit was bad, man.
Well,
I don't know how the hell he get another fight
run
or
around
fight
looking for the
anybody.
knockout. He's not a boxer. He's just a
He did win the
Oh, that
fight.
shit was terrible.
All he gonna do is
He
walk
gonna get
around
the
looking
fight,
for the
man.
knockout.
I told you. He about to get the fight, bro.
Yeah, he bringing that pillow in the ring with him, so he just gonna lay on down and go to sleep. That's what he's gonna do. If he fight Tank,
don't
if
know.
he get in
He
there
did
with
good in the
Tank, he
first
bringing
fight.
that pillow in there.
Melatonin.
He did good in the first
Man, shit, that what? I ain't never seen nobody look like that in the in between fight. Did you see that last fight he had, Hero?
I did. Of course I did.
That shit was horrible, man.
I saw, but I can't even remember who he fought. He fought some nobody.
He won the fight.
Barely.
He fought
Shit,
Freddie
probably shouldn't
Roach's
have won now.
fighter.
That's debatable.
That was
Yeah, that's
Freddie
debatable.
Roach's fighter.
Yeah. I didn't like what Freddie Roach did in well, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I thought Cabrera did. He ended the fight well.
Oh, what that?
Yeah, I
second
just didn't
fight?
like that he never puts his hands up. I'm like, damn, dude, put your hands up. The hooks is coming. Put your hands up.
Yeah, all he had to throw.
Pitbull?
He didn't move his head either.
Yeah, he doesn't move his head.
That's not the way you fight. That's not his style.
Yeah, he did. He did. Got a good chin, man. I was actually rooting for
That's
Cabrera.
not his style. He's a come forward Mexican style fighter. He just stands.
No,
in
not
the middle
Cruz.
ring.
Foodie. We talking about the dude he fought.
Cabrera, Giovanni
The
Cabrera.
dude he fought was Freddie Roach's fighter. He did not put his hands up during the fight. We like, damn, bro, you gonna block anything?
I tell you.
He was blocking it with his face. His head was
Yeah.
blocking
Yeah.
everything. Head and face blocking everything. Eating all them punches. Hungry.
Boxing, man.
Can
Boxing,
versus
boxing.
can.
I hope Tank fights Pitbull Cruz next.
You hope
said
he
you
does?
do hope
I
he
don't think
does?
I hope he does. I hope he does.
I don't see why. I wish he would fight somebody that's actually a challenge.
There was a lot of people that thought he lost. That's why.
I know, but
Yeah, I thought he lost too. But
Okay.
Hussein gonna
See, there you
fight,
go.
though. I mean, to the original point, Hussein gonna fight. Hussein gonna fight then? That's the other question. Like, we
I would
can't
say
really expect
this.
him to fight anybody. Yeah, that's the
No,
whole problem
Pittsburgh.
right now. You got two
Pittsburgh.
people capable.
I'm not giving him an out, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I
No,
seen
I'm not
Tank
even
Davis.
KP.
I
just see
seen
two
Tank
people
Davis
capable.
fight at 130 1 week, 135 the next. Say he can't make this weight. Then he fought Barrios at 140. So evidently he can fight at 140. So I don't
Fight at 140,
like
yeah.
all this old goofy shit that Tank playing because they trying to hide him behind a belt. Look, man, this is who I think Tank Davis is. I'm gonna tell y'all, and I said this shit before. I think Tank Davis is very similar psychologically to Mike Tyson. Once somebody break him, it's over. That's what I think.
I think that's most of these PBC fighters. To be honest with you,
Yeah, I think you're accurate, KP.
you see,
Thank
you've
you,
seen it
Accurate.
happen.
Nobody's been able to
That's
break
just
your
who I
mouth.
think he is, bro. I think when I think when possibly a Shakur fights him or Teofimo, somebody that's going to give him pushback to where he's going to have to get up, possibly off the ground, he's going to shatter.
You know that, they know that, and they know that the people who are matchmaking them, that'll be the end of their money stream. They know that he's
I don't think he's ever gonna have to do that because they just keep making excuses for him. It's too many people camping for him either way because they make money. They make money as the objective of why he's got to have these fights. It's about money. It's about money.
And his fans,
so like
who
I
are
said
broke as
earlier,
shit, they
about,
keep on making those excuses for him. They keep on buying.
Yeah, but if it's about money, he's gonna be in every UFC fighter pretty soon because it's all about money. It don't matter. Like it's all about money. It don't matter.
That's the only time UFC fighters really make real money is when they fight a boxer. Otherwise, what I hear, they ain't making no money over there. Like that.
Nah, that's why they suing right now. That's why they got the antitrust lawsuit. That's why they suing UFC right now. No, they don't make no money.
That's going to change. That's going to change a lot that's going to change because what they like about UFC versus boxing is that the best have to fight the best no matter what. Even though they ain't getting paid a lot. That's what they say. I don't really follow the sport. I don't like it. I think it's homoerotic.
They do. But they really do, Foodie, because of the way they structure it.
Right.
The way the business model
if they get this lawsuit, then it's going to change things. They're going to lose fans because of that.
Yeah, that's about to change.
Yeah, because like it's probably is going to change. But the thing with boxing is like if me and y'all on the pedal came up with 10 million shit, we might have a fight weekend. You know what I'm saying? And like with boxing, it's like you just never know who you can get to fight.
Right.
And with boxing also, it's like everybody is just wild west running. Like, damn, who got the check this weekend? So we selling it this weekend. So we'll sell the belt this weekend. It don't matter who it is. And whatever happened next weekend, it really don't matter. That's kind of how boxing is, man.
Yeah. Well,
you know, we waited for 4 years for Spence and Crawford. You know what I'm saying? So like,
for almost 5 years, I know, and I'm glad we got it because we could have never seen it. It was very, very likely we could have never seen this fight.
Yeah, we could have never seen it. But think about this. Now we still waiting. We still waiting for Tank to have a signature fight.
Yeah, and we might not ever see that, like you said. And like
I don't talk about Ryan Garcia. I don't think people talk about Ryan Garcia. Feel like a dude that like model halfway and fight sometimes.
And quit in the fight, yeah.
I don't know, man. Yeah. New era.
I mean, I give him credit for at least getting in the ring. You can say it's a payday, but he got in the can say it's a payday, but at least he got in the ring for some clearly better competition. It's not even close for what he's been fighting in itself. Like some of these guys, they just get spoon-fed, and it's clear, and they got all these excuses behind it. It's gonna keep on being like that.
Like Hellenius, he get in there and fucking put to sleep and shit. That nigga took so much punishment. They need to let him and Arthur Spilka need to just go on into the fucking Polish sunset and just don't. I don't think Spilka. I think he's done though. Like that motherfucker just got knocked out so many times. Like goddamn, he got to have permanent brain trauma. You know.
He was winning that Wilder fight too, man. When Wilder knocked him out, I thought he died.
A lot of people did.
What? Who was winning what fight?
Spilka was beating Wilder, bro.
Oh, okay.
But that's
Spilka was beating Wilder, man. When he hit him with that shot, man, the way his body felt, I just was like, Lord.
It did look like the way it hit the canvas, all weird and wonky. That's the scary part of boxing, but it's still looking back at it, you're like, I thought he was dead. I thought he died. I know, but that's the thing. That's the thing with Wilder. Like a lot of people, they'll be winning until he's got that one hitter quitter, man. Like he's not a boxer. He's a really good fucking hard ass puncher.
Hey, you can tell Wilder's father was a pastor because he definitely is in the ministry of laying on of hands. I tell you that.
He ain't no goddamn boxer. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Yeah.
You don't got to be a boxer to lay hands on.
The way he sets up his right, he's definitely a boxer.
Yeah, if you got that kind of power, you ain't got to worry about that.
You don't need to do nothing.
We still ain't seen the AJ fight. We still ain't seen AJ and Wilder fight or none of that.
They talking about it.
Since AJ knows some sleep is coming. AJ knows sleep coming.
It's always talk. And you never see the fight.
Hey.
I mean, I remember last time they was trying to have a fight and Eddie Hearn was running around doing all that weird stuff they was doing.
Pittsburgh, they might as well get his sleep number bed ready, buddy.
Coming there with that
Well, no
pillow
one has
too.
ever slept him before. I mean, you know, the thing is that
Who?
Wilder is not.
AJ?
Well, yeah, he's never been.
You talking about
slept.
AJ?
I'm talking about
You
AJ.
talking about Andy?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the one that Andy put down?
He ain't slept. He ain't slept him
He didn't
either.
sleep him though.
He ain't slept nobody.
He didn't sleep
Andy
him,
ain't never slept
but
nobody.
y'all already know. Y'all know the potential for sleep is there.
Yeah, but the thing is that
A
Wilder
good
didn't
night.
find nobody
A
like
good night.
And he
A
didn't sleep
good
him.
night's
Fury,
rest.
Fury took his best punches. Fury
Hey,
took his
AJ
best
had to
punches.
climb,
sleep him.
but AJ climbed under the covers, and all he had to do was turn the light off. He was right there.
Hey, Foodie, you got kids like I got kids. When them kids was little, you put that cereal in their bottle, they slept well. That's what that way. That boy go sleep all the way till the flight make
Not
it
if
back to
AJ
the
moved his
UK.
feet like he did when he was fighting Andy. All Fury gonna do is all Wilder gonna do is get frustrated. If you don't stand there and let that motherfucker knock you out, then you ain't gonna get knocked out by him. He ain't gonna chase you down. When he gasses out, he ain't got no
AJ
tank,
don't
he's
have
gassed.
the AJ. Foodie. Look, we was just criticizing this coach last month. His fighter didn't move his head off the line. My favorite fighter is Errol Spence. My man didn't move his head off the line. AJ, you don't move your head off the line against Wilder. Good night.
But the thing
Fact.
is, most people don't move their feet as much as AJ does as a heavyweight. But the thing about it is that AJ will move his feet. He'll move up until about round 6, then he gets tired, he gets gassed because of all those muscles. So if he's gonna have a real chance to even knock Wilder out, because he knocks motherfuckers out too and puts people to sleep too, then it's gonna have to be before round 6, the first round. And I've always said that, even before the Ruiz fight, it's gonna have to be round 6 or up, not down.
Oh yeah, we gonna get him up out of
But
there.
but AJ made Andy Ruiz look like a real killer Manila. He just made him look like something that we never see Andy thought of Andy Ruiz till he went into that fight. He made Andy Ruiz look like a real
but also
thriller killer.
and this is not an excuse, but AJ didn't train for Andy. He trained for Big Baby Miller. And then Big Baby
It
Miller.
don't matter. He knows what to do in there.
Nah, that don't
was
matter.
the last minute
He
replacement.
shouldn't be looking like that. Nah, that first fight, he was
And
terrible.
also he
Like,
did
that ain't had
say,
nothing to do with
and also
that ain't
he
had-
said he did not follow. Him and McCracken didn't look at the film, which is a stupid fucking mistake. So he snuck
And-
in there, did the motherfucking thing. He did
And
the-
Foodie. What did his current trainer say about Terence Crawford in film?
Let me say he don't watch film.
Okay, I'm just going by what my folks
The
say.
only reason why I think
Foodie,
I like
hold
AJ,
on,
but I don't
Foodie.
have
It
all the
looked
faith
like
in him in the world, but-
like Derek don't watch film, didn't it?
Yeah,
It-
but I don't really think highly of him as a trainer. But the only reason why I think that he has a chance is because AJ really wanted this fight way before Ruiz and all of them. You know what I'm saying? So when you wanted something for so long, there's a chance you might get in there and show up and show out. Who knows which AJ we're gonna see show up in the ring, and who knows which Wilder we're gonna see when he's fighting
But-
somebody like AJ.
Yeah,
We gonna
but the
see-
problem
we
with
gonna see
Wilder is
somebody
you
go
can't
sleep.
be in there and be slipping like that. If Wilder catch him with one of them shots, he might not wake up till next week. It's not that man Andy Ruiz hands hit. Can't do that stupid shit that he was doing in there with Ruiz. Can't do that.
That was 3 fights.
Wilder's gonna
though. You
catch
keep on
him.
saying-
That's a
you
foregone
keep on saying
conclusion.
that. I mean, he did even though he fought Usyk and he lost twice, he fought him pretty well. The second fight, he fought him even better. He's been improving in all of his fights. Wilder's been
We
the
having
same
our
for a long time.
Yeah, but we getting our participation trophies at this point, man. If that dude going there with that nonsense, he going to sleep. And the only thing about Wilder that's kind of questionable, he getting up there in age. So that part is kind of questionable because Wilder's on the back end.
Yeah,
I don't know
but
how because he never
okay,
really
hold on.
figured out how to box. He's
Compare,
got that
if
hitter.
you want to compare, like, well, look how Wilder looked when he fought Fury. Fury fucked him up, and he's Mr. Pillow Fist, right? And then he fucked him up again in the third one, and then he took his best punches in the first one and still didn't fucking stay down. So you can't say, well, that was a few fights ago, whatever. When AJ, that was a couple years ago with Andy Ruiz, and he came back and he beat him. Wilder can never beat Fury. Wilder can never beat Fury. He'll never.
But Andy Ruiz ain't Fury, so that ain't
Yeah,
we
but he
ain't
did
talking about the
avenge
same
his loss.
thing.
and he got his
Yeah, but
belt
he
back,
ain't.
and Wilder
He
never
avenged
did.
his loss against somebody he shouldn't have lost to. That's the whole point I was
Well,
making
he
when
should
I
have lost
mentioned
against
Andy
Pillow
Ruiz.
Fisted
A
Fury.
heavyweight.
Shouldn't, huh?
How is he shouldn't have not have lost?
He's pillow
Andy
fisted,
Ruiz.
right?
So did anybody have him going into that fight? Andy Ruiz winning?
Nobody had anybody
Some
going
did.
into the fight with Fury. They didn't have Fury. Everybody thought, oh, he's gonna knock him out. He's gonna knock him
No,
out.
people had Fury winning that fight. That's not true.
Bullshit. And the second one,
People had Fury winning.
Bullshit. I was at the
Definitely
second
the
one.
second
I
one.
was at the second
Definitely
one.
the second one.
Bullshit.
Yeah, maybe it was even the first one. Definitely Fury had
If they thought that he was gonna lose, then there wouldn't have been all of the narratives about the egg weights in the fucking
No, that came after
autopsy
the
and all that
loss.
bullshit.
Yeah, that
Those
came
are
after the
excuses.
loss.
Of course.
Yeah.
That was excuses. Yeah, those are excuses after he lost.
They didn't
because he
think
got
was
his ass
gonna
whooped in the
lose,
second.
because they didn't think he was gonna lose. They thought he was gonna win.
Right, he came out with the
So you
samurai
just said everybody
outfit.
said they did think that he was gonna lose. No, they didn't.
No, but all of the excuses came after. Before going into the fight, they had the second, especially the second fight. They had
The
Fury
first fight, they said
winning
that
that fight.
it was a long count. It was too long of a count, and that he actually won that one. So there were excuses. There were always excuses with all his fights.
Right, but they had Fury because when Fury got knocked down and he got up, they said Fury. They had people saying that Fury won pretty much all the rounds of the first fight. Therefore, the second fight, they felt like Fury was going to do the same thing. So based off the first fight, you had a lot of people saying that.
And that's very common in Wilder's fights. People will be winning. Ortiz was winning all the rounds until he got knocked out. So, most people were winning. I don't know about the Spilka fight, but most people win all the rounds until he is able to land that big old right hand. So that's why I say he ain't a great boxer.
He's not. He didn't do none of that in that second fight. I mean, that shit just looked bad. That's why all the excuses
He got
came
put on
from.
the back
He looked
foot
so
and he
terrible.
just could not recover. His eyes was all wide. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. He seemed like he was fighting the Holy Ghost. Like, what is going on here? He was shocked, and people in the audience, what's going on? What's going on? People came to that fight just because they were in town for Vegas for their birthday, and they were comping tickets and giving them out. Otherwise, like the rest of them was all Brits. It was like 15,000 Brits in that motherfucker.
Well, it was Black History Month too. And he came out with that was a Black History fight. And he came out with that. He came out. No, but I'm just saying it was Black History Month. He came out with that stupid costume on and got mollywopped in the middle of Black History Month. So he was the meme. He was a meme for like a month, like a whole month. They had a meme on him. They had all the comedians roasting him, like, look at this Negro coming out here getting beat up in Black History Month. That's what that was by the white man. That's what happened. That's why all the excuses came from.
They thought that he was gonna win because he had knocked out Brazil in between, which was nothing. That was like fucking blowing your nose in some tissue. He'd already been knocked out by AJ. So.
Well, they had to go to court to get that second fight, right? That was the second fight. They had to go to court. Third one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because
series
Fury
right there
wanted to
was.
fight. Because Fury wanted to fight AJ for the undisputed.
Nah, y'all remember Fury went to fight Otto Wall in between.
No,
remember
that was
Otto
between fight 1 and 2. We're talking about fight 3.
Yeah, that was between 1 and 2. Yeah.
We're talking about fight 3, when they had to go to court. Because Fury and AJ were trying to make the undisputed fight before AJ fought Usyk the first fight in September. That was the Summer Olympics, and that's when McCracken was over there in Japan with the Olympic team, and left AJ to train by himself. So with Angel Fernandez, so they couldn't do that.
He changes trainers. He be changing up his trainers, man. He changed up.
He stayed with McCracken too long, and that was bad for him because, like I said, McCracken is an amateur Olympic coach. He's not a heavyweight, professional coach. But due to his loyalty and fear of flying and trying anybody else out, he just stayed with him too long in his career. And McCracken got lucky because he was just knocking everybody out. He didn't really have to do anything. He was just getting $1 million paydays. And AJ was like, yeah, we're family and all this other kind of shit. No, you're not getting better. I mean, he wasn't really improving. You know what I'm saying? He was knocking everybody out. He was undisputed. He knocked out Klitschko and all that kind of stuff. But, you can see in a lot of those fights, a lot of mistakes that if he were being trained better, he wouldn't have made those mistakes. He'd be an even better fighter today. And that Ruiz thing would have never happened. But it did. You live and you learn.
Did y'all see Bram's question? Did anybody have to go out?
No.
Puncher's chance. I give him a puncher's chance.
With who?
I think Usyk's gonna be the pretty
I
much.
don't see it.
Oh no, it's over.
Dubois versus Usyk.
The ball that's over. If Slow Joyce could crack his eye like he did and crack his orbital eye and shit, then it's a wrap for him with Usyk.
I give him a puncher's chance.
He gonna see 3 of them in that ring. Like he ain't gonna have to try that hard, Usyk. So is Mark about to shut it down? Is that what he was saying? He's about to go.
Yeah, he
Hello?
said he had a slide.
So yeah, I'm not even.
Fight
Is it gonna be
everybody.
on the zone?
Mark, you riding out?
Who?
You probably getting a sandwich or sleep.
Yeah,
It's
Mark
5
probably
a.m.
sleep.
over there,
Mark
huh?
ain't around. Yeah, Mark sleep.
He moved
Yeah.
it to members
Pittsburgh,
only.
you dropping off
Nah,
the
I'm
load?
still here right now, but shit, I'm about to slide. But shit, KP got the mantle right here. Like if y'all get kicked off, y'all on members only anyway.
All right, Mark.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay,
Mark.
Mark, man. Have a
All
good
right,
night,
Mark. Thanks, Mark.
Neighborhood gang.
Good night.
Neighborhood gang.
It's 5 a.m. over there on the East Coast, huh?
Yeah, I got an appointment at 9:30, man.
Yeah, man, go to sleep, man, and wash your face.
What'd you say, nigga?
Go to sleep. Wash your face when you get up.
Yeah, nigga. I'm out, man. I gotta go. I got an appointment at 9:30, man. I fuck with y'all though.
Hey, see, that's where y'all gotta catch him. Y'all gotta catch him
I'm
when
be
he's getting
listening.
off,
I'm
so
be
he can't
listening
hit
to this.
you.
I'm be listening to y'all till I dozed off though. But yeah, I'm out, man. I gave y'all all I got.
Hey, it's all good, Mark. Just remember, I'm always right. You're always wrong. Everything else is
Buenas
good.
noches, homie.
Buenas noches.
When you say Wilder hasn't fought since January, when did he fight? Who did he fight? Oh, who did he fight in January? Fought in
He
October.
fought that one round versus Hellenius.
I thought that was October of last year. No,
Yeah.
All I need is one right,
that
one
was
right.
October. He hasn't fought in a year. Who did he fight in January?
It's been a while, but that's why AJ might have a chance to get him because he ain't fought in a while, getting older. So AJ might have a legit chance to put his ass to sleep. And we know Wilder ain't no hellified boxer. He just got that one hit to quit it. And he getting older.
It's about to be a year. Please, right, October.
How old is Wilder? Wilder got to be like 30, like late 30s, ain't he?
He's like
37.
38. I think he'll be 38 in October.
Yeah, that's up there, bro. That's up there.
He's had a couple hand surgeries. It gets hard to crack like that, but your power is the last thing to go. But
Man, that power won't go away, man. If you one of his kids or his family member, you mess with him at a picnic if you want to.
Man, you get that look. It's probably not gonna be a good move for you.
Yeah.
To do what?
Dad, and you still be talking. That's probably not gonna be a good move for you.
Not gonna be
get
good.
that look and keep on bumping them gums. And next thing you know, boy, wake up in the hospital somewhere. It probably ain't gonna be good for you. Just a slap might do you in.
I missed what are you talking about? What are y'all talking about?
His age. He's talking about his age. His
What
kids.
about it?
Yeah, we were saying his kids probably ain't good. Still smack the shit out of his kids, even though he old as shit. I don't know about fighting age, though. Yeah, I don't know about fighting age because AJ might be able to get him at that or where he at right now, but not being fighting all this time and being at age. And AJ been pretty active.
Yeah, I
He
just
might
don't
have
know.
a chance to get him.
There was a chance where I definitely had AJ against him, but I don't know because we don't know which AJ is going to show up in the ring. He's just gotten so timid ever since, like you said, since he fought Ruiz at one time. It's just you never know. He wins, but like I don't know. I just feel like he's lost his confidence a lot.
With being Atlantis, that was a 1 week. That was a 1 week replacement. That was, the last fight he just had. That was a replacement fight.
that was
like
just a
within
few
a week.
minutes.
Yeah,
but that was hilarious. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It wasn't no hellified appointments.
He only had one loss, didn't he? Ruiz.
Who?
Ruiz when he
Ruiz?
fought AJ?
I don't know.
Did he have?
I just
I
never
think
thought.
maybe
I never thought of
I don't
Ruiz
think
like
he
this
had
great
0
fighter.
losses. No, but a lot of people didn't know he had fast hands for his size. But I don't know how he was able. He don't seem like he could punch that hard, but clearly he did. He hit him in the temple. That's
Hey, yo,
crazy.
Mark, can I drop the link for Deuce? He wants to join.
I think KP got
I'll
KP up
I'll
there.
put it
I
in
think
there. Give
KP
me a
got.
second. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
KP got. it.
Yeah, I don't really care
Yeah.
about that. Usyk versus. I don't give a fuck about Usyk versus anybody but Fury, and then Fury's on the bullshit about to fight Ndongo, whoever that is, or whatever his name, how you say it is.
Oh, he finna cash out. Yeah. Did anybody think Dongo gonna beat him? Like, come on, man. What we doing right now?
No, they don't. But I don't know. I don't even know
Like,
who he is. I know he's a UFC fighter or some shit, ain't he? I don't
UFC
know.
fighter. He got power for UFC. He ain't got no boxing power.
Hey, whatever happened to what's that other Nigerian heavyweight?
Effie?
Yeah, whatever happened to a Jagba?
Man, his
Fight
feet
this
is so
weekend.
damn slow, boy. Shit, you can see him coming. That's Frankenstein.
Fight this weekend.
Feet so slow, Booty. Man, he's like I don't know. He's just that guy that you see everything coming because his feet are so slow. You know his punch is hard, but his feet is too slow.
Yeah.
He fights on the Big Baby undercard.
The
Damn.
Big Baby or Big
Remember they had all that hope one talking about he was gonna be he was gonna be the next Wilder.
Wait, is it Jared Big Baby or Big Baby Miller?
No, Jared Big Baby.
Jared Big Baby.
Who's he fighting?
This weekend.
No, who's he fighting?
Oh, he's fighting a guy by the name of
He just fought a few
Rudenko.
months ago.
Rudenko.
Yeah, he just fought a few months ago, right?
He's
been less than
35 and
6 months.
6.
That's another one. I
21
don't know about his mental either. He be seeming like he don't want to fight, and he seems a little, I don't know, a little gun shy in the ring. Like,
Oh, we did that last interview. That one interview that everybody criticized him. It's like he had to be convinced to continue to fight. Like, that's not good.
right.
Somebody got to
And then
convince
after
you
the
to do
fight,
that
he
shit.
went into the locker room and was laying down in his mama's lap and
Yeah, he
crying or
did some
whatever.
strange stuff, man. Oh,
You a grown ass boy.
damn. I don't know if he got CTE or what he got, because that's some really weird, strange stuff he had going on.
Just saying.
And I don't know who
yeah.
his handlers is that they let that interview be leaked where he was saying that goofy stuff. Like somebody didn't catch that. They didn't have
Jay
control
Prince.
over that
Jay
interview
Prince.
clearly.
Jay Prince is his management. Jay Prince is
Oh,
part
I
of
did
his
not
management.
know that. I did not know that.
Yeah, he couldn't have control over the interview because he should have stopped that. That made his fighter look terrible.
You shouldn't have let that go to print or
That was
whatever.
horrible. It's horrible. The more he kept getting. The more he kept talking, the worse he kept getting.
But then again, with all of these social media outlets, shit, these fighters get out and damage themselves without anybody asking them questions.
See, guys like him, he really needs to get out and have more interviews because you really don't have a long form interview with that guy.
No.
He don't
So
do no.
he
He
needs
don't
to have
do
an interview.
cameos nowhere. Yeah, he don't do no cameos nowhere. He's not on social media. So like, how's anybody gonna know who the hell he is besides the boxing enthusiasts?
And barely that. Yeah. No. Yeah, ESPN don't really have any any real articles on him, I don't think.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
ESPN kind of get away from all that stuff at this point. Like at this
Well,
point,
a
you
lot
gotta
of
kind of
publications are, yeah.
they're getting away from that stuff. So if you don't reach out on social media or try to be on somebody's music album, like I don't even get why these dudes don't do cameos and try to be in like little TV shows, and they could go on YouTube on the
Well,
little
people
skits that
don't
people
even
be
watch
having on YouTube.
TV or do videos anymore. Like everything
No,
is like
but these guys not trying. But they could try to be in some kind of form of entertainment outside of boxing. If you know
Well, when they
that
do
you want to have the
well-
most money.
when they do well, first of all, they need to hire a social media team. That's how you get yourself out there, not just out there trying to make videos on your own. You get an actual social media team, and they'll tell you every 2 hours you need to be posting something and what to post and different. You got to really put effort in. But TV and all that don't sell anymore. What I'm happy about is like When
But
they
it
do
gives you a
well,
presence, though.
we wouldn't even know what TV show to watch them on unless they promote it heavily on social media, because people don't watch TV. People watch streaming, and everybody don't watch the same streaming. There's no prime time anymore.
Yeah, but you don't have to. You have to have exposure to other markets. Like these guys aren't having exposure besides the ring.
But that's what I'm saying.
Nobody knows who
You
he's
need
saying.
prime time, because that's when you could count. That's when you had the Nielsen scan numbers to see how many households were watching what at what time. You don't have that anymore, so you wouldn't even know what TV show to put him on.
No. Because look at Ryan. Ryan, before he had this fight, he wasn't pay-per-view. He wasn't on no prime time. But he did all these other things outside of boxing.
He's got
That's a prime example. Yeah, these guys aren't doing that in
Right,
no
but they don't
shape,
have
manner, way.
personalities. Ryan's got personality. A lot of these boxers ain't got no personalities.
I mean, that's cool, but then they can't still be complaining about money. You can't have it both ways.
Well, we were talking about their visibility, not their money. We're talking about two different things.
Yeah, but see, a lot of them do complain about their money when they ain't doing nothing to grow their audience. You know, that's typically what they do. That's what I see a lot.
Well, visibility brings in money, but you have to have a personality, is what I'm saying. Ryan's got personality. People think he's quirky.
I think a lot of them don't have personality nowadays because of the social environment. Because the social environment doesn't cultivate a big personality.
This is
correct. It just kind of cultivates a 5-second reel that you see somebody, you know what I mean? And that'll be it.
And in photos, actual stills, they don't even have to talk in them anymore.
But KP, you could be a bad personality. You could do like a bad skit on somebody's like little show or whatever the hell it is, and just getting visibility. Like the problem is like, look, these dudes are so pampered, they don't like being uncomfortable to me. And they only want to do what's feeling comfortable. Like, I'm pretty sure getting on TV or getting in the music video or going on a talk show is not comfortable. And the problem is most of these dudes just want to be comfortable in the boxing ring. If that's what you want to do, that's cool. But don't later on complain that you're not getting fights, because when you run into the tanks, they're going to want you to have numbers, and you're never going to get those numbers if you don't do these things. It's never going to happen for you. You're never going to get the big fights. It's probably not going to happen for you. Or later on in your career. That's the problem with it. And we suffer as fans because these guys don't want to do that.
I just think that a lot of these kids don't have personality, and their fathers speak for them. So if you don't have a mouthpiece like that, like Haney has Bill, and Teofimo has his daddy, and Danny Garcia has his daddy, like they're the mouthpiece, because they come from the old school where they know they've got the gift to gab. They can talk. They know they're fast talkers. They're publicists basically. And their kids didn't have to say anything. And just like, Kenny Porter, like there's a lot of dads like that. Like they're out there and outspoken. They don't all have personalities. Mayweather don't have the best personality, but he knew how to align himself, like you said, with the hip hop culture. And he became ingrained in that. And he became synonymous with it in other words. But we don't really have that culture to pull from anymore, because it's streaming and everything's so individualized. You don't have record labels anymore, and you don't have you don't know where to put people's eyes, is what I'm saying. It's like I might watch Snowfall, and a lot of the kids, they don't watch Snowfall, so you wouldn't even know what to put him on that. Or I might watch All the Queen's Men or whatever, and you wouldn't even know what show to put him on that would best get a lot of eyes on him for the most part, because
but they're not even trying, Foodie. The problem is they're not even trying. That's the problem. Like we can say they're trying to do a lot of stuff. They might be on
shows that we don't even watch. I have no idea.
They're not. They're not on none of this stuff. Like Big Baby, what show? Like Big Baby ain't on no show or none of that shit. Got selling. They're not doing that. That's the problem with these guys.
I feel
they're
like
not doing
What I don't understand is why are a lot of them not endorsing a lot of boxing equipment and the gloves and the wraps and coming out with their own shit like that. Like, you need to be doing that.
They followers. Like most Americans, we're mostly followers, and they try to follow the model of the person that they think is the most successful. And at this point, it's the Mayweather model. That's what everybody's trying to follow.
Well, not
and
only
nobody's
that,
Mayweather but Mayweather.
Look at Wilder. Wilder isn't the best speaker, but he's got a personality, and that to this day thing really and in all of his knockouts, that really got him really popular. So so a lot of the PBC guys don't really have a lot of personality. A lot of boxers, but they make it somehow. I mean, Errol Spence has got the personality of dry toast to me, and he sounds like Cleveland. But people just gravitate towards him, and then Crawford doesn't have a lot of personality. Isn't the best speaker, but because of just their records, and then them coming together from the fans' standpoint, us win that fight for so long. Now that shit, the way he beat him, he's getting out there and he's getting a lot of interviews. I like seeing like the Breakfast Club and them having a lot of boxers on there. You saw Canelo on the Breakfast Club. You never saw that shit before. That shit, Canelo just barely started doing American media, period, speaking English after all this time.
Yeah, but the Breakfast Club is that. I don't even know what to call that trash ass.
But they got a lot of people watching it. They got a lot of young people.
I get it. It's still trash. They're horrible at interviews,
but it's
no matter what they do.
What you said, they're not trying and not being on it. That would be one of the places that they can have a lot of people.
No, but what I'm saying is you should be comfortable to go to the Breakfast Club, because it's not like you going up there to somebody who really grilling you. They're terrible at interviewing. They just, it's not
they
that
used to
unless
have
it's
media
politics.
training. They used to have
Yeah, they
media
are.
training built into.
They're good for boxing. They're good for boxing, but they're horrible for politics. Politics don't. It's
trash.
Well, most of
They're
hip hop
trash.
culture is bad with politics because they all just get on the narrative of, we need to be getting, what's it called? Checks. I can't remember what that shit is. Like they don't have any,
talking about student loans.
yeah, reparations and all that shit. Like they don't really have any real political stances. It's all basically on social welfare and the poverty line and all that kind of stuff. Nothing about middle class, the upper middle class black people or people who are actually voting. They don't have anything on like that level. It's all still, very, very low level, grassroots type of politics that they know about. It's very, very little what they know about politics. So they can't really hold a good conversation about politics. And most people, young people, wouldn't be interested. I'm not interested in this show at all, but I sure the fuck don't want to listen to them talk politics. I don't watch politics anymore. I used to be obsessed with it, and I can give a fuck less about it. So,
Well, I mean, I only say the Breakfast Club because it's an easy place to go, because these guys, they not asking no hard questions. There's a lot of places that these guys can go.
You see how you just did that? Do you see how you just did that?
Yeah, they're not.
No,
they're not good at interviewing. They're terrible.
Listen to the sound of my voice. I brought up the Breakfast Club. You didn't bring up the Breakfast Club, and when I brought them up, you criticized it and how poor of interviews.
They're terrible at interviewing.
And then you just said,
horrible
"Well,
at
I just said the Breakfast Club." I fucking brought that up. You didn't bring that up.
No, I brought up the part of them being terrible at interviewing. That portion of it, of them being terrible at interviewing.
Well, somewhere where they can go, who's supporting boxing right now, is the Breakfast Club. Like, oh, well, they're terrible. That's beside the point.
They are. They are terrible.
Boxing is getting shine, and they can go on there. Like,
but that should make them comfortable. That should make them comfortable to go up there. That's every
well,
more
whether they're
reason for them to
comfortable
go
or
up there.
not. The thing is, they don't have media training anymore. That's what used to make people be better, be interviewed. They simply don't have that. So people are not naturally either just comfortable or not. They were trained to be that way, and they don't have that anymore because they're not spending money on people who do media training anymore. So it's not all their fault. Kids are not being socialized the way the kids are not being socialized.
Wait a minute, Foodie. It's all their fault. It is their fault. Look, just how athletes that are we see LeBron spend $1 million a year on his body for his training. These boxers who make an adequate amount of money.
Apples and
no,
oranges.
it's not. If that's part of what you are, and you get to a certain level, you invest in what you care about.
See how we're talking about social media training, and you talk about an athlete and how much he spends on his body. Why don't you just
but he can invest in media training.
Comparison? Can you ever come up with a linear comparison?
Because the athlete can invest in media training. It doesn't have to be from a promotional
These people, when they're coming up, don't have that kind of money to invest in that. You're talking about LeBron, who's almost a billionaire, with people like Big Bailey Miller, who I don't know if he's seen $1 million yet.
It doesn't cost $1 million. It doesn't cost $1 million.
And then
because it doesn't cost $1 million to be a million.
Like I said, LeBron came up in a different era than these kids. He was socialized in a different era than these kids.
Wait a minute, LeBron made
you have a natural ability when you go to school and you're actually talking to people versus
he came up in the same era.
He's almost 40 years old, so he didn't come up in the same era as Big.
He came up in the social media era. What are we talking about?
No, later on in life, that became popular. when he was in school from 0 to 17, he had to talk to actual people.
Footy, they got,
when Baby
listen,
Miller
Footy,
came
they
up
got
and
video.
Devin Haney and all of
Footy,
them,
wait a
they
minute,
don't have
that's
to talk
not
to
true.
actual people.
Footy, they got
That's your
video.
favorite slogan. So once you say that, then it doesn't matter.
No, it's not a slogan. They got video
That's
of
not
LeBron
true.
at an All-Star.
That's not
They got
true. I
all
could bring up
because
example
it's
after
not.
example, but
But
you
they
always
got
One at a
video.
time, y'all. One at a time. One at a time, so I can hear y'all.
But you always bring up you bring up non-linear comparisons all the time to people who are not on the same level all the time. You grab from the high and then you grab from the low and you try to make a middle comparison. It doesn't make any sense. LeBron is not Big Baby Miller. They're not the same age. They're almost 20 years difference. They don't have the same kind of money. They don't have the same mindset. They're not in the same arena. I mean, like, where did you grab that from?
You gonna let me answer the question? Because look, as far as LeBron goes, we can go back to his first All-Star game. He's got a flip phone out on the sideline, taking pictures and posting on social media. So he grew up in the social media age. We've never seen nobody maneuver around in the way that he maneuvered around with the team that he had, with the guys he went to school with Maverick Carter and Rich Paul, with those guys winning. He paid for them, and then that's his team. He invested money into things that he believed in. Like the money that he's spending now. The money that he's spending now wasn't the money that he initially invested into. So it doesn't have to be the same thing. These guys have people in their camp that they can invest in. They can spend money in certain things that it doesn't have to be $1 million. I only equated $1 million to say that there's value in things that you care about. It doesn't have to be $1 million for you to be media trained. There's plenty of people that they pay for people to have stylists when they get out of when they're walking out of the arena to have clothes on. So they pay for what they care about.
Who said it cost $1 million to be media trained? That wasn't the argument. Because the media training that LeBron received was not him. The NBA paid for that shit.
I was talking about him investing in his body. Boxers
don't have that. Because my comparison was the companies, like record labels, used to spend that money on the artists. The artists didn't actually spend it. They recouped that in the end when they sold records. But you have to have somebody make an initial investment on you sometimes just to get you started. They don't have that anymore. LeBron had that.
No, he didn't.
LeBron wasn't spending that money when he was in high school and when he was being recruited and all that kind of stuff. His parents didn't have that money to spend on him. The NBA and the people who believed in him because of his talent spent that money and built him into who he is. Not him, not his personal money. He's not spending his personal money. So who paid for Rich Paul to go to school? Who paid for Rich Paul and Maverick Carter? Who paid for Rich Paul and Maverick Carter to go to school? You're talking about a completely different person.
No, you saying that the NBA built the model?
I'm talking about in general, but they're not LeBron. Everybody ain't LeBron. Everybody ain't LeBron.
That's why he's the way he is. That's what I'm telling you. Like
that's why I don't know who those
guys
are that you mentioned, but I know who LeBron is.
But that doesn't discount what I'm saying because you don't know who they are. No, that's not. Those people are the people that control. Like one guy's his manager and one guy's his agent. Those people, he paid for them to go to school and become the people that they are, that they were friends of his.
After he made them.
No, from the beginning. Am I lying, KP?
With what money? If he okay, so
they went to hold on, Foodie. Slow down, Foodie. Slow down. They went to school at the same time that he was first going pro. They're all in the same age. They're all the same age. The issue is this.
First going pro, so he was making money.
Slow down. The issue is this. Boxing is still ran like the Wild Wild West, and these fighters pretty much just do what somebody else tells them to do. They don't even operate like they're 1099 independent contract. They operate like they're employees of the promotion.
Right.
Rather than the promotion being the employee of them. That's the main issue.
Right.
Because they don't hire anybody. Typically, they just have a bunch of hanger-on from the block. This is my boy from the block. What does he do? Oh, he just play the music. So that's kind of how boxing is. And that's a major issue until somebody changes that. Floyd changed it somewhat, but most of these guys don't even know how to even take it that far because they don't even do interviews or anything. They are expecting to be treated like Floyd and to make all this money because they have this visibility. But visibility translates into dollars when you perform.
Yeah,
but they don't perform enough. They don't perform enough, and it's just not going to happen. They don't talk and perform enough. When Floyd did the 24/7 with Oscar, it put him into another stratosphere.
Right, but he's like I said, he's got a personality. Everybody don't have a personality.
He got a switch. He turned on his Ric Flair shit. That's what he did.
Right. Everybody exactly. He learned from that era, the WWEs and all that kind of stuff. Those guys.
Well, black fighters have two doors they can go in. Either you can be the Sugar Ray Leonard or you can be the villain. It's the only two options. A lot of these dudes don't want to pick. They don't want to pick an option. They don't want to just be the bad guy.
Like some people have the personality and some don't. Look at how many people who are on the WWE roster and they're not superstars. There's only a few, right? Because they know they got the gift of gab. There are the Ric Flairs, they are the Hulk Hogan's, they are the Rocks and all that kind of stuff. But everybody ain't them, the Triple H's and all that kind of shit. But they've still got a whole bunch of people that are on the roster, but you wouldn't even know who the fuck they are. Everybody don't have the gift of gab. Some people are just gifted like that to know how to sell themselves and to be smart enough to educate themselves on like Mayweather. You may make fun of him because he can't read, but he learned how to educate himself about money and not to get got. I mean, that's kind of still out to debate. A lot of people still think that, he lost a lot of money and PBC still owes him a lot of money and he hasn't gotten a lot of money. I don't know, and I don't really care about that. But I'm just saying everybody simply don't have that in them. They just don't have it in them, And you can't.
But you don't know if you don't try, though. You wouldn't know if you got anything in you if you don't try.
But if you don't do it and you don't benefit from it, then
I think they should try. Yeah, I think they should
try.
A lot of them should try. Yeah, a lot of them don't try. I don't think they try.
Well, listen, if you sell yourself short, I don't care. I'll just move on and look for the next talent.
She said, "Hell with you."
If you they gotta try. I can't want it better for you than you want it. I'm just gonna move on to the next talent that does catch my eye. And you can sit over there in the corner and cry about it. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
But they do, because then they say they don't have personalities. That's not what they want to do, and all this other goofy stuff.
I don't care.
But we see people
you ain't got no personality, and you don't want to work on it. Good for you. Next.
No, but that's what KP is saying. That's how they should be. That's something they should be. That's part of your training of you becoming this because boxing is entertainment. So that's part of your entertainment package.
What's the word you use? Training? Who's training them? Who's training them?
They should be paying for themselves. They should be paying for it. Like it doesn't have to be like PBC or Top Rank and then people paying for them.
I heard Errol Spence say, like you guys said, he said, they run themselves like they are an actual business, but they don't run themselves like that. No one is teaching them how to do that. No one's even teaching them that they should be seeking for the knowledge to do that. Because I just hear Errol Spence say, like, what was only in the last one or two fights that he actually had a nutritionist, that he was losing weight the most unhealthy ways, just starving yourself versus learning what you can't eat and when you can't eat and peak times to eat it and when not to eat it and intermittent fasting and all that kind of shit to get it in a more healthy way. So it takes some people a long time. Sometimes they retire not knowing how to fucking run themselves. But that's on you. That's on you. The information is out there.
That is definitely on them if they do that, because for the longest
time,
is
out there.
The information is out there, like you said, and for the longest time, his strength and conditioning coach runs a nutritionist type of program as well. So, like when he had Blu-ray, I know for a fact because I used them for my son. So he has a program for food as well, but that's on Earl Spence. So if he chose not to do that, that's on him, and that's why I don't take that excuse that people try to use. Well, if he was this, if he had this, hey man, if you're going into the quote unquote biggest fight of your life, you got to get everything that you're supposed to get. No excuse.
Yeah.
Right, but you know what people do is they do what works until it don't work no more, and then they don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
And some people give up. Some people give up right there, and some people look for other avenues just to get the results that they're looking for. So so the ones that look for other avenues succeed, and the ones who give up don't. And that's just the way it is. Ain't no two ways about it.
Yeah, but I was talking about exceptional people. Like that's the average. The average person does mediocre. Like it's like if you go to any company outside of sports, that's a reflection of people in their life. Most people do just enough just to get by in everything, in their work, in their marriages, in their parenting. Like there's not a lot of people that do exceptional things. And when we start talking about money in some of these boxes, we're always talking about exceptional. But some of these guys, they're just not exceptional.
He's an exceptional person. You went on a tangent about LeBron, and that's what I was trying to tell you, that most people are average. Most people don't
No,
think
I
like that.
brought
Most
up
people don't
I
have those
brought up
opportunities.
LeBron to say that you were he invests in things that he wants. He invested in those folks
When he
that
finally
are
could afford
surrounding
it.
him right now.
Yeah, when he finally
No,
could
that's
afford it.
no, that's not true, Foodie. That's
Okay, well, if you
absolutely
can't,
not true.
how can you invest in something you can't afford? You tell me how that works.
So okay, so when is the point that you afford it?
When
Let's
you
have that
start making
conversation.
money.
Yeah, I would say those guys can afford it. They're not buying it. They're not buying it. Boxers are not buying what they can afford.
Yes,
I don't
that's
know
the
what they can
problem.
afford. I don't know how much money they're paying in taxes. Maybe they got
Wait.
fucked up accountants. Maybe they're spending a lot of money on their families. I don't know what they can or cannot.
Foodie, think about this though. Think about this. They're not making the same money that NBA players make because the NBA players play more games. They guarantee these contracts, but the NBA players have to play 82 games to get the guaranteed money that they get.
I'm not comparing them. I'm not even comparing them.
Wait, I'm doing it. I know you're not. I'm not. I know you're not. But this is what I'm saying. So they got 82 games to make their money. If these fighters like Charlo is about to fight Canelo, that's his lottery fight. He's never made more money than that. Most people know he's probably going to make more money fighting Canelo than he ever fought anybody else, right? So if you don't have a nutritionist, strength and conditioning coach, and all of that, that's on you. But you should have one because you know for a fact that you see Canelo, he's had one for a long time. He's had strength and conditioning coaches
yeah, you can't,
come and go.
Canelo
He's had trainers come and
a
go.
lot of money for a long time. Canelo's
Wait,
been making a lot
I
of money
understand
for a long
that, but
time.
this is the fight. But this is still the hot. This is your best fight. Just like Errol Spence just went into his best fight against Terence Crawford. So like,
I'm pretty sure
I don't want to hear no
Charlo is 'cause
excuses
he's been
afterwards
making
after
millions for a
Canelo knocks this dude
a
out.
long time. My point that
They've
I'm
been
making
making at
is
least
that
$1 million, Foodie. They've been at least making $1 million.
They got enough
no
money
one is
invested
arguing
in
that Charlo isn't doing that because he's been making millions of dollars. But when you make $1 million, you're not bringing home $1 million.
I understand that, Foodie, but he's a 10. But Foodie, R1040 versus his 1099 is two different things, and you know that.
40% off the rip goes to taxes.
I hear what you're saying.
40%.
I hear what you're
then
saying.
You got your trainer.
But
then you've got a camp that you have to pay for.
And then you got your Balenciaga and your Gucci and all that goofy shit too, right?
Twice a year. Then you got to get caught up on rent. Then you got to buy this. You got to buy that. But I'm not arguing that. You're missing the point that I'm trying to say is this: if you're gonna compare fighters, compare Big Baby Miller to a low level dude that's at 135 or a low level dude on somewhere. Stop comparing these low guys, these low earners to these high earners.
But they still have money to invest. It might not be on that level, and you might not be able to get that level. And I don't know that they're not investing it because you guys went from nutrition to media. We were talking about media. But they have money to invest in media. They can get a college
that's their
kid
team.
that's coming out of college.
We're just saying
they
that's
can
their
put
team.
them on their team.
I don't know
they
that. You don't know that. You're making assumptions. You don't know that.
Okay, so where are you seeing these guys on any shows, on any TV shows, any late night, any of this stuff? They're not doing it.
Model. That's an old model of promoting yourself.
They're not even doing. They're not doing.
You don't see Ryan. Okay, you don't see Ryan Garcia on there. You don't see Tank either. But they're doing just fine. It's called social media.
But you didn't see Bud on there, and you didn't see. But you didn't see. Okay, so cool. You didn't see Errol on there, and you didn't see Bud on there. Before this particular fight, neither one of these guys were having mega fights like this. Neither one of these dudes, and that's the problem with this. Even if we go and we stretch it out to the top levels of what we're talking about, neither one of those guys went to this quote unquote old model.
Made that
but you have to have exposure.
I already talked about how they're not
right, but you have to have exposure. You can't. We can't say that that's an old model.
Who don't have exposure. We're not. I mean, we're not talking about the people who already have exposure. We're talking.
They
about
didn't have exposure before this fight. That's
we're not
the point.
talking about
those two guys didn't have.
But everybody.
And their sales of pay-per-view lacked because of that. Before this fight, neither one of those dudes did that.
Pay-per-view
No, they weren't.
Because people knew who they were. A lot of people knew who they were.
No, they didn't. They weren't paying for the fight.
They weren't paying for the fights in Omaha and Texas?
Bud wasn't a pay-per-view fighter, first of all. And Errol was doing like 200, 300. So, no, they weren't. Not on that level. They weren't moving around the needle like that. No, they weren't.
People knew who they were, though. Lots of people knew who they were. Not casuals, but a lot of people in the community, enough. In the boxing community.
But that's what moves the needle was casuals. You said that earlier. So if you don't have casuals,
but this time
what do you got?
was different because they went off of the backs of the Ryan Garcia versus Tank. I think that's what really helped them out this time.
No, they were
This
doing
time they
pressers.
showed,
They were
what,
doing
7
Bud.
or
Look
8
how many interviews Bud did.
Yeah.
Look how many interviews Bud did. You ever seen Bud do this many interviews ever?
Well, especially
He's
not
never
after
done
the
that
fight.
many
Yeah, he
interviews.
definitely did. Yeah, but
So,
before
and
that,
Errol
people
too.
knew.
Neither
But
one of
before
them
that, people
ever
knew who
did.
they were. People still
No,
knew
they
who they
didn't.
were.
Not like that. No, they did not.
Nah,
Outside boxers,
this the biggest press
no.
run they ever went on. What
Well,
I see.
definitely, absolutely. I'm glad that they
And
promoted it. I'm
yeah, I'm glad
that
that they promoted it. It's just that the two personalities that they have they're going to fall back because that's who they are instinctively. And when they fight again, it's just sad to say, like they're each other's biggest fight at their weight class, but it's probably not going to make as much money as the first fight.
I know,
because
but
of
what I'm saying
happened.
is, like, people knew who they were. If they didn't know who they were, people wouldn't have invested in this fight. They wouldn't have had the money for this fight, and they wouldn't
They
have.
did
And
the
people wouldn't.
presser.
And they,
Can't
but they
say
did the
that,
presser,
'cause
but
had the
people they
presser.
didn't set those pressers up themselves. PBC, Showtime, and PBC set them up, and people wanted to see them because they were interested in this fight because people did know who they were. That's
So
why
the
they got
Breakfast
those
Club and all those
If you
interviews
ask,
that they
if you
did.
say I got a fighter, his name is Big Baby Miller, or if it's Keyshawn, is it what is his name? Keyshawn, what is his name?
Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn
Davis. I wanted to say Johnson. Keyshawn Davis, or what? They're not going to get the same kind of press because nobody is that interested in them like they were with Errol and Crawford.
But they were only interested in them when they were fighting each other, and they were willing to do the press conference.
Right, but it
Neither
worked for
one
them.
of them did.
So we're
Right,
not talking
during
about the
this
people
run.
like them. We're talking about people like the Keyshawn
But if-
Davises, and we're talking
No,
about
but if
the old
if the
Shaquille
top guys, if the top guys aren't willing to do it, why would the lower guys be willing to do it? Those guys didn't do it up until this point. They've never. Neither one of those guys have ever
one minute
did
you
that.
say you can invest in yourself, and then the next minute you say, well, if the top guys didn't want to do it, then why would they be willing to do it? You don't need to look
They
at
didn't
anybody
do it.
else. You don't need
No,
to
they
look at
didn't do
anybody
it.
else if you want to promote yourself. You just
But
said they got the
they're
money to
followers.
promote themselves.
And I also said we're for
Oh,
a
now
large
it's their
part,
fault.
we're
Now it's the
all
bigger
average.
guys' fault that the lower guys aren't.
No, I also said we're for a lion's share. Most Americans are followers, and we're average. Now, above the average is what you want, which is people who
For
are
them
doing
to be able to
exceptional
compete at this
things.
level, these guys are not average.
As far as media training, they're all doing the same thing.
But
So
you
that
said,
doesn't make them
they got to
average.
invest money in their own media training, right?
Exactly. That will
You
make
gotta
them
do
not
that.
average. That will make them not
When
average
you're
if
trying
they
to
do
make
that.
it, you don't spend that kind of money on media training. You either got it.
Why wouldn't you? That's part of your
Because they can't
personality is what
afford
you're
it.
selling.
You simply
They can't afford it.
You don't know
That's
what
not
they can
true.
afford.
That's
But
not true. You
bottom
can
line
afford
is,
what
my
you
whole
want to
point
invest in.
was,
So
instead
you
of
can't
arguing back and
afford
forth,
books?
if they don't want it, I don't give a fuck if they don't go out and get it. Then I will go after the ones who do get my attention. I don't care if they don't want it, whether they can or they can't. Where there's a will,
But you-
there's a way. But if they don't want it and they don't try, I don't care. I'm not gonna pay attention to people who don't want it and don't care and don't make themselves visible. I'm gonna pay attention to the ones who do, and that's who's gonna get my money. Those are gonna get my pay-per-view dollars. Period. The rest of them will just stay on ESPN and the Zone, fighting for non-pay-per-view. The haves and the have-nots. So I don't be worried about what people can and cannot do or what I think they can or cannot do with their money. Whatever. It's your life. It's your career.
Well, I mean, I think anybody can invest in what they want to invest in. Because anybody makes, at some point, what they can and can't afford, anybody who's trying to grow anything, trying to build anything, you have to invest in it. You have to make sacrifices. If you're not making sacrifices, you're not doing anything. You're never going to, again, in advance, be accountable. That's just not
We can agree on that, Pittsburgh team. We can agree
and
on that.
most of
But
these
who care?
guys-
Who care? Why are we having a conversation when they don't obviously care enough to do it?
That's what I'm saying. Most people,
They
that's
need to be
what it
having
is.
this conversation
Average.
with their teams, right? Not us. That's my
Well,
point.
I mean, you never know who's listening. You never know who's listening to anything. You never know. Because
They need to
it
do-
becomes
well,
a
you don't
sense of
need to listen-
entitlement.
Yeah, well, I don't.
It becomes a sense of
I
entitlement.
think you're thinking too highly of yourself and what you have to say.
No,
that
I'm not
people
thinking
find-
of myself.
find
I'm thinking of
that they be like, oh
this
yeah, you know what?
country.
I was listening to this late night thing, and now I'm going to do with my
No, that
millions
has
of my
nothing to-
money what I should have been doing all along.
No, but like it
Leave
doesn't
people
have
to
me
figure
like
shit out on their own.
that's not Foodie. You can learn something from a bum on the street.
Ain't no point
Like,
in
what do
talking
we
about it
like?
if they're not interested in doing it themselves.
But you don't know what you're interested in until you hear a
I
conversation.
don't waste my
Sometimes,
energy talking about people who are not interested in doing it themselves. It is what it is. So
but yeah, but
talk
you
about the
never
people
know
who
what
are
any
doing it.
conversation you have.
I think it's a fruitless conversation at this point.
Yeah, but you never know what your conversation and anything that we
You
have.
said
People
that
listen
like
to
4 times
anything.
in a row. I got you.
I know, and you keep cutting me off in the middle of it. I
No,
know.
we've
I
heard
know
you.
what
I
I'm
heard you
saying.
say I heard you. If I could repeat what you said, you ain't saying nothing that's written. You never know. You never know. You never
But
know. It's highly unlikely, but you're right. You never know. But who cares? They're not, people are gonna do what they want to do. These people are around people who got a lot more money and there are better examples than you and I, and they're obviously ain't doing it. Maybe they will start doing it tomorrow. Maybe they did
but it's
listen to this. What's the point?
well, the point is that we invest in things that we care about, no matter what it is. It
Oh
don't
my
have to
God,
always
you
be
said that
boxing.
already.
It don't have to
You
be
heard
any
it.
of that stuff. We buy books, we buy audio books, we watch movies, we do all kind of stuff when we're interested in things. That's the point that I was making. So, like, and if your
I heard
affordability
you.
of things are a lot cheaper now than they've ever been in life. You can never
I
take
think you
courses
made your
this
point
cheap. You can
about
never
that.
watch videos this cheap. Yeah, so like the fact that people can't afford
KP,
stuff,
do you
people
get
can
the
afford a
point that
lot of
he's trying to
shit.
say? Is he still
I mean,
here?
but you ain't got to be. Why we got to be rude like that and cut people off? I let you
Because you're
make your
saying the
point. I'm
same
very
thing over
quiet.
and over.
I'm still here. I'm still here. Shout out
Yeah,
to
that's what I'm
Umar
saying.
for
Why you
becoming
got
a
to do all
passport
that
bro.
though?
What y'all know about Umar becoming a passport bro
Is
Man,
he?
Umar is a clown.
though?
Umar is a clown.
the
Straight
king,
clown.
the King Kong of consciousness.
Is he going over to Africa?
Nah, Umar was over there in the Dominican. Umar said
Oh,
the Dominican they 5'5" and thick in the thighs.
really? But he
Umar.
has something to say about anybody else who dates outside of their race, doesn't he?
Now Umar said they black. They black.
They don't think that they are. A lot of them don't think that they are. They don't identify as African.
I tell you what, when I went to
Well,
the
if you're gonna,
Dominican, they
well,
look just like us. They just speak Spanish.
I know that they are, but they don't consider themselves to be. But
No, they don't. They don't consider
but
themselves black, KP. At
Right,
all.
they
think
don't.
that they think they're so beautiful. Their hair is curly and their skin is sun kissed, and they have thick thighs and all that kind of stuff because of their indigenous Indian and Spaniard blood. That's what they think that they look like that for. But that's okay. But I just wondered why none of these passport bros are passporting over there to Africa.
Because Africans don't want them over there. They tell you that.
Most people don't want them over there. Dominicans are kicking them out. Brazil's kicking them out. Asia, Philippines, they're kicking these passport bros out. And they're not getting high quality women over there. They're not looking for wife quality over there. They're just going to get prostitutes, and you can do that shit over here in the strip clubs. Same thing.
Yeah,
But
they can encourage prostitutes
that's
too.
fine.
Because them girls, some of them been 12 years old, doing that since they 12 and 10 and 9. They've been
Yeah, and
prostitutes
they're getting robbed
from a
too by
long
their
time.
pimps and all that kind of stuff.
Finally, I got y'all. Got y'all for that shit.
Thank
Hey,
you.
so look. With Umar, it was a clip, and he was on the he was somewhere in the Dominican or something, and he was talking about the ladies or something like that. But Umar's always been a proponent of black, super pro black. It's funny because Umar is a guy that I wouldn't trust for nothing because he
Nothing.
goes up, down, left, right all the time,
Yep.
and he always contradicts himself. So when the clip came out, I was like, oh, that is Umar, and he's saying that. So I said, damn, Umar must have been in Dominican before though. This ain't the only first time he's been in Dominican.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
So
this dude takes trips. It's dudes that take whole trips. We know them, KP. They call that a fella trip, and they all get together and go over there and be tricking like they little teenagers and come back brag. And it's so ridiculous and stupid that they'll go to these places and they have places set up. It's basically brothels that they'll stay at and come back and brag like they did something. Like all you did is get on the plane and go trick. Like that doesn't make any sense. I just don't
Yeah.
understand the mindset of some of these people with some of this foolishness.
That's their logic. And then they'll come back and they'll sleep on a blow up mattress in a 1 bedroom and take and not
Booty,
have enough money
damn, you
for a
brutal.
month bus pass.
They not sleeping on no blow up mattress. Booty, damn.
These dudes is
Some of
out
them got
there. They're going
wives.
over there on Spirit Airlines, which is an Uber in the sky, and risking their life. They might fall out of the sky into the water before they make it. But you're doing the same thing that you could do here in America, but you're not doing it with American women. You're spending more money on the airplanes and low rent ass apartments or Airbnbs or whatever. They're not staying like 5-star luxury or a really nice place when they go over there. They're not getting high end prostitutes or real women that they would bring over here and marry. So
Yeah, I just think dudes that do that, I think they're doing it wrong. You get the resources first, and then you get the girl. You don't do it the other way around. Because you ain't got the resources is the reason why you can't get the women that you want.
well, that's why they're going over there, is because they feel like American women, particularly black women, want too much. So they go over there for women who have lower standards. But you're spending more money to get over there and stay over there and spend your money. So, if that's your
But it's
sense of
just tricky.
logic, then that's okay. That's fine with me. Shit.
Yeah, that's just tricky. And then that's like, you know what that is? That's stereotypical. That's stereotypical behavior where you say all black women, all black men. When you start doing the all stuff, then now you look goofy. Because there's no such thing as an all of anything.
No,
It
it's
just don't
never
work
that.
like
It's the
that.
women you have access to, or the women you choose
Or the
to be
woman
with,
that
or
you
vice
check,
versa.
or the dudes you're
The
selecting.
men that
The
you,
women
yes,
that
the
you're
men you have
selecting.
access to, the men that you choose to be with.
Salute
It's
to
not.
Ty, man. Get on that Spirit flight next time again, bro. Ty said he said he gonna ride Spirit again. I ain't never rode Spirit, Ty, and I
Me
ain't messing
neither.
with that shit,
Oh
man.
Me neither.
man,
I'm
Spirit
scared.
is. I didn't got on them before. Man,
I
look,
don't,
I
e-
got
I
on
don't
that.
even
Listen,
like, I don't even like Frontier, man.
no, but I got on there because some places it depends on the
Yeah,
date you're going
yeah, I
and
know
all
what you're
that.
saying.
Like like it depends. Like I remember getting on down to the Caribbean one time, and I'm standing there, and the dude is arguing with the travel agent because he had a carry-on, and they was gonna charge him more money for the damn carry-on than the ticket cost. I think the ticket cost him $100. The carry-on was costing him 101 because that's one of them particular flights where they actually drop your luggage into that little thing where they measure your suitcase. If it don't fit, you can't go on the thing, and if it do, you got to pay extra money. They just charge you for every goddamn thing, man. That
That's
place
what
is
I've heard
ridiculous.
of. Yeah, I've seen that on, like, when people are making fun of them, like
They
a
do.
paper clip or a cup costs this or whatever. That's where they make their money. So you're not really, people don't look at it like that. Like, you're not really saving any money if you have to spend all of this on these little things versus just paying a little bit more for, you ain't got to worry about it. You get your luggage on free, you get all that free. It's like, the people don't think about it, but you
Yeah,
can duke people out.
you might as well go Southwest if you're gonna do that.
Right. That's what
Yeah,
I'll do.
yeah,
I usually
yeah,
fuck with Southwest or Alaska if I'm like just going to Vegas or whatever.
yeah. Well, it depends on but then they get you sometimes because sometimes they the people with the flights available for the date you want.
Yeah,
It's
they
like a
might be
really
the people.
popular
They
date.
may be the last person with the flight available. Yeah, like you
Yeah,
said.
they might get you like that. That's how they got me. And I like on that shit. I was like, man, I don't care. I just ain't going next time. That's just a hassle. Seats tight. You feel like you on a school bus. Seats all
Yeah.
tight as hell. Like that shit ridiculous, man. And
I
the
know
AC,
people who
even the
fly
little
across the
AC that's
country.
above you don't work. The
Oh
little vent that
no.
you turn on, that shit that's supposed to blow, that shit ain't, man, that's a struggle air conditioner. That little shit that's supposed to blow the air on you, like, man, that shit is bad. So now you got the smells now. You got all the smells around you. So if you got somebody with
That's
some body
crazy
odor
because
around you, good
most of
luck.
the time airplanes are so
Hey, boy, that's stupid. Hey, look, man. I caught the middle of y'all conversation, but you said Spirit, bro. Look, I ain't rode a plane. Look, I went to Vegas for the first time, bro, like a couple months ago. I ain't know how that. Them old put me on Spirit. You ain't lying, bro. They hit me for the luggage, man. I started screaming at them hoes. They talking about 75, 80 for another luggage. I was like, cause your shit don't fit on. He charged me like damn near a bill, bro, to carry that bitch on. I was like, God damn, man. Then they did like a cavity search on me, bro. Like they was like, well, sir, we need to search you and all this. I say, bro, I'm not in prison, man. Man, them hoes, they say you want to do this here. So man, them hoes got me in front of all these people, bro. Like I'm in the pay. Yeah, this man grabbing under my nut, all this, like he's searching me for work. I'm like, bro, this is what y'all do. Man, but I was just this shit crazy, man.
Yeah, that's not the airline to get on.
Hey, you feel me? Hey, Ty felt violated.
Man, I felt violated. I said, damn, bro, you want me to get in my boxes? God damn, bro, they had me damn near in my box in front of all these fucking people, man. Like, they didn't say go to the side. And they were like, oh, you want to do this here? I say, yeah. So I'm like, I'm damn near taking off my shirt, my shorts. Like, come on, like, this shit, wow. Probably because I'm used to it. They're probably tripping. Like, why he ain't going to the side? Like, I ain't got no complex, bro. Like, y'all some hoes.
Hey, Ty, they tried to hit you with the Fleece Johnson in front of everybody.
Man, bro, were they supposed to do that? Because I ain't rode a plane. And, bro, I never been. Like, I ain't been out
of. You sure that was the airline? That couldn't have been somebody just dressed up trying to get you, man.
Bro, see, y'all cabbing over there, bro. I ain't rode a plane in so long. I barely get out the neighborhood, let alone, man, get out of state, bro. Man, when I touched the vape, man, I was like a kid in the candy store. I didn't know how to act, bro. I couldn't believe I was
How long did you stay, Ty?
Man, I went with some dudes, man, like some richer people, man. Like they said, man, we gonna get you up out of here. They like, see, not going through. I went there for like, man, I got there on a Thursday, bro. I came back on, I think Monday.
Oh,
but
man,
yeah,
that's all you need for Vegas. You just need about 4 days. Yeah,
boy,
4 days in Vegas is 4 days in Vegas. Boy, you be up all damn night. You don't go to sleep.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this shit was wild though. I missed half y'all conversation. I was coming in and out and shit, man, going to the gym. Then I was listening for a minute. Then I just watched the Bud fight again. I came over. Something just been one, man. I've been watching.
Man, I don't want to hear about that fight no more.
Say, man, I just love watching him whoop that. I just love watching him whoop that boy ass, man. Just
listen to this shit, man.
I did. You know what I'm talking about? I just like, you know what I'm saying? And
I don't know what you said. I'm tired of hearing about this ass whooping, brother.
But I'm gonna be real with you though, man. I'm still fucked up, man. The boy on the internet ain't paid me. Thought he was solid, man. Man owed me $1,000. Man, ain't even answer my text, bro. From the city, then ain't even answer my text, bro. That shit hurt. That shit fucked up, bro. That shit some whole ass shit, dog. But see, I know. But listen, Pittsburgh, look.
Is it one person or multiple persons?
Bro, it was a one person bet, bro. I could have drove to Louisiana and made this. I've been waiting 5 years, bro, to put money on this. Like, bro, and you know what the fucked up part is? God at least looked out for me in this way, bro, because it was I'm so real. Like, let's just say Pittsburgh T. Let's say no matter what we do, no matter how many bets or whatever, just know that if I bet somebody, I'm gonna put all that to the side, bro, because I don't bet on my ass. So that means if I bet you and bet somebody else, that means I'm already gonna have the money to the side, bro. Just so you know what I mean, because that's just how I do shit, bro. Because if I lose, I'm gonna give it to you. So I already had the thought ready just in case, even though I know I wasn't gonna lose this fight, because I just know, but I just knew what he was gonna do. I just don't tell me. I just know. I just knew what he was gonna do. This is just one person I know gonna get my money. You know what I'm saying? I just knew it was gonna happen. Man, but I had it right there, bro. Like, I had it right to the side. We're going to go put on it and shoot him to the cat. But it didn't, bro. Like, man ain't even answer my text. And somebody told me he was on the show. Like, bro, but this like an OG type. Like, he from the city, but I ain't never met. You know what I mean? But, you know what I'm saying? Man can't even answer my text. He couldn't even answer my text. He couldn't even answer my text.
Ty, this the internet world, bro. These cats be like that.
I know that. But
there's no honor.
Man, you already know. I know that, but see one thing, and you know what pissed me off when I made a bet with him one time, bro. I picked a round that I said Bud was gonna stop Porter, and I missed it by a round, and I owed him $100. But shit, I paid him his money though. This motherfucker just said, fuck. He couldn't even answer my text message, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Never seen no mark ass shit for real though, bro. Like, you talk all that cash shit. You know, I make all this money. I do all this. You couldn't even answer.
Everybody on the internet make $1.5 million, bro.
Yeah. I know. I'm not. Come on, man. I'm not agreeing to this, but you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. Like these dudes, man, on here, man. But boy, I tell you, man, they talk all that cash off. He's gonna kill him. He's gonna do this. He gonna do that. And
I thought Earl was gonna win too, Ty, but I didn't bet because what I did, Ty. I started to see the 24/7s and I started watching what they was doing. I'm like, certain stuff that they doing is not gonna work against him. And the way they was talking, Ty, they talked like they was gonna run him over. Derrick James was talking like they was just gonna run him over, and it wasn't gonna be done to it. So I told Mark that I told Mark that behind the scenes. Me and Mark talked behind the scenes. I said, that's my guy, Earl. I'm riding with him, but I don't like the way they talking, and I don't like what they doing.
And I didn't, and bro, and you know what? And I knew all that was cap, bro. Is because, and I'm gonna tell you why, man. Because every time I broke down this fight, I got so many tired of breaking it down, man. For the last 4-5 years, bro, like. Everybody always kept talking about this man bigger than him, and he gonna walk him down, and he gonna do this. But I always used to tell everybody every time, bro, just because you bigger than somebody don't mean you stronger than him, bro. And you can see it if you watch both of them. If you watch both of them fight, bro, you can see who's stronger and who got more power, bro. So I don't see what anybody that was fucking with Spence saw in this. The man flat-footed. This style was tailor-made for, but like I broke this shit down to the T. It was just like I was talking. I just got that tired of talking to the fight, but these Earl Sexual, they the worst. They just like the Wilder fans, bro. They all run together. They all run together.
See, Ty, you dealing with the fringes, bro. Like, look, it's fringes of Bud, it's fringes of Errol, and then there's people who just like certain fighters, and then that's it. It's more people who just like certain fighters, and that's just the end of it.
Oh, that's what it is. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's more.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, bro. That's what most of these people don't base it on. Not being biased, bro. They gonna fuck with a motherfucker that either look like them, they from their city, they from their time, whatever the case may be, bro. I don't give a damn about none of that shit. I can tell. I can look and see who the better fighter is, and I knew Crawford don't do him like that. Not like
we all got. Each and every one of us has a built-in form of bias in us. You just express it in a certain manner. So a lot of people can't go without going all the way. You know, so I've heard people say shit like, "Oh man, Earl gonna stop me in the first round" and all that type of shit.
Oh yeah,
and I've heard guys, and those are the type of guys that disappear from the internet. You know what I'm saying? You don't see them no more.
Oh, they all disappeared after this fight. This is what I'm telling you. They all disappeared after the fight, and then they barely want to cut. They want to let it die down. I know how I'm up. I know how the old ass thing, man. They gonna let for it to die down, then come back, and then act like ain't shit happen, bro. And that's why they gonna wait at least a month or two, and this and that, a couple months, 6 months. That's how they get down. Like they will roast them. I used to go on panels with number Texas boy talking about, oh, you from Texas? How you gonna go against somebody from Texas? I say, well, just because he's from Texas don't mean he gonna win the fight. And motherfucker, like I said, bro, you not gonna see me. And really, bro, already, baby, I'm not taking nobody out of Dallas. I'm just telling you what it is, baby. It's the H over here. We ain't fucking around. Bitch, I'll tell anybody next time, don't ever bet nothing out of Dallas, bro. You a loser. When the Dallas Cowboys start the season off, they should be 0-1, bro, with that ass whooping. They should be 0-1. They should be 0-1.
Hey, Ty, you got somebody waking up right now cursing at you, man.
Hey, that's good. Boy. Let them wake up cursing. Shit. I love calling them down.
Hey, Ty said the Cowboys are one. They the worst fans. Ty, they about to ship your ass to Vegas with the Raiders.
They the worst fans, man.
Ty, they about to send you to Vegas with the Raiders for that shit right there. They
the worst fan base, bro. They the worst fan base, Dallas. Every year they gonna win the Super Bowl. You can't even get out the first round, bro. Straight up, man. They delusional. It's their fan base, bro.
Yeah, they come
from the Dolphins. They come from the Dolphins too. The Dolphins bad too. They've been like that for 30-something, 20-something.
They ain't as bad as the Cowboys. Ain't nobody as bad as the Cowgirls, man. Ain't nobody bad as the Cowgirls.
They don't get national coverage, but the fans are delusional as fuck, bro. Trust me.
Them dudes got exactly all them dudes from Texas. They love that. And all them dudes from Dallas that was on here talking that shit to me, talking about you a disgrace to Texas. You going against your own man? Nah, I ain't going against my own city. Dallas ain't my motherfucking city. You know what I'm saying? That shit shouldn't even be part of Texas, if you ask me. Shit.
What is supposed to be part?
Man, call that shit Dallas, Rio de Janeiro or some shit, man. I don't square business. We not claiming them hoes, man. Move Dallas up out here, man. Square business. Bro.
Ty, you brutal, boy. Damn.
Man. Nah, bro. I'm telling you, man, they got exactly what they deserve, bro. You see how bad they are on, bro. I loved it. I loved it, bro. And you know what's so bad? I'm gonna tell you why they so disloyal. Then you got so many. Now they're all jumping the Boots fans. Now all the Earl fans now are saying he ducking. You go to these panels now, they're making a narrative now. Oh, he ducking Boots and this and that there because he know he can't get nothing from fighting Boots. Even though I would love to see him because I already know what's gonna happen.
Bro, he got a rematch clause.
No, I already know. You're not telling me. I know about. I'm just telling you about what these dudes. Then most of them that was with Earl, now they done turned against Earl. Now he garbage. Now he a disgrace to Dallas. Now you claim the motherfucker. Now you want to throw him away. That's just how these. Yeah, that's just what motherfucking dislike. Yeah, man, there ain't no loyalty, man, with these hoe ass, suck ass. You know what I'm saying? They suckers, man. Yeah, I'm going to stick with my fighter. If Bud would have lost, I'm going to ride with him till the wheels fall off, bro. I don't do my fighters. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? But you could tell these type of dudes the way they are with Spence. Those are the type of those are the type of dudes how they do you in the real world, bro. They the type gonna cut your back.
Front runner type of
Yeah,
thing.
fuck your gal when you go to the penitentiary. They gonna be at your main gal when you gone. They do all that old hoe ass shit. Those are the same type of dudes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Same type of dudes.
Those dudes were talking about Spence need to retire off of that, based off of that one fight. Like he just don't never need to box again off of that one fight, which is insane. He just should retire. That should be it. He shouldn't fight nobody ever.
And you know what? That is insane. But at the same time, I'm gonna tell you why I wouldn't blame a couple of them for saying that one. You know what? Because he took so much punishment and what he's been through, bro. No, but I'm just saying though. But man, let me tell you something. I don't what you or anybody say. If he refund, no, I'm not saying that. You're missing my point. It's not about the one fight. It's about how he lost. Hold on. It's about how much punishment he took, bro, and how he lost. It ain't about just losing one fight. I don't think he should retire. But if you jump in there again this quick when a Bud rematch, Bud's gonna finish. Bud's gonna get his boy brain damage, bro. And that ain't nothing I want to see, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like Earl, bro. I like Earl.
Yeah, he's not beating him.
I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to see him get done like that, but I already knew the karma was coming. I knew all these people. God don't like ugly, bro. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes everybody gets humbled in this world, bro. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? Sooner or later, it's gonna happen.
Not everybody. Powerful don't get humble, but if rules change, we move up. Not everybody, Ty. That ain't true.
No, I'm talking about in life, but sooner or later, somebody out. You always get humbled. It don't mean just an ass whooping, but you gonna get humbled out here. Gonna get humbled out here, man.
Well, I just brought it up to say, like, everybody ain't Bud. So if he not fighting Bud, bro, like, I don't see nobody else doing that man like that.
No, I'm just saying. I'm not just saying necessarily fighting getting humbled.
No, I'm not talking about you in particular, but I'm saying some of these dudes were just saying he don't need to fight. Period. Like fuck fighting a Bud fight. He don't need to fight nobody. Like that's
he
crazy.
Don't. And I say the same thing. Yup. I say the same thing. He took a lot of damage, bro.
It's only one Bud, bro.
He took a lot of damage, and he talking about being he gonna fight at the end of December. Man, that ain't finna happen. Anybody that's close to him and loves him and tells him some bullshit like that, they don't even need to be around him. Straight up, bro, because that man got to at least take 6 months off, man. At least. You crazy, man. That man took punishment, bro. Talking about getting in the ring in a couple months, man. Come on, man.
I mean, dude, man. No, bro. Listen, that dude is a professional fighter. He would be evaluated by doctors or whatnot. And it's only one Bud, bro. It's only one Bud bouncing around. Okay, so who in that weight class is comparable to Bud?
He fight Bud again, he gonna be reevaluated.
No, but let's say take Bud out of it. He's not fighting Bud. Who else in that weight class is able to do that?
I'll tell you who beat him. And I said this before the Crawford fight. I said I always had Boots beating Spence, man. But I had Crawford beating Boots. No, I'm being real. I'm gonna be real. Boots got better skills. That he got better movement. He got all that. He better. I'm just telling you. If that fight would have happened, I think Boots would have beat that Crawford. That Spence that got done like that. Even though I know Bud made him look like that. And people ain't gonna say that. They gonna but the way, but this. They always say they ain't got no excuses. But every time you say Bud after something you say is an excuse. That's an excuse.
No, Bud did that, but I don't see him fighting Boots. So that's not even like Boots ain't fighting Errol, and he not fighting.
No, I was saying before the Crawford fight. I said I already had Boots beating him. No, you don't put him in there with Boots. Oh hell no, not after that.
Neither one of them. Yeah, well, neither one of them dudes ain't fighting Boots. Why would they?
Yeah,
like there's no benefit for either one of them guys to fight Boots. Neither one of them are fighting Boots. Boots is on a different era. Like he missed that era. He came after that.
But I'm not gonna lie and say I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. Even though I know it ain't gonna happen, but I want to see it. I'm not like everybody. I don't care about that. I don't be talking pockets and money and even belts sometimes. I just want to see certain fights, bro. That's me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, I doubt.
No, I know.
I
don't think it's gonna happen either because Bud already said it. Bud already said. I already know.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, man.
It ain't gonna happen. We got to be stuck with the Isaac Cruzes and Tank fights and all this other old goofy fights.
Yeah, I stream all Tank's fights, and I like Tank, but he not fighting nobody, bro. And that's Mayweather, shit. Same, you know what I'm saying? I already knew he was gonna do that career, just like he was picking and choosing. Canelo be picking and choosing, and shit it is. And I don't want to hear because he at the end he can do whatever. I don't like that shit. Come on, man. People don't never on all these panels, man.
I'm not about to validate why I gotta pay for somebody to pick who they want to fight versus.
Yeah, man. I'm not, and nobody ever holds Canelo accountable on these panels, bro. They be capping for him. That's why I want to get on here earlier when they be talking about Canelo. Like, come on, man. You sitting there, how many times you could have fought Andrade a long time ago, man, screaming at you the press conference. You could have been undisputed at 150 for once. You dodged him at both weight class. Like, bro, Canelo be picking. He don't want nothing to Benavidez.
He never wanted.
But
he
y'all
never
think he
wanted
gonna fight
Andrade
Crawford,
since
though.
he first seen Andrade at the same weight class. Never.
Yeah, man. I've been, and every time I bring that up in other panels, they all, well, Andrade didn't want this and that. Andrade's a bum. Man, these people be capping on here, bro.
Andrade
Andrade
was step around him all night.
Yeah, exactly.
But Andrade messed himself up because he could have had. I can't remember the fight he would have had that would set him up to be the manager.
Yeah.
He kind of screwed himself on that portion.
Yeah, he screwed himself.
Same thing with Benavidez with that test that he blew. Like you already know what the play is. So you can't. Yeah, you already know what Canelo is trying to avoid you, so you can't give him an excuse.
You can't help him out, right?
Yeah.
See, he gets over there. He gets drugged by Bivol. See, this is how they do it and trick the pistol. Like he gets drugged by Bivol. Then he's gonna be like, okay, well, let me go fight this. Let me go fight 40-year-old Triple G. So he can get that win. Hold on. Once they get that win, they're gonna be like, oh, he's back. Then he go life and death kind of with Ryder. Then you fight Ryder, which okay, that was your mandatory woo-de-woo. But after that was supposed to be Benavidez because they said that after the playing such and such fight, it was supposed to be. Then that shit got changed. You know what I'm saying? Benavidez been calling him out, but when you talk to people, these Canelo lovers, they don't never bring this shit up, but they want to badmouth Charlo this, he garbage. Woo-de-woo this, woo-de-woo. The only reason he picked Charlo is because the motherfucker's 2 weight classes below him. Everything he does is a cherry pick, bro. And Charlo gonna give him a tougher fight than what people think. Now I would probably edge Canelo because of but at the same time, if they think it's not gonna be no walk in the park, man. Like people think it's gonna be fair. It's not gonna be fair. Like, I know you're right.
Yeah, it's never gonna be fair with Canelo. Like that's
it's never, bro. Catch weights and weight. It's always something with him, bro.
Yeah, but somebody just got to get in there and do what they do, man. It's gonna happen. I mean, I would imagine it happens because Father Time is undefeated. He keep getting him with these young bucks, man. He gonna have a problem. He gonna be like Hopkins, where he get knocked out the ring.
Knocked out the ring,
yeah, he slipped. There ain't no white boy gonna beat me, and that boy put that thing on your ass.
Put that hands on that boy.
Slip and it was a slip and all this and that. Like, oh man, here you go with the stupid stuff. It wasn't really a TKO. They let me get back in the ring. You're like, oh my god, dog, stop it, man. Keep fucking around because he had like one too many fights. He kept doing that Roy Jones shit. But see, unlike Roy Jones, he was fighting them young dudes. He wasn't fighting them older.
Hopkins got that shit off by fighting Dawson that time and shit like that. But remember, he jumped out the ring on Dawson. Remember he did that? And then they had to fight again. Man, Hopkins famous. Hopkins jumped out the ring against Antoine Eccles back in the day too.
Hopkins jumped out the ring. I remember that. That was a while. I remember that fight.
Yeah, I remember. Hopkins is one of them dudes that'll steal your money on you, man. You keep fucking with him if you want to.
Square business.
Yeah, he's still he that dude that ran off with your 1,000. That's Hopkins. That's Hopkins, bro. That's Hopkins.
Y'all laughing. I need that shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, everybody need that money,
bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Everybody need that money,
sit up here and say like I'm doing lovely, but shit, I didn't bet on my ass. I had my thought, bro. I needed that. If I would have known that shit, I would have went to Louis and gambled that, bro. But it's all good. All that
Kyle, I'm
karma
gonna tell you
gonna
this,
come
bro.
back, man. God don't like
if I'm gonna bet on the sports, I ain't betting people straight up. I'm gonna bet on the online site.
And I'll never
go
bet
with the
nobody on
odds.
YouTube again. I had a dude jack me on 100 push-ups on here on the panel a long time ago, and then the same dude let him come on the panel again. I'm like, bitch, y'all hoe ass them bunch of marks on this bitch. Ain't no bro square bit. You can't even do 100 push. Yeah, man. Yeah. Another hoe, man. These dudes on here. Man, one thing about me, I stand on principles, bro. You ain't got your word out here, you ain't got shit, man. You ain't shit.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
Well, they don't
Yeah.
care, bro, because they on the internet and they behind the
Yeah,
avatar,
I
bro.
already
So,
know.
yeah.
I already know.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
about
now
to be
you
a
know.
billionaire tomorrow. I don't know what you're talking about, T.Y. Everybody on here tell the truth, because I'm about to be a billionaire tomorrow. I'm about to buy SpaceX. Straight up.
Yeah, we fuck around and buy Barbados next week.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you. It's
I
in the
feel
works.
that.
Private dollars. Fuck it. We going to Maui. We finna buy it up. You gonna be mad at us. It's the takeover.
Man.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
that's just the internet, man. People do what they do. They don't. They believe they just be on here acting. A lot of them, man, and talking about.
Hey,
shit
you
they don't
remember?
know nothing about.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Do you remember H Money used to come on all the time and go fucking nuts?
Oh yeah.
Hey, bro.
Like he was on Ritalin or ADHD or something.
Hey, let me tell y'all something. Say, bro, beside 1 or 2 panels, that's the panel I've been on ever since YouTube, bro. I know he toxic. Me and him fell off. Yeah, man. Yeah, he blocked me. Yeah, because I pulled a bitch off his motherfucking live, bro. That was from Houston, bro. Yeah, and then he put some salt in the game to get the hoe to get mad at me because I the motherfucker had feelings for the hoe. Yeah, man, straight up. And I took that. Yeah, man. I said, boy, I can tell you some shit, bro. But I'm gonna show my mind. Everybody on his panel, everybody on his panel be jacking push-ups and jacking money, bro. None of them, but they all, man, they frauds on that hoe, man. Yeah.
Well, you see how
you know where not to go.
Different panels move with the Haneys. You could kind of tell what they was when they stopped going on those channels, and then like he stopped popping up. Bill stopped popping up on them channels, and they all the ones he used to frequent fly on, they all flipped on them. All
Yeah,
of a sudden, right before
that's why people stop going to him. If you don't go with his fighter, he gonna call you a bitch or a hoe. Now he's pushing the narrative that somebody tell to be Boots. He's screaming at people. He's screaming Bud ducking Boots now. Boots gonna knock him out in 5-6 rounds and woo. Man, these dudes nuts on here, man.
But it's too many of them, man. It ain't just money. It's too many of them that you can call out that do all that weird stuff, man.
Oh yeah, I seen it on YouTube, man. This shit was never my shit. I was never no internet, but I love boxing so much. I seen one channel when I first got on here, and then I just, I kept it a buck with.
Yeah, it kind of. The YouTube kind of sucks you in, man.
Yeah, man.
If you like something, the algorithm gonna feed you, bro.
But these dudes on this internet, they not my cup of tea, man. The way I was brought up, the way I was raised, these dudes here, man, they some.
Ty, you're talking about a different generation, and most of the generation, they don't have any principles, morals, or anything. They don't believe in anything.
Nothing. You ain't lying.
So if you don't believe in anything from a base level, you can't have any principles, morals, or standards. You're gonna flip.
Exactly.
You're gonna flip whenever you get the chance to.
I stress it all the time. I already know this different generation, man. Come on, man. You got grown men wearing skinny jeans. You got grown men wearing tight ass. Come on, man. Wearing knickerbockers out here, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's the society, man. They want them to.
This the
so
world
they do it. They do it freely.
Yeah. And everything's superficial. Everything's superficial to go back to that passport, bro. That's why that sounds so good, because those are young women that are attractive. Everything is superficial about the way things look, not about what it is. You never hear them dudes talking about it's just a lot of superficial stuff running around here until they actually dig into it, and you just figure out it's just all for the show. And it works on the internet. It works. Those biggest channels, they're the most superficial stuff. When you start looking at all this stuff, from buying stocks to buying real estate to fucking investing in schools to whatever you're talking about, everything is a fraud, man.
Hey, they need to. DJ Envy need to give some of them people their money back, bro. That shit crazy, bro.
Hey, one thing I always say, though, like y'all said, one thing I always say, you can be whatever you want to be on the internet, bro. You can be a millionaire. You can be the hardest mother. You can be whatever you want to be on here, bro. Straight up.
TV too. Regular TV too now. We see regular TV too. If you can get ratings, they'll put you on TV. They'll put you on the local news if you can get them ratings. They don't give a damn what you saying. If it's true, not true, that shit don't matter. If you get them ratings, they gonna run that story and they gonna run it in the ground.
Yeah.
It don't even matter if it's
and
right.
people don't
They just
understand the
gonna run that
propaganda of the news, man. A lot of people don't even
Yeah.
understand the propaganda of the news. They had I'll tell you this, because you in Texas, Ty, so they had Quanell X on TV talking about that girl that got they had in Dubai because she broke the laws in Dubai.
Oh,
What he was basically saying, bro, was like they shouldn't have a right to take her to jail. I said, bro, that's state law.
That's state
You
law.
can't come to somebody else's country and do what you want to do.
Yep. You seen what
I said,
happened with
that's
Brittany? You
foolish.
see what happened with Brittany Griner? You can't do what you want to do up in them countries.
Yeah, but see, Americans think American law trumps everybody else's law. It don't work.
Oh,
like
I know. Yeah, it don't work like that.
Like these
Boy,
people are dumb, bro. What they be arguing for be pretty stupid, and I'd be like, "What are you talking about, bro? I cannot come over your house and do what I want, Ty.
Hell nah.
It's
Just
your
like I can't
house."
come over just like I can't come over your house and do what I want for real.
Right.
But
Yeah.
that's because America's bullies. America's are international bullies, and we do stuff like that thing we did with Noriega, where they went to a federal judge and got a court order, a warrant to go arrest him, and went to Panama and arrested and kidnapped him and brought him to America. The same thing we do with Mexico, the same thing we do with all them African countries. We do that so much till people just start believing that we can just do whatever the hell we want to do, and that's not how the world works.
Yeah, they believe we can do whatever the hell we want to do. You correct. And then they take that American mentality other places, and then when they get checked on it, they be like, oh. No, yeah. Don't work like that, buddy.
Yep. Ain't lying.
Dude, I would never rent a car in Dubai because I don't know their driving laws. I would always use a ride share or whatever they got. I would never rent a car.
Where you from? Never. Where you from, KP?
I'm in KC. Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, you in Kansas City?
Yeah. It's an 8-hour drive to Dallas, 12 to Houston.
That's it?
KPI.
Yep.
I ain't even know that. You talking about Kansas City? From where the Kansas City Chiefs at?
Yeah, the Chiefs is in Missouri.
Yeah,
Everybody
Missouri.
think they're in
Kansas City's only, what, 8-10 hours from Houston?
8 hours from Dallas, 12 hours from Houston.
Yeah, because Houston to Dallas is like 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what I said. 12 from Houston.
Yeah, 12 hours. Yeah. I ain't know KC was that clear. What I be saying, bro. I don't be getting, man, shit, man. I be wanting to get up out of Texas, man, for real, man. This bitch ass shit out here.
Oh, you gotta check
I'm tired of it. I'm from here. I love my state, but man, bro, I'm telling you, bro, they ain't lying when you come in. They see that sign, bro. Don't mess with it. Shit, them hoes done hit a motherfucking. They got about 100 units of motherfucking prisons out here. They just send motherfucking to these motherfuckers out here, boy. They just don't give a fuck. I mean, that's everywhere, but at the same time, man, fucking Texas, man, I get tired in this heat, bro. This heat make you tough, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, but this heat out here, boy, put you on your head.
We got the same thing y'all got right now, Ty. It's about 90 degrees this morning right now at 5, bro.
Man, it ain't 90 over here. It's about 106. 106, man. It be getting 106, man.
Right now it's 106.
Yeah, y'all heat ain't like Texas heat, man. You better have Texas, Louisiana heat, man. Hell nah, I'd rather take your 90, bro. And you gotta understand, it's humid. This heat,
we got
humid
the same
out
thing.
here.
We got the humidity like y'all got, but you got a higher temperature.
Okay. But yeah,
bro. Right now, I'm working right now, bro. I'm sweating right now.
I feel you, bro. That whole down here, it's been like 105, 106, man. I'm telling you, bro. People been falling out, dying. I'm telling you, man. Like, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shit, that downside heat, boy. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know it was humid like that in Kansas City. I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah, bro. We get the humidity. We get all the weather in KC. We get the rain, sleet, the snow. We get all that, bro.
Pittsburgh. Where you at, Pittsburgh?
I'm down here in South Florida right now. I ain't in Pittsburgh. It's humid as hell down here.
Yeah, I knew you wasn't in Pittsburgh. I think I remember you tell shit. You in Florida. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm originally from. That's where my folks from.
Yeah.
The Caribbean like that too. You know,
I ain't never been to Florida. How high Florida get out there?
Yeah, Florida got that humidity too.
They got that humidity too. Yeah.
It rained for 10 minutes and then it get humid as a motherfucker.
Yeah. That's how I tell you. Yeah.
Yeah. So Yeah, the humidity bad here, and the Caribbean is like that too. Like if you ever get down to the Caribbean, that's the other thing. When you go out
Yep,
these
the
countries,
Bahamas and all
they
that,
don't-
it'd be like that too.
They don't be having AC units. They use fans.
No,
They
bro.
use, like, yeah,
He's
they
not
don't be
lying,
using
bro.
That shit. Yeah, they
Hey,
don't be
hey,
using
hey,
that
Pittsburgh,
shit.
them little tiny shack you be seeing in the Bahamas and Jamaica, you be like,
Yep.
man, that's some shit, bro.
Yep. The ones that you see where the people be in them little villas on the water where they rent it and they go wake up in the morning and they on the water and the shit on the stilts and all that. And they be doing the little YouTube videos and Instagram and all that.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
them shits don't be having no goddamn AC in it.
They don't be
you
having
go
no
to the
AC,
resort,
bro.
Yeah, it's got it. Yeah.
Only
But
the
you got
resort.
some of
Yep,
them-
only resort.
Yeah.
When you go to the resorts in
Resorts, yeah.
Jamaica, Dominican, Bahamas and shit
They
like
got
that,
everything.
bro, they got AC. Everybody else around there, no AC, bro.
They ain't got it. Yep. That's the
Damn.
game. Yeah.
Hey,
it's like
hot
that a
as
lot
a
of places,
mug.
man. Like that a lot of places. It's depending on the state. You don't, and that's what KP's saying. Like some people think that their Americanism got to go everywhere. That's not how that shit go.
Nope.
They don't give a damn about America like that. And America ain't as strong. Like you take your ass to Europe, your dollar ain't even worth as much.
Nope. You better take your ass to Mexico. That's where your dollar
Yeah,
worth.
that's it. That's worth something. And they gonna rob your ass if you don't speak Spanish. Go down there if you want to, not speaking no Spanish. Take us some dollars down there and see what happens to you.
Pittsburgh. Every time I go, hey, Ty. Every time I go, I transfer my money to pesos.
Exactly.
Because they
Me
want
too.
that American dollar. I'm a transfer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I flip
yeah.
it over. Flip it over, and I speak a little. I speak enough Spanish because what happened is, like, say you want something, they gonna have everything in pesos, so it'll be 500 pesos. You gonna get them $10. Your peso return back is not gonna be accurate. It is not even remotely gonna be close. So you
Nope.
better off
That's why I
transferring
go
over
straight
right
to
away.
the. That's why I go straight to the exchange when I get there. I don't got time to be fucking with them.
Yep. Now, if you go to the big places, of course, you can just swipe your card, but you can't do that for everything.
No, you can't
Everything
do that
don't
for
take
everything. You know, we like to get out in the street and mess with the people on the
Yeah.
street and see what they got and
Yeah.
all that type of shit. I got to get them pesos out for it because I ain't playing with you. I ain't playing
Hey, and
with
it's a lot of. Hey, and how about this, KP? It's a lot of people that live. I know some people that live over there for years and ain't coming back. Ain't trying to come back.
you. Bro,
That's the other part of
because
that.
the cost of living is so much cheaper.
Yep. And they don't need that much. They live
They don't need that
downtown,
much,
They
bro.
don't need no car. They don't need no
Nope.
car. They close to the beach. They got a whole community of people that can get in and out. It don't really cost them relatively no money. Their rent is like a couple $100 a month. Like, man, it's
Hold on, where are you talking about again?
In Mexico, bro.
Oh yeah, Mexico. Yeah, that's right, man.
Hey, Ty. I went to Puerto
I ain't
Vallarta
going out
last
there,
year.
man. They gonna hang a motherfucker by that motherfucking toes. I don't want to go out there.
Ty, stop believing that bullshit, Ty.
that's
Ty,
bullshit.
stop believing
Don't
that
believe
bullshit. Hey, Ty.
And then I
if
gotta
you
worry
never
about
been-
all them cartels. Then I gotta worry about the cartels.
Ty,
every
stop
month.
watching the news. Ty, stop watching the
Yeah.
news.
Yeah.
Listen, bro. When you go, you're gonna be like, man, what the fuck? Hey, Ty, I'm about to tell you. $500 US is 6,000 pesos. 6,000 pesos to take you damn near 2 weeks to spend that shit.
Yep. And you're gonna have the freshest food. And see, the thing about Mexico too is that
They don't put all that shit in their
cook
food.
with all-
Yep.
Yeah, they cook with spices and stuff that's close to what you used to. So you ain't got that bland ass food. Their spices are the shit they use is relatively close to what you used to. And
But
they
I'm
don't have all
confused
that
about
shit
how
in
the money, like if I
I just told you, Ty.
$100 in Mexico is what? How many pesos?
It's probably 2,000 pesos.
2,000.
And how much? 2,000 pesos don't get you shit in Mexico.
Nah, 2,000 pesos last long. That's a long run of money.
That's a long
You got
time.
money.
That's what we're trying to tell you.
Oh, okay. So it's really $100 is like what in Mexico money? Like how much in? Like
I just told you 2,000 pesos. So let me explain it to you like this: the dollar is worth 20 pesos. $1 is worth 20 pesos. So what you're getting is a better.
So how
exchange rate
how
on
many
your
pesos
dollar.
would a burger be? I'm just trying to give you an example. Like
Okay, a burger. If a dollar's worth 20 pesos,
yeah.
Then if you ordered some tacos, they would convert it to pesos. So let me think of the numbers. I wish I had a calculator in front of me.
Yeah.
But
see, you know what you can do, Ty. See, like, look, that because of the internet, all you gotta do is you can go to Google Translate.
you can Google it and
This
put
how
that in
simple
the
it is.
phone.
Yeah, look.
I'm
This how
bad.
simple
I'm
it is.
bad with this internet shit, man.
No, you ain't bad. You ain't even got to be smart. You
just
got
ain't
that
use
shit.
it. Yeah, you got a smartphone. The phone do the work. All you got,
Yeah.
look, I'm gonna show you how simple it is. If you download Google Translate on your phone, right?
Yeah.
It's just for the speaking part of it. And you pick up a bottle that's in pure Spanish. You could take the camera on your phone, put the camera on the fucking bottle in Spanish, and it'll convert the shit while you looking at it. The
For
same thing
real?
with the money. Yes.
Grab
Same
in it.
thing with the
Yeah.
money. Same
Yeah,
thing with the money.
it's one US dollar is 17 pesos pretty much right now.
Okay, so
What you got?
one US dollar is 17 pesos in Mexico.
Yeah, right.
go to
So
Google.
let's say if your McDonald's in America costs $10, then
Yep.
that'll
Yeah,
be
how many
so 10
pesos
US
is
dollars.
a meal
10 US dollars
in Mexico?
times, so it'll be 10 US dollars times 17 pesos. So that'll probably be maybe 170 pesos. That's probably what it is for a McDonald's value meal.
So a McDonald's value meal in Mexico would be how many pesos?
About 170, probably something like that.
Man, that seems like a lot, ain't it?
That ain't a lot. It ain't a lot
Nah.
because you converted your money to Mexican money. Your U.S. money is worth more in Mexico than it is in U.S. Now you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So your money go further, right?
Okay, I got you. Yeah, that bitch
That's what we
stretch out.
saying.
Yeah.
Your money go further.
Yeah.
That's why people be going down there. You know the Texas boys be going down there to get that.
Nah, I
damn
know they do. Yeah, I already know. I just never. I mean, I knew it was more, but I just never knew the conversion, like because I never really been out there like that. I'd be scared to cross that bitch ass border. Like,
Yeah, hey, you better stop being
I be
scared.
thinking
boy.
them cartels I be thinking they gonna cut a motherfucker up like spaghetti out there. Shit.
Better stop listening to all them damn stories, man.
You do, bro. Just gotta
Yeah,
get a
man.
passport, dog. That's all you gotta do is get your passport. That's it.
Yep.
Get
Go
your
on over there.
passport and go.
Yeah,
and
but I don't know how to
enjoy
speak.
yourself.
I don't know how to speak Spanish though, man.
I don't
They speak
either.
English. They speak English.
Yeah, I don't
But you
speak
know
English.
that. But you know,
Listen.
motherfucker act like they don't speak it, man. Come on, man.
Nah, but
Hey,
you can
Ty,
learn
you better
Spanish,
stop.
though,
Ty, you better stop making every excuse not to go, and you better get your ass right.
Nah, man, I'm not going unless you motherfuckers go 10 deep. But mommy, get me cut up out there, bro. Have me cut up out there, man. Hell nah, man.
Hey,
no.
Ty, look, I go usually once or twice a year. I drive over
I
there,
do too.
I eat, all that shit. Like nobody bothers you. They not fucking
Nobody.
with no
I'm about to go again in November.
For real?
Yeah, I'm going in September for 2 weeks. I'm going to Playa del Carmen. Like that, it depends on what part you go to. Like if you go to Cabo,
Yeah, that's what everybody told me. They say I go to the wrong place in Mexico and cartels gonna snatch me. I ain't never gonna be seen again,
they
man.
ain't gonna snatch you
Hey,
up. I'm talking
hey,
about the
Ty,
price.
man, stop listening
The
to them
price.
crazy motherfuckers. I went to
Yeah.
Puerto Vallarta last year. I'm going
Yep,
to
that's
Cancun.
just beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah,
beautiful.
beautiful, man.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
And from where you at, that's a quick flight. Puerto Vallarta is close to you. That ain't that far.
Yep.
It's probably like a 3-hour flight from where you at.
Hey, that ain't that far from where Canelo from, which is Jalisco.
Yeah, that's right there. Yeah. Puerto Vallarta, and it's a coastal town. Most of those places are coastal towns too, because you're never gonna be too far away from the water. In Mexico.
You right there at the beach, bro. You right at the
Yeah,
beach,
you're
Ty.
never gonna be too far.
Every morning
So
you
how
watch
do you know
people
what
get in the beach.
places to stay away from, bro? How do you know where the cartel? Like I know I got a couple Mexican
Man,
probably.
forget
Like,
that cartel shit, bro. Listen, the
Man, that
problem with
cartel
Mexico
shit
is
don't exist in my world.
it don't exist. Listen, bro, if you want to get into some shit, the problem is, look, if you want to get into some shit, it's not like America shit. Your bottom go way lower in Mexico. So if you get into some goofy stuff in Mexico, that shit can go wrong real crazy on you real fast. So as long
That's
as
because you
doing
wanted to
regular
get into
shit-
some goofy
no,
shit.
they said when you
Yeah.
get locked up down there, everybody told me you'll be fucked. Cause the way I used to go to
But
jail, go to
Ty,
prison.
Ty,
like, yeah.
Ty,
You're not going to
you
jail,
just
bro.
said earlier when we talked about Dubai, it's certain shit you ain't gonna do in another country. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, nah, but I'm saying,
Okay.
but I could get caught up not knowing I'm walking in some shit I don't even know of. Somebody else's backyard.
Bro, you gotta break that thinking, bro. You gotta get the fuck up out of here, bro. Once you get out of here,
I do,
your whole
bro.
fucking life
I
gonna
know.
change, bro.
I do, man. I want to get out this motherfucker, man. But shit, man, you just man, bro.
Oh, go to Toronto. They speak English in Toronto. That's a quick flight for you. That's a completely English speaking town. Go right to Toronto.
Anywhere,
Catch one flight.
anywhere you can catch a flight to, man. Go ahead and go, bro.
Get out of here.
Ease your
Get outta
mind.
here, bro.
Get out of here.
Get outta
That's
here.
what helped people. People really don't realize that traveling.
See,
really
I want to go to spots. So I need to go somewhere, bro, where there's gonna be more opportunities, man. With my fucked up ass record, man. That's the problem, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, bro. I mean, listen, man. It's a big old world, man. You got to get out of. You got to.
Yeah, world. I haven't even been out of, bro. I've been out of one state or so, bro, and that's it. Like I've never seen none of the world, bro. I'm ready to see this bitch, man. Like,
yeah, you got to see.
You got to get in that car and ride, man. You got to get in that car and ride. If you can't do nothing else, look. I started the first couple trips I made. I used to drive 4 hours to a certain city, up and down, twice a year.
I did
when I
too.
first started traveling. And then
so you just dry ass
drive
there. So just dry ass dry there and just see what it is.
Yeah, bro, because like you in Texas, right? So you, I used to go to Memphis. I hate Memphis. Memphis sucks, bro. That shit sucks.
I went there, bro. I went there when I was a kid. When I was young, bro, I got a plant job out there, bro. And the plant's making money. They see me out. Man, I love them hoes. Love me out. Boy, I go to Walmart. That bitch like Memphis out there.
You like Memphis, Ty?
Man, when I went to the club, them sisters were all over. I'm dying. You like my bro? Them old
you like
boy right there. Say, man, them old love me out there.
Ty, you like that country little motherfucker Memphis. Let me read the super chat. Hold on. Oh my God, you found pick of Mel holding his head straight. D-Lo 404. Thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, salute to you.
Yeah, but yeah, bro, you gotta go, bro. Because once you go out of the country, it's gonna broaden your thought process, and you're gonna see how different other people live, and how Americans really think we're really the freest country in the world. But when you go to other countries, some of these people are free of the burdens of the thought process that Americans have.
Okay, let me tell you this though, and I've had this discussion with everybody because I used to have this one girl I wanted to see out the country, like a couple of them, like bro, like some of them, like a lot of people tell me I can get a passport, and then a lot of people tell me I probably can't get one, like, you know what I'm saying?
I would tell you this: go to the post office and apply for it.
Make them bullshit and apply, bro.
Make them deny you. Make them deny you.
Yeah,
that's what you gotta do.
Download the application. Google it, download the application, and send the shit in.
Hold on, what do you mean make them? What do you mean make them deny me? I don't want to get denied, bro. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is if you don't apply, they can't deny you.
Exactly.
Because if you never apply, they can't deny you. So, but you gotta apply. You might be able to get it.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So apply for that motherfucker. I think we was talking to you the other day about the one thing.
They told me you got to go to the post office, man. I think.
Right? Yeah, go to the post office. They got the little paper application. Yeah.
Yep.
All my kids got passports, bro.
You can't lie on that bitch, right? Because they're gonna see it when they run my shit, right?
Nah, yeah, you can't lie.
Yeah, I already know they gonna run that. They gonna run that so big. Yeah, that's like a fit. Yeah, you ain't gonna get past
don't lie on it. Nah, tell the truth. They know. They gonna pull up your shit.
Yeah,
because your shit gotta go through the system. But I know people that have had an F on their report card and they got passports.
Yeah, that's about to say. It's not like what you think it is. It ain't. It's never to the gossip and the stuff that people promote.
People said some people told me most of the countries are certain ones, the ones I want to get, they said they probably won't let me in, or I have to get a visa to get in.
Nah. Once you got that passport, once you got the passport, you can go to most of the world. Unless you good. Yeah, unless you go to like Australia, it's very.
Bro, stop listening to these people that ask. This is what you ask people that tell you can't get it. Do you got one? Ask them that. Yeah. Do you got one?
Yeah. And let me see.
Fuck out of here.
Let me see your book. Let me see your passport. How many?
Let me see your book. Couple ones though that I know got that they squared. Like the female, like a lot, they don't got no cases though, man. That's why they got one.
Bro, I know people that got an F on their report card. I know people that had child support cases that they had to get cleared so they can get it.
Yep. You get it.
Child support will fuck you up, Ty.
Yep.
Child support will stop you. I know that, but these cases I got, man. One of them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm just giving you an example, though, bro.
Yeah. So, no, I know what you're saying. Child support will fuck you up. You're right, because my partner can't get one because he got child support right now. You know what I mean? But that's not a charge. That's something that they ain't paid. That's why they not getting a child support. They not getting a passport at that time. But the shit I'm talking about, you already know. That's different. See, child support, they can clean that shit up if they pay the motherfucker. See, I can't clean this shit up. I can't expunge. I can't get rid of this shit. That's the problem with that and having child support. You feel me?
But it might not be the thing to stop you though, Ty. That's the
All
thing.
right, I got you. I'm gonna stop wondering. This shit driving me crazy. I need to just gonna pay that money. Was it like a bill 50
Pay
or
that
something?
money, man. Pay that $100-some dollars.
Yeah.
You was about to get that boy $1,000 for that fight.
Yeah,
You
I'm
won
gonna
the fight,
stop
so
being
shit, you ain't
cheap.
giving
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
Go pay that
Funky
money, man.
motherfucker. That's why I tell you I need that 1,000. I put my 1,000. That's what I say, man. They ain't no.
I said
I
I need
swear,
my
man.
motherfucking
They ain't no word,
$1,000.
bro.
Hey.
I tell you, man. These grown men, bro. I tell you, man.
Hey, Ty up in that motherfucker like Samuel Jackson, Minister Society. Motherfucker told you he was gonna pay you when he feel like it, huh, Ty?
Nah, I never, but nah, man. I'm real good at who I pick, who I fuck. But bro, you know what I'm saying? I thought he was solid like that, but you can't even motherfucker ain't answer
Now
my
you
call.
know.
Like I can see if you
Now
tell me
you
you
know.
ain't got it right now or some shit. You can't even answer my text. And see, come on, man. There ain't no excuse for that weak ass shit, man.
But look, Ty, if you got a G,
Well, let
look,
him
if you
be.
got a, if you look, Ty, if you got a G, keep going to Vegas, bro. Take you a couple trips out to Vegas to relax, man. Vegas is one of the most places where you could do so many different things.
bro.
And it's not funny and it's very inexpensive.
And I went for
You
the
ain't even
first
got to go
time,
out the
bro,
country.
but I didn't get to do what I want because I was lost, bro. They didn't really tell me the people I went with. I want to go with somebody like this type of shit I do. Like I just sit in the casino at the Lux, so I just gambled and get because you know that's what I do. I gamble, but man, but don't get me wrong, man. You know, some action was coming through there, man. Like shit was crazy. One girl drunk.
There's always some shit going on.
I
in
damn near
Vegas,
knocking
man.
her off inside the lobby, outside the room. Like this shit was crazy, bro. Like I didn't even know
That's
what
Vegas,
the fuck was
bro.
going on. This
That's
shit was
Vegas,
wild.
bro.
Vegas, wow. Yeah, go
Yeah,
back.
Vegas wild, bro.
But I didn't really get to see. People were telling me to go to a certain part in Vegas, like downtown. What is it called? If you say it, then I'll know
You
it.
talking about old Vegas, old downtown Vegas?
Yeah, man. But see, I everything. Look, the only thing I got to do, bro, when I was at the Lake is gamble, and then I kept walking through all them other hotels, bro. I rode some little bullshit shuttle down to another casino. Walking through that casino led me to another casino through MG.
Yeah,
but see, I never got to visit. I never got to go to where you know what I'm saying. Them like old Vegas,
Yeah,
like
the old hotels.
I never
where
got
the
to see it
Queens,
because I don't got
where
no
the Queens
car.
is
Like everybody was
downtown
telling
and
me.
all that other stuff downtown.
So
The
how do I get
old
down
stuff.
there? Every time I want to go somewhere, I gotta pay.
You just catch the slow down, Ty. Let me help you out. Slow down. There's a double. They used to have like a double bus, or you can do the Uber. The double bus is basically a double decker bus where they got a top and a bottom full of people on the damn bus. It got AC, but in Vegas, I used to ride that instead of catching Uber and stuff like that because I just ride that right on down to downtown, and then you can catch it coming back up whenever you want to come back up. But man, Vegas is like that, man. Vegas is one of those cities you got to visit a few times, and you learn it, and then you be like, cool, I've been to Vegas enough. I don't want to go no more, or something. You know, that's how I am with Vegas. I done been enough times. The last time I went to Vegas, actually Pittsburgh, I met Reggie when I was in Vegas. The last time.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
So that's the last time I went to Vegas, but I think that was 2020, 2021, one of those years. That's the last time I went, but. Yeah, but I've been going other places since then. But man, you got to go other places, bro. You're gonna enjoy it, man. It's gonna broaden your thought process.
Yeah, because I've been to Vegas a whole bunch of times, and it's so many things to do there. You got like
you can never do it all.
Yeah, you can literally get in race cars. You can shoot guns you never seen. You can shoot automatic weapons. You can go in the mountains. You got you can drive to California. You got Grand Canyon.
You got Phoenix right 4 hours away. Phoenix is 4 hours away.
Phoenix right there. It's so much stuff to do, and then within the strip, you got all those casinos. Every casino is themed. Every casino is themed, and the food that you're gonna get there, like they have these buffets. All of them have buffets that are themed.
Man, that shit
So,
was
for
hiding a
example,
bitch, man. I went to a Popeyes, that hoe was hiding a motherfucker, man.
You can't. You got to go to the casinos, Ty. That's what we tell
You
you.
gotta go to the casinos,
yeah. Because if you go to the Rio, the last time I went, which was about a year and a half ago, they still do it. They have a seafood buffet where you pay like $60, and any kind of seafood you thinking of, they got lobster, they got crab, they got anything that they're.
And I can eat all you can eat seafood buffet.
And it's not just, we ain't talking about no Golden Corral bullshit ass food where it's mediocre. Like it's some real good ass food.
You talking about some live ass? See, nobody be telling me that. That's what I'm saying. The people I'm gonna go with, they just sit in the hotel. I don't know how to get around. I don't know where to go, bro. If I don't go with the right people, I'm not gonna have. That's what I'm saying, man. Like I don't even know about this shit, man. I really don't.
Well,
bro.
You know what you do, Ty? Look, any place you're interested in, the way
just gotta go, bro.
You type in the name, like you type in Vegas and type in vlog, video log, and you'll see people who on their trip, and they'll show you what they're doing, and you kind of take notes of what the fuck they.
Yeah, that's kind of how I pick my
I gotta start
hotels now,
adapting.
Pittsburgh.
Everybody always tell me to use
Pittsburgh.
Google. I gotta start adapting to this phone world,
Yeah,
bro.
you got
Like,
to,
this-
bro. Because look, hey, Ty, that's how
Yeah.
I pick the hotels I pick when I go out of town now.
Yep.
I go to YouTube and see what the room look like. I don't go to the hotel website and see that little picture shit. I go to YouTube and find out who done visited already. And that's how I pick.
They'll tell you. Somebody will be in the room telling you this is the room, this is the
Yep,
refrigerator.
with a
I don't
video,
like this bed.
walking in the room.
Yep. I don't like this bed. I don't like the view.
Yeah.
People in the front was nasty. Whatever. You can see it.
Yeah.
So you got to use the tools that's in front of you, and then it makes you more comfortable. So when you get there, it ain't no fucking surprise. You already know to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So, and then people will show you their whole trip. They'll show you from the pool to the check-in to what's around there. Then they'll show you the things that they do around there, some of the activities that they do. Because, like I said, it's so many activities. Vegas is an inexpensive trip. So if you're going to pay for something before you go international, just do that one. Because that one is get you used to traveling. Because the thing about traveling, to me, and KP probably can tell you the same thing, to me, it's more about getting away and just relaxing.
You have to get away, bro. Yeah, once you get away, you can relax, you can think clearly and all of that, man.
Yeah.
You have to, bro. If you don't take vacations, man, it fucks with me if I haven't took a vacation in a while.
It took me my whole life, bro, just to go to Vegas for 3 days. That was my only vacation ever in life. Bro,
Well,
I'm telling
you about to
this
take
shit
another
been
one because
hard.
you already been. You got a thirst to take another one now.
Hell yeah, I'm thirsty, but man, shit been hard out here. Just man, like it just, bro. I like man, it just up and down. Like man, now it'd be different if I was doing what I used to do, man. But I choose not to do that shit, bro. But I be wanting to so bad, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? I made a promise to God a long time ago. So, bro, if it was up to me, I'd be pushing this work and doing everything else, but I don't be doing that. I be trying to work.
What you
I be
think
trying
about,
to work, but it just ain't
you're talking to two. You know you're talking to two truck drivers, right?
Yeah, and you know how many times I want to get my CDL, and you know why? You know why it ain't? Because people tell me that now you got to pay for that shit, bro, out of your the schooling and all that. I can't afford that.
Hold on, Ty. Here you go. You got the right guys now. You got the right guys tonight. We about to
Man,
give you the
tell
game.
tell me what to do, man. For real, man.
You
I'm
in
gonna give
Texas,
me a
right?
pen and paper,
You in
man.
Texas.
Yeah.
Texas workforce will pay for your CDL. Texas
Man,
workforce.
nobody ever told me this. All these dudes from well, I be thinking they want a motherfucker not to.
They want you to be fucked up. Listen, man. Listen, Ty. Go to Texas Workforce. I dropped the link that day that you jumped off the panel because I know you was kind of frustrated.
You're telling me the fucking ass workforce will pay for fucking schooling for
They
a
will
CDL.
pay, bro. Bro, they pay.
You're
Listen, the
bullshitting,
government
man.
gave them people money throughout the U.S. because they short truck drivers. Ty?
Yeah.
They'll pay for your shit. And some of them is even giving people an extra $2,500 after they get it because they need so many drivers.
Yep. And guess what else, too, Ty? I'm going to tell you the other tip of this.
Yeah.
Now, before you get your actual license, you get restricted license like you was a kid. When you got that restricted license, when somebody had to be in a vehicle next to you, the CDL.
Hey, like that, you can hit the stream yard up at the top. Hold on, Pittsburgh. Like that, you can hit the stream yard at the top because like that is going through the program right now, Ty. Like that, you can hit the stream yard right now at the top and hit the link and get in real quick and tell him.
Tell them about the WEO program. The
Workforce. That's the workforce program.
Oh,
That's
you
what he's
talking
talking
about the
about.
workforce, right?
Workforce, yeah.
All
That's
right.
the unemployment office. That took over what used to be the unemployment office. That is now called that program. That program took over unemployment now. They morphed that into that. And even a step further, a lot of these colleges, they have apprenticeship programs where they have specific apprenticeship programs depending upon your area. So like you in Texas, they might even have a logistics program. They might have all of that stuff is through government monies that they've been giving these people. Your college, your community college, if you got one, or whatever college is close to you, also has those apprenticeship
Yep,
programs.
your community
You check
college
on
has
that.
got a grant program for it too. Yep.
So and they got specific programs depending on your area. So there's stuff out here. You just got to go to the right force. You need to go to workforce, and you need to call your whatever your closest community college, if you have a community college, because a lot of them they kind of converted over to 4-year colleges. But definitely if you have a community college, you need to call them up and see what kind of apprenticeship program. The apprenticeship programs that they have, they're going to pay you money for a year at a reduced rate, and then at the end of that, they're going to help you get a degree. Whatever history you got is irrelevant to the program. They're going to help you get a degree, and they're going to give you that experience for that 1 year as an apprentice. So you're walking out of there hand in hand when you finish that program with a degree and with experience. Now, it's dependent upon your area what kind of apprenticeship programs they got. So there go two things right there that just open up the whole world for you. The workforce plus your community, whatever college you got, you need to contact both of them. And you'll see what we telling you ain't nothing crazy, because I know quite a few people that's doing that.
So what? I study the CDL book first, and then go to work for what do I do first? Like,
Nah, go to work first. Just go to workforce first. Stop listening to them people that you know that don't know shit.
yeah, and what? Well, I go to workforce and tell them what?
Tell them I'm trying to start a new career. That's all you gotta tell them.
Yep, and they'll hit you. Well, look, I'll drop a link. I'll drop a link for
Yeah, can you drop that link? Because I can't drop it. I'm in the.
Man, I used to go to the workforce all the time for years trying to get a job. Them hoes barely have shit pop up for bullshit and this.
No, because see, they get money. They get money from the government, and the government had to give them so much money recently because of all the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So they had to get people back to work. So they needed people to go back to work. So they had to do that. So right now they got a lot of people going through schools where they paying for it because they short drivers. A lot of the baby boomers is retiring and shit.
Yeah.
So go up there and tell them. You see all them young cats that don't want to work. You see all them young cats that don't want to work.
Yeah, man. That's why they on the block selling dope. That's what they gonna find out and go through it without. You know what I'm saying? Or be there. Yeah, they want that fast money. They lazy, man. I already know.
Yep. But that's what we telling you, Ty. Like, look, and then it's specific. So if you go to the college, they're gonna have specific programs. If you go to your workforce gonna have different programs than the one in Georgia or the one in Alabama. They're gonna have stuff specific. They should have stuff specific to where the hell you at. So you need to go to yours and figure out.
So
but
you
they
telling
all
me to
pretty
go
much
up
have
there,
CDL
go to
programs.
workforce and go tell them I want a career. Right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, tell them you switching careers. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I tell them I want a career in what? Truck driver?
Truck driver, commercial,
yes,
CDL.
Yep.
Commercial.
Yep. All of them got that. Yep. Truck
And
driver.
then what are they gonna do right then and there? Well, I mean, what are they gonna do
They're
when
gonna
I
put you in
tell
the
them that?
class. You got a 4-week. You should have a 4-week course.
But see, and that's why
Then
I
they
never wanted to take courses nowhere, because then I'm not gonna get paid during this time, right?
No, what they'll probably do is they'll. I know years ago what they did for work during the time, but it wasn't a whole 8 hours that they was at the classes. They wasn't there a whole 8 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
But most of that time, most likely, it's gonna interfere
For some
with
reason,
your
Pittsburgh,
job,
I
right?
can't drop the link.
I think I put it in the regular one. I'm not sure.
See, that'll
In the
work out
comment
if most of them classes are at night, because I still got to get some work during the day to make money while I'm going to school. You feel me?
Nah, that CDL class should be during the day, bro. Just stop. Don't overthink it though. Go down to workforce first.
All right.
Because we want you to progress and get through the shit. Because, bro, once you get that, you at 100,000.
I'm in the door.
You at 100,000.
Man, you bullshit, man. 100,000 first year, man. Come on, man.
Pittsburgh. It might not take you the first year, but you're gonna be closer to 100,000 than you ever been in another job. I'll tell you that.
Man, I should have been done. Man, I should have been done this whole ass shit, bro. All this time looking for these people to slam these doors in my face, bro, and motherfuckers don't tell me about no grind, nothing. That's why I say, man, these people, man, sorry in the bitch out here, boy.
But that's what. But look, the thing is like, look, it's never. This stuff is never gonna come the way you want it to come, right?
It never does. Yo.
Yeah, and then like these programs, you're gonna find out that you're gonna have to do these programs and still figure out some kind of way to take your money. But once you get finished with these programs, you're gonna be making money. So you're just gonna have to deal with it for a little bit. That's just what it is. But the training is out there because they got all these grants that they got to spend the money.
They got to spend the money, yeah.
Yeah.
So they ain't got no choice. Workforce got a bunch of money, and your college got a bunch of money.
Yeah, they got a bunch of money. Go ahead, hold on, like that. You in here now? Tell them like that.
Oh yeah. It's easy. I mean, in my scenario, I was actually laid off, and I had a document showing that I was laid off, so I was automatic. Because if you get laid off or something like that, and you got proof that you're unemployed, you automatically qualify for the WIOA.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then all you gotta do is go get your fit. Like the first thing I did once I knew I was gonna go, I had because they're gonna give you a case. Well, in my state, in South Carolina, they're gonna have you do a virtual online orientation. So it's basically gonna be like a man or a woman just telling you about the program, and then for the WIOA though, you got to be enlisted as a what it's called for the draft for males. That's a requirement for males. So as long as you they got your name in the system, and it's a website you can go to. I can get it for you. It's a website you can go to, and you just type in your name and your last four.
Yeah, and it checks to see if you was registered. Yep.
So, because I was like, when they said that, because I was like, I didn't remember like when I went and got my permit and all that. I remember checking like, no, I didn't want to enlist, but I think somebody on the they'll change your shit and don't even tell you. So whatever, somehow I got enlisted on that bitch, and then once you enlisted, you good. Then like you just prove that you unemployed, and then you automatically in the program. Then all you gotta do is go do your DOT physical, get your CLP. And then you gotta, if you go through the WIOA program, you gotta do the TABE testing, and that's a test of adult basic education. So it's basically like they got 6 levels of it. They do math computation and applied math and reading. So long as you score like different trades require different things, and like for the CDL, I believe like as long as you testing at a 7th grade, 8th grade level, you straight. And I know they be more lenient on the math. Like long as you know how to kind of add and subtract and multiply and divide, and maybe do a little something with some fractions, you should be straight. I still haven't took mine because I'm studying now, but it shouldn't be nothing to be too big of a deal.
I'm gonna put a link in. I'm gonna put a link for you like that. You use this one for your actual test. When you get ready to take the test, all you do is go to this website. It's going to ask you your state, and it's going to give you 4 different sets of practice tests for whatever you taking. So, for example, if you just getting your CDLs, it's going to give you 4 different tests for the common knowledge. It's going to give you 4 different tests for the air brakes. It's going to give you 4 different tests for whatever, because you need your common knowledge to get your CDL.
Man, this seems like a lie, man. Oh man.
Hey man, hold on, Ty. You're not about to do that to us. Stop. Go ahead, Pittsburgh. Explain that to him. Keep going.
So like you got to take your common knowledge test, which is a written test. Which all of these tests are multiple choice. I'm gonna repeat it. All of them are multiple choice. So it's not like somebody standing there and you got to write a damn paragraph about individual questions.
Yeah.
And you get to take it on a computer, and they show you the question that you got wrong, and they show you the correct answer.
Okay, I got you.
So that particular website, which is CDL Christ, for anybody listening, CDLChrist.com. When you go on that website, it's going to ask you what state you're from. Once you put in your state, it's going to generate practice questions for you. Now, you have to take your common knowledge no matter what CDL you get. If you get a Class A, you're basically driving the trucks. If you get a Class B, you're driving the buses. I forget what the tankers is, but once you get the common knowledge, you can kind of branch off into other things.
You got tankers, then you got doubles and triples, and you got hazmat too. Yeah.
Right. So, like, depending on your company, you definitely need the common knowledge.
Hold on, Pittsburgh. Let me get this in here real quick. Each one of y'all, since y'all about to take it.
Then I gotta learn how to drive, man. I'm scared, man. I don't even know.
Ty, you better stop doing that shit to us. You asking for solutions, and now you giving us problems. Stop doing that. Listen, this is what we do. We over here to help people. We're not over here to hurt people. So since we're here to help people,
I know.
Hold on. Since you ask for help, we're gonna give you the solutions. Now, if you don't do it, that's up to you. So what we saying is this: when you get this shit, when you get the CDL shit, get the doubles, triples, tankers, hazmat, get all that shit at once, so you don't have to go back and pay for your license again. Get it all at once. Get it
So
all
what
at once.
do I do first? Just go to the workforce?
You go down there to the workforce place. That's your first step. Go find out. You got to go find out first.
Yeah.
After you find out, then you go from there. Just like that was saying.
Tell them I want to get my CDL when I go down there, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See,
And
that
ask
website.
them
That website is for the end. That website is for the end when you get ready to take the test. Because
yes, when you start taking the test. Yeah.
Yeah, we take the test. See, the exams you got to go to your local DOT to take the test. Wherever you get your
where you take your driver's license.
Yeah, wherever you get your driver's license, that's where you get it from. Now, the thing with that, the test to get the restricted license, most places the first time you take it is free. Each time you fail it, they charge you. It could be $10 or $15. So it's up to you how much it costs, but it's not a lot of money. But at that point, you would have went through school and all of that stuff. So the first step would be for you to go to the actual workforce, get enrolled in the class. The test is after that. Once you do all of that, then you prepare for the test. When
How
you're
long
ready
is
for
the
test,
how long is the class?
I don't know how they generate the classes.
What's the name?
Act like that. No, he's in it.
Pittsburgh. Actually, they for the in my state for the WIOA, they want you to have your CLP before you even start. They want you to go ahead and have
your learner's permit.
Yeah,
your learner's permit.
Yeah, they want you to have your CLP before you even start classes.
Okay.
So you can take your CLP by taking so that same link that you see in the back chat, Ty, if you look at the back chat, there's a link that's Pittsburgh put back there where you can take the general knowledge and the information. So that information, once you go down there to the driver's place, they're gonna give you the CDL book for your state. So you'll be able to get that book, start studying that book, and you'll be able to go online and start taking those practice tests.
But I don't need to hit this link until I'm done enrolling and all that, right?
No, you can start.
If they want you to have a permit, you have to take the written test.
Yeah.
So if they want you to have the written permit, you need to pass.
I'm confused, man, on what to do.
Yeah, but you need to contact the workforce first. So to work for his place.
Then when I hit this, so when do I hit this fucking link and go with this shit?
No,
when you need to take the test. You go call workforce, see what you need. If you're required to have your learner's permit, then you need to pass the common knowledge. Up until that point,
and that's where this website, and this is what this website for me to pass the college, not the common knowledge, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. But contact workforce first, because that might not be the requirements in Texas.
So it's called CDLChrist.com, right?
Yeah.
Yep, and if you put it in, it's going to generate a bunch of practice tests for you.
Okay.
Yeah, so contact workforce first, and then also contact your college to see what other stuff that they offering, because you can find stuff all like they paying for people for education, man. They are paying because you know why? The whole job market is about to change, and they're not going to have people that are adequately changed. Because that whole you just walk off the street and just walk into a job and they just train you, that shit over. That shit not happening no more. You have to have adequate skills. Yeah, even a plumber, electrician, a carpenter, something. You're going to have to be handy with some kind of skill you're going to have to make it in this world nowadays. All that working on the job and just showing up and just them hiring you, that shit over. It's done.
Yeah, I know. This general labor bullshit, they don't pay you nothing. All this bullshit. Yeah. Slaving for crumbs and all this shit, I already know.
That shit done. You could do it, but you ain't going to make much money. It's not going to be levelable.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Yeah, you're going to have to go to electrician school, plumber. Even plumbers make plenty. HVAC, AC people, they make plenty of pipe fitters.
Man,
there's plenty of labor jobs.
Man, my electrician partner, boy, he killing it right now. And my HVAC guy, boy, they killing it.
They killing it, yeah. Especially in Texas.
And then they don't have the restriction that we have with the CDL because they can work as many hours as they want.
That's what somebody was trying to tell me, man. One of the easier trades, he said, do HVAC, that AC shit or something.
You in Texas, boy, that AC shit gotta be popping in Texas.
It is. That's why the dude was telling me, do that HVAC. That HVAC is the AC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Boy, that HVAC shit popping, boy. Motherfucker make a ton of money right now, boy. They charge you $100 for a service call up here.
Yep. They're $300 to clean the coil, which take them 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, man. This shit, all this
motherfucker AC go out in this 100-degree heat, boy. Motherfucker pay anything, boy.
Motherfucker thought this shit was a game, man. Motherfucker catching felonies like water. Thought this shit was a game when you young, bro. Then never knew when you got older, bro. I started seeing, boy, it wasn't funny no more for real.
Well, you know that's the whole thing, Ty. Like when we do stuff, no matter if we did guilty or not, it don't even matter. You just gotta move forward with it, bro. And then making it easier for you to move forward with it. This
Yeah, we just want you to move forward with it, bro. You go get that shit straight. You let that shit go, let it be where it be, and keep it moving.
Yep.
Because that's the program. We was talking about that sometime last week. I don't know, maybe Like That was on here. Me, you, and Like That. Yeah, that's the programming though. The programming is for you to fuck up. Because if you do fuck up, everybody else gets paid except you.
Yeah.
Everybody gets paid when you fuck up except for you.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a game, ain't it? It's like a hell of a bet.
Yep.
Like just think of how sinister this is though. Like, since you know what you know now, Ty, when you tell the young bloods, they don't listen to you, and then you still watch them go the other way. And when you watch them go the other way, it pains you.
It pains you. I know.
See, that's the thing though. That's the thing. So we was talking about that, like how if you pay close attention, in American society today, you're no longer celebrated for being a hard worker or somebody that's diligent in your craft. You're celebrated for the opposite. You're celebrated for being a degenerate or somebody that would tear some shit up, kill a bunch of people, dress naked in the public and all that type of shit. That's what you're celebrated for. That's American society. It is what it is. That's American society.
Yeah, you can make a really good living. You can make a lot of money being a goddamn plumber or a ton of money. Yeah, or a bricklayer.
Man, my uncle used to take us with him everywhere, bro. And he was a plumber, bro. He used to take us with him everywhere.
Yeah, there's a ton of jobs there, labor jobs there actually, but there is some skill involved in that. So like,
a large level of skill. Because cutting your pipe and shit is real, bro.
Yeah.
That's why I'm starting to work on my goddamn math, because I'm like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Because I worked at a plant. I don't know if y'all remember, it was one live where Mark was talking about one of his homies, you know when they used to, do whatever they did, and now he a manager at Clorox. And I happened when I was in Atlanta, I actually worked for a plant that made bottles for Clorox, you know what I'm saying? And I remember I was driving the forklift, and it was a machine operator job came up, and I remember not taking it because at that time I was like, bro, I can add, subtract, and multiply, but it's like, it's certain levels of the math, and I was like, nah, bro, I ain't trying to do nothing and get messed up, and like, so me at 26, man, I'm starting to just attack every area that I know I feel like I got any weakness in, so that when I do get back out here, whether it's the CDL or whatever, I feel confident in myself to go either route, any route that I want to go. Because that would it be a lot of times. A lot of times people don't apply for, it might be a post office job or whatever, and nigga might be like, damn, bro, my reading ain't the best, so I ain't going to try to apply for that. Or it may be a job like electrician or something like that where it's a lot of, math in it. Well, I ain't good at math, so I ain't going to do that. So it be a lot of hurdles that people, have, and, you just got to go out there and find the material and start working at it so you don't have any excuses.
But you got to look at the people that do these jobs too like that. You got to look at the people that do the jobs not based off what we think it is. Look at some of these people. These people ain't no rocket scientists. A lot of these people that have these jobs, and we talk ourselves out of stuff more quicker than we will talk ourselves into stuff. And it just be
because I don't think and that's the problem. I don't be thinking I can do this shit because I'm so used to doing the other shit, committing crimes and shit, and doing it, selling dope and cooking dope. Like I don't think bro, this work shit. Don't seem.
Ty, everything you just said it involves math. Motherfucking measuring cup and all that.
yeah, you right though. You right. Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid.
Hey, this motherfucker down there, scientist / chemist and everything, talk about what he can't do with the numbers. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, bro. And it's about what's your motivation to do. You can figure out how to do a lot of different shit if you got a proper motivation. You can figure out how to do a lot of different shit.
Man,
that you would never think you would have to do.
Hey, Pittsburgh, my house done put me in my back against the wall sometimes. I'm like, hold on, I gotta figure this out. I ain't about to pay nobody for this shit right here.
Yeah.
You have a water leak one night or something like that. You're like, nah, man, I ain't about to pay the plumber. Or if your plumber he can't get to it till tomorrow or the next day, you gonna figure that shit out. Oh yeah, you gonna figure it out. Yeah. So that's just how it go, bro. Don't talk yourself out of it though. Go to that workforce, bro. Because once you get that, bro, that's your passport to money. That's your passport to the money. I know plenty of brothers that got an F on their report card. They got their CDL, and they ain't look fucking back, bro.
Yeah,
they've been moving.
What do you mean? What do you mean they got an F? What do you keep saying F? Like, what are you talking about?
I said F because you said you had a felony. That's why I said it. F.
Oh, my bad. I was thinking about something. I thought you was talking about grading the way they grade.
Nah, that's why I said it like that.
I wasn't even. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I got you.
I thought you were on some shit I didn't know about, like the work, like the way they were grading the CDL or some shit. I wouldn't even. Yeah, okay.
I got you. Yeah, bro. I done seen many people come home and once they got that motherfucking paperwork, they was gone, bro. They've been rolling ever since. Go ahead, like that. You was about to say something.
Oh, I was about to say my pops had a F on his report card, and he still got his. So.
Yeah, man, I'm going to that boy, man. I got yeah.
But ask them specifically about the work innovative opportunity act, so they don't try to. Because I know some places, man, if you don't know what you asking about, they'll try to play like they don't know what you talking about. Like, what you talking about, bro? We ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's called Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I seen it on a banner on the highway yesterday, but it just said workforce on it, and then it said go to the community college to get your CDL up here in Kansas City. That's what it said.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you should be good, man. Like, and then if you
the workforce ain't the work innovative opportunity.
It's the same thing. It's the same place. It's the same place, but a lot of people try to play you based on what you say. That's what he's saying. Like they'll try to play you based on what you describe it as. Hey man, I came up here to get my CDL. I heard they giving out CD. They'll let you take your CDL here. Huh, man? I don't know what you're talking about. Then you get somebody else and be like, yeah, man, we do it because this motherfucker right here bullshitting you. You know what I'm saying?
So when I go to the workforce, I say the Workforce Innovative Opportunity Act.
Yeah, or you can just say
that's the exact name of it, like that said.
Or you can say
he knows because he's in it now.
WIOF.
No,
WIAOF.
WI what?
I'm gonna type it in the back.
All right, bet.
Yeah, and then so that way you don't. And then, what's so crazy? I went when I got laid off at the end of June. I went and applied for my employment, and my mom was already telling me about going to the workforce. But you know how we are, bro. I was like, man, man, it's gonna be some extra stuff with that. I ain't trying to do it. But she's like, I'm trying to tell you. And then what was so crazy? A man came in there asking about it while I was applying for my unemployment. He was like, man, I'm trying to change my life. I want to get my CDLs, and then that's when I heard him talk about it. And after he got done talking, I was like, bro, I ain't trying to be in your business, but what's that? He was like, man, they'll help you get your CDLs. And then I asked them, and that's when they told me about the WIOA program. And it's really easy. Like, if you're unemployed, you definitely improve. If you're unemployed, you approve automatically. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So if I'm unemployed, I'm approved
automatically. There's no question.
Even in Texas, it ain't different.
It ain't different.
It should be. It's government. It's government funded. That's why.
So,
okay.
Yeah. Then with the schooling, I know you asking about the hours. It depends because what you gonna do? You gonna go to CDL.
Yeah, because if I get a job, if I do get supposed to in the next week or two, because I talked to a lot of people, man. Someone's supposed to come up, but I know how the hours are. Most of the work hours are gonna be during the day, in the morning till the afternoon. So making that work with the school class, that's what's gonna. I know it probably ain't gonna fall into place, man. That's gonna be the part, because that I'm gonna be fucked up on. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how your money look, bro, but if you straight enough where you ain't gotta go back to work, I would wait a minute.
I mean, I got some money put up, but bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I need some more. Like, bro, I'm like, man, like,
I would sacrifice. You got CDL.
how long are the classes gonna be? Like, basically saying I gotta go without income. Like, that's gonna be the problem, man.
The most CDL schools are 4 weeks. You can find it's one in my state that does it in like 3 weeks.
Oh, if I gotta suffer for 4 weeks, okay, I'm good. I bet.
Yeah. That's what
I ain't tripping. I've been suffering for 40-something. Yeah, man, I'm not tripping.
That's what we try to tell you, man.
Oh man, it's like doing 30 days in jail. I do that shit on my dickhead. It's like doing 6 months in jail. I do that shit in my dickhead. There ain't no time,
bro. You don't know how funny you sound, boy. You crazy.
Nah, I'm just saying. You feel me, though, boy? Say like, damn, that boy say 4 weeks, man. It's like, come on, man.
That's what we was trying to tell you, bro. That's why I kept telling you, Ty. That's why I kept telling you, don't you talk yourself out of this, bro. We trying to make sure you get this shit. I don't even got to see your face and physically know you. I just want people to do better in their life, bro. I don't give a damn about none of that.
I know, man. That's why I come here, man. Listen to some of you, bro, like square business, because most people these days a piece of shit. Or if they help you or they fuck with you, it got to be for their benefit. You already know, nigga.
Yeah, or then they want to hold it over.
Always on a hustle. Always, yeah. You know what type of motherfucker we you know what we weird shit already, bro. It is, bro. Like, I got a heart just like y'all, but I had to learn to harden it because I know what type of people I'm dealing in this world. It's hard to find genuine people, just like it's hard to find genuine hoes. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you better come back on this internet and tell us you already in the class the next time we.
Man, I ain't say, man. I'm going up. Nah, I'm going up there, bro. Square business. I promise. Because I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need more questions from y'all if y'all don't mind. Like, once I get in.
We don't. Shit, we don't mind, man. If I learn something, man, I'm always willing to tell somebody else for free.
Yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, man. For real, I didn't even know this, bro.
Hey, like that. I ain't no damn Umar Johnson promising to build a school for 30 years. Shout out to Umar.
Yeah,
you straight. Yeah, but I wouldn't take a job because once you take a job, then they start factoring in your income, and then they can.
I was just finna say, man. Yeah. So basically, it's like Social Security. You get on Social Security, you can't work but a couple hours. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So it's best for you to go down there as soon as possible. You get in the program, then you be like, hey, I'm in this program. This is the time it works. If it don't work for you, hey, fuck it, I'm out. I'm going to the program. Because I'm telling you right now, bro. This is what they paying. This is what they paying people to do CO2. Y'all know what CO2 is, right?
I don't.
Okay, that's carbon dioxide that they use for the soda machines, right?
Okay.
Okay, for the soda machines, they paying dudes $30 an hour to do that. All you do is hook a hose up to the building, and it sends the carbon dioxide to the building, or it sends it to the tanks that they use for the soda.
And that's what type of work I do. Some shit like that and make $30.
Bro, they paying $30 an hour for that, bro.
Man, come on, man.
Bro, I'm telling you the truth.
Man, boy, I learned that shit like taking candy from a baby, man. Like selling work, man. Come on, man.
$30, bro. If either one of y'all drive around right now, if y'all seen somebody next to a McDonald's, a Chick-fil-A, or Red Robin, because I'm at Red Robin right now. If you seen somebody hooked up with their hose to the Red Robin, they probably putting in the CO2.
So that's what you're doing?
The tanks off.
That's what you doing?
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm dropping off food right now.
Oh, okay. You got your CDL. You got your CDL too.
I've been having it for years, man. Almost over 15 years. But Pittsburgh don't drop off food. Pittsburgh do something else. But they give us the alarm code, the keys, and everything to these restaurants, bro. Ain't nobody in here right now, and I'm the only one in here.
So your job don't consist of you having a CDL?
Yeah, my
Nah, it
drive
does.
does. I had to drive my truck
Oh,
over here.
okay, that's what I'm saying. So you go to restaurants and shit?
Yeah, I'm at a restaurant right now. I'm at Red Robin. You heard of Red Robin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at Red Robin dropping shit off right now.
So what I'm saying is like not trying to be in your bit. Like what type of work you do? Like
CDL. I'm in the tractor trailer right now, dropping off the dry,
oh,
the
you
cooler, and the
dropping off
freezer.
shit and
They frozen, they cooler, and they dry food. All they food.
bro, I can't look. This is what I want y'all to know, bro. Look, like man, I'm scared to drive, man. I don't think I can drive them big old motherfuckers. I want to drive them little small square boxes.
Hey man,
Can
you
I
ain't
do
gonna
them
make no
square
money fucking with them
boxes?
school buses, bro. Stop.
I
Stop
can't
that,
do
bro.
them little square boxes, bro, with the CDL. I can't do them little buses.
Ty,
Listen, if you once you get to Class A, you can drive anything.
yeah, you good. You can do dump trucks if you want to.
You can do trash trucks, dump trucks, whatever, bro.
You know what I'm talking about when I say them little small box cars, right?
Yeah, box trucks. Yeah, box trucks.
Bro.
Can I do CDL and drive them hoes instead of them big motherfucking 18? But man, I was swinging them big old bitches, bro.
You don't.
Man, drive
this
this big old 18.
I think I'm
gonna
end up killing somebody, bro, in one of them big motherfuckers.
Dude, you keep coming up with these, man. You better
Nah,
stop.
I'm just saying though, because I never drove one of them hoes, bro. That shit look hard.
And drop you down. You better stop this shit.
Nah, but look, say man, pitch but they look, bro. That hoe look hard, bro.
Nope, Ty, we not doing that shit today.
So you don't think for somebody like me that ain't never done that bitch look hard, bro? All them motherfucking
man, I never did this shit either before.
Yeah.
This year right here, like my last job, they had a switcher. This was my first. Well, this wasn't. I drove like 2 times at another job, but this was the year where I finally did it like consistently. And bro, it ain't bad. The hardest thing is backing up. Once you get backing up, you go like, bro, it took me forever to get backing up. But once I finally got it, it's easy, bro. Just do your wide turns and you straight. Like anytime you turn in, just make sure you do a wide turn, and that's really it. And the backing up. Yeah, once you get backing up, you solid. You straight. I mean,
straight,
I'm like,
bro.
If you get
Can I drive as slow as I want when I first do that?
Yeah, bro. They gonna train you, bro. You gonna be more than confident to drive this shit.
And then what's
it sounds good right now.
You know what always tell me though, bro, when you get the CDL, you gotta rush to jobs and all these shit.
No, bro. You better stop listening to these crazy ass people.
These old ass niggas be lying their ass off to me, bro.
Bruh. Stop listening to these people, man.
Yeah, man.
Listen,
these people are stupid as hell, man.
Listen, man. I'm
stupid up for listening to they dumb ass.
You gotta stop listening. Hey, either you trying to get some money or you ain't.
Man, no, I'm
trying
getting this shit, bro. I'm telling you, you think I'm playing? I'm going for this, bro. I'm telling you to take my ass down there, bro.
You better take your ass down there and get that paperwork.
I am. I'm into for real, bro.
If I find out you ain't if you get back on this motherfucking internet the next week or so and you ain't been down there, I ain't gonna let your ass up.
Nah, man, I'm gonna be down there. Trust me on that, bro. I'm not playing. I'm not playing with this for real, bro. Square business.
Yeah. Hey, I want to see the best for everybody, bro. Everybody can't do the best, but I just give them an opportunity to do it. And if you prove to me that you don't want to do shit, that's the people that I get away from. I'm gonna tell you this,
nah, baby. I ain't never been like that, baby. I've tried everything, bro. I tried so much shit. If you only knew, bro.
Ty, this what happened to my brother-in-law the other day. This motherfucker quit his job. I told him, I said, hey, bro, don't quit that job, bro. You need that job to be able to take a bridge to the next job. This motherfucker gonna walk off the job with no new job lined up.
And then you lined up. That's what I'm saying. If you gonna do it like a motherfucker used to tell me, I used to do that same dumb ass shit, bro, because I didn't and when I was young, I learned that, bro. If you don't got nothing now, if you got something lined up that's different, bro, because you walking out that bitch, you know you got something to fall back on. But you just drive walking off that bitch, and now you gotta go look. And the way this world is, bro, by the time you get a job, it be fuck around, be 6 months a year from now. I'm telling you, man, this shit be. I'm telling you, man. Man, it's fucked up out here, bro. It's worse. It's gonna get worse before it get better.
See, it's bad when you ain't got skills. Cause I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna tell y'all both.
And that's the problem. I got no skills and nothing that got to do with work, bro. Not no legal work.
Listen to this, Ty. Ty, listen to this. So once you get your CDL, right, this is how it works for both of y'all. They got a company, whether you want to work for them or not, you could be an independent contractor. And this is what they do. They move cars for dealerships all throughout the U.S., or you can move tractor trailers or box trucks, and they'll pay you a flat fee. It's kind of like Uber for CDL drivers. That's what it is.
Oh yeah.
It's called Draver. Draiver. Draver. So if they need a truck moved and they ain't got nobody to move it, all you gotta do is sign up for the app. They'll put it up there on the board and they'll tell you how much they'll pay for you to move this truck, car, or whatever. And you could be driving from your state to another state or anywhere. It just depends on where you want to go.
Yeah. Ty, and after you get
I just put it in the back chat. I put it in the back chat.
Once you get your CDLs, if you don't feel comfortable, just get them. And if you don't feel comfortable with driving the 18-wheelers, you can get you a pickup truck.
You can go work for somebody with a box truck.
Yeah, you can get your own pickup truck and get a trailer.
But they're not gonna pay me good money though with the box trucks, are they?
Huh?
But hey, you like he said, you can get your own tractor, your own truck with a trailer in Texas and run hot shots. You ain't even got to leave the state, boy. You'll make a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what I always hear out here talking about that hot shot shit, and that's the box trucks, right?
No, that's a pickup truck with a truck with a flatbed or a pickup truck with a trailer connected to it, and all they're doing is running pallets.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all lucky. I like it. I like y'all because y'all slowing me down like a motherfucker. But I'm talking to y'all. Shit, it's hot. There's 100 motherfucking degrees in this.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop worrying about that. I'm just gonna get this fucking CDL first, man. I'm gonna worry about the other shit, man. Once I get it down, man.
Everything else take care of itself. But once you get that CDL, boy, it's like you just got baptized or something, boy. Tell you, boy.
Yeah.
Shit, boy. Shit,
that
right
boy
there.
says like you just got baptized.
A lot of them
you from the South, you know what it is. You know what it means. You know what it means for the Texas boy to get baptized.
Yeah. I need to get baptized again, man. You bullshit.
Yeah, a lot of those cats, man, that that's what be holding them up on the box truck because they don't got their CDL, so then they can't go over like 26,000 pounds.
They can't go over 26,000 pounds.
Yeah, like once you get your CDLs, bro, you in the door. Like you can.
You in the door for everything. Anything on the road, you can drive. That's why you always get the Class A. You never get the B. Get the A, and if you get the A, you can drive anything you want.
And then, bro, make sure they gonna give you a link too. Once you actually get in there, make sure you choose a school where it's not a lot of students, bro, so you can actually get time to practice. Like me personally, I'm gonna be driving like an hour and some change to go to the school I want to because I know they don't got I know it's schools in Houston or the Houston metropolitan area that they only allow 6 students in each CDL class. Don't go to one of those. Hey, what's some famous ones like? They be advertising to everybody. Like, what's some KP? What's some like them big ones that's in like every state? Like what is it? 360.
360 or
yeah,
CDL. It'd be some different funny names.
Yeah, don't go to them motherfuckers. Them the ones that be having 30 students, 2 trucks, 2 instructors.
Yeah, they ain't got enough motherfuckers to train them, man.
Try to find you a school where they only accept like 6 or 8 students.
Yeah, because that's how the game works. Like he telling you, Ty, a lot of these places. Let's just say me and you started a CDL school, Ty, right? And if you start a CDL school, the government gonna give you the money to train the drivers because that's what they paying. They paying to get the drivers trained because they need more drivers. So you gonna get the money whether or not he fail or not. So if he comes to your school, they gonna get paid, right? So a lot of the times, a lot of these smaller schools are getting people in, but whether they fail or not, it probably really doesn't matter to them. You see what I'm saying? Because a motherfucker might quit this training or whatever. But you want to go somewhere where you can get your shit in, test it out, like he's saying, and you can get it good. If it's close to you and it works for you, make it do what it do. Get that shit done. Don't overthink it, bro. Just get in that shit and get it done, bro. Because I'm telling you, like I told both of y'all, $30 an hour is probably the base. It's probably the baseline. It's probably what you're going to be at the low. And that's why I'm telling y'all to get y'all tankers, y'all triples and doubles, and y'all hazmat. Because when you get your hazmat, that includes carbon dioxide. That includes doing gas. So you can drop off gas at those quick trips, those gas stations and all that shit. All that shit is easy. All you do is hook up hoses. So hooking up hoses, man, that shit is easy. You make some money doing that. What's up, Pittsburgh? Glad you back.
And two, you know, I ain't trying to get too specific with company out, but I work with a company that dealt with like hazmat. So like, bro, like it ain't even as bad as people think. Like you get your placards, you just make sure you ain't got certain shit you can't put on the truck. You know what I'm saying? Like certain shit. Like
so what if I let's just say I got my CDL and I ended up tripping, man. I smashed one of them motherfucking cars into something, bro. Tripping. What they'll do? I'm done.
Yeah, you
ain't smashing nothing.
You can't do anything like that.
You sure, bro?
T.Y., listen. When accidents or when these things, it's not like accidents in your cars, bro. Like,
hell no.
That is not the same. Like, so it ain't no. You don't see no fender benders with these things, bro. That's not what you're doing. You ain't doing that. Ain't no fender bender. You're gonna be on the highway hauling some big shit. So you're gonna be nervous for probably the first couple of years anyway. So that's probably not what you're gonna be doing, bro.
And the motherfuckers better get out your way.
Yeah,
they better get out your way. That's how I treat them, Ty. I treat them like that. You better get out of my way. I got the right of way. You play with this big motherfucker if you want to, you gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah,
that won't happen.
You don't want to do that. But Ty, once you get your license, then that's the last thing you're worrying about, bro.
I don't have to, but I don't have to drive them big old motherfucking 18-wheeler, right?
No, because like, well, you're gonna drive trucks that have certain amount of wheels on them, whether they class A or class B. So you may end up going to a company that doesn't require you to, but you have the possibility because you've been trained to do it. Since you've been trained to do it, you're gonna be confident in your training. Just like anything else, bro.
Yeah, I want to try to drive one of the smallest motherfuckers, man. You know what I mean?
Stop thinking like that. Stop thinking like that.
No,
you
man.
automatically gonna open the world up to yourself once you get the paperwork. That's it. That's all you need to think about. All you need to think about this. If you ain't getting money right now, like you want to, you're gonna be getting money when you get that paperwork.
Yep.
Also, too, you gotta remember too, the smaller the trailer is, it's gonna be the harder it's gonna be to back it up. Actually, the longer trailers, it's actually
them 28s be dancing, boy. Them 28s be dancing.
But during my CDL classes, they gonna teach me how to drive that bitch good, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna be in that big 40. You probably gonna be in a 53 footer. Yeah.
Another thing, Ty, try if you can, like, don't be too picky, but if you can, also see if the school either they do manual or automatic. If you can, do the manual so you won't have any restrictions.
Yeah, you're right about that because they got a lot of people on restrictions.
I can't do that stick shit bullshit, man.
You can.
Like that. You gotta stop throwing shit in the game on
automatic, bro. You tripping, man? I cannot do that, bro. I gotta do all that.
Like that. Hey, Ty, we not talking to you no more. We not talking to you no more about this shit until you go to the
automatic, though, man. I gotta do the automatic.
Ty, we not talking to you about this shit no more until you go to the place.
No, I'm not talking myself out of it, but y'all gotta make it easier for me. I can't do the fucking shit.
No, we not fucking with you. Ty, we not fucking with you. Ty, you gonna get back on this? You gonna get back on these white folks' internet, and you gonna tell
I thought everybody said that they were automatics now, bro. I thought a lot of them trucks were automatic. That was somebody told me.
Hey, Ty, I ain't talking to you about that no more. You gonna call? You gonna get back on this live stream in a couple of days and tell us you went down there to the people.
I'm going down there, bro. But see, y'all making the bro. I got too much of this shit on my mind. Now I gotta pass this bereavement test.
Hey, Ty. Man, this a lot of shit, man. This a lot of shit, bro. Hey, how that turkey leg hut down in Texas? I don't want to hear nothing about the CDL shit no more. We don't filled you in enough.
Yeah, we gave you too much information. Hey, Ty, we don't want to talk about this again till you go down there and talk to them people.
Talk to them people.
All right, that's a bit.
Go talk to them people.
Yeah.
Go talk to them people. Get yourself signed up
and come back and talk to us.
Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to them. I'm gonna go talk to them folks first.
Yeah, go talk, because Ty, some of the people I work with, bro, these people is not smart at all, bro. I mean, none. Not in the slightest.
Right.
And we pull everything from singles, doubles. We bring rail boxes, we bring refrigerated, long trailers, air trailers, everything that you could think of down there is being pulled. So it ain't that damn complicated. With the experience and time, you can figure.
So basically, you telling me it's really not that hard to drive. It just look like that because you ain't done it.
It's actually easy.
Yeah, just look like that because you ain't done it. Hey, If you
Yeah.
hey Ty, if you try to take me in the kitchen right now to cook that shit, I ain't gonna know how to do it.
Yeah, experience. Need time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we ain't talking about that no more. We ain't talking about something else, man. You need to, hey, you need to go talk to them people, bro. Go talk to them people.
I'm going down there. I'm going down there.
Hey, if talk to them people was a good thing, this time it is.
Yeah.
Hey, for real. Just talking to them people any other time, see, fight for your life. See.
Go holler at them people. Hey, cause you know what else too you can do too, besides driving these, they got them dump trucks. Them motherfuckers make pretty good money pushing them dump trucks too. That's what
yeah, man. Them trash boys up here making 100,000 too, boy.
Yep, trash man. Yep. The guy at the Home Depot.
Did you know you talking about the ones that pull up to the trash truck
the dumpster? They pull up to the dumpster. They making 100,000, Ty.
Just for doing that bullshit.
Ty, them motherfuckers working 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week, making 100,000.
Yep.
God damn, how much an hour they give?
Man, probably $30 or so, man. Because if you making 100,000 and you working 60 hours, you making that money, boy. They making money, boy.
$30, $40 an hour.
Hey, Ty, you been sitting around too many dumbass hoes, bro. Them hoes is dumb, bro. Don't listen to them hoes.
Yeah.
And them stupid motherfuckers too, boy. They don't know nothing.
I know, man. Everybody's stupid out here, bro. They dumb on the box of rocks.
Stupid as a
That's why I don't fuck with nobody. I just never had knowledge on this work shit, bro. I was too busy. You know what I'm saying? Dibbling and doing it. Instead of looking for these bullshit jobs out here that ain't paying nothing and then side hustling and doing this and man, I'm tired, man. Fuck all that. Nah, motherfucker can't even get no work out here. It's how bad it is, bro.
No, it's like that everywhere, Ty. Hey, look, if you ain't got no skills, it's like that everywhere.
Yeah, you ain't lying, bro.
Worse.
Yep.
It's not gonna get better because we are moving
not.
into the digital age. We're moving into the digital age. So a lot of the jobs that they used to have here, all them shit's outsourced. They not here.
Pittsburgh. I was just telling Pittsburgh. I was telling both of them about Draver.
Yep.
You ever heard of Draver Pittsburgh yet?
Say it again. Ever heard of what?
Have you heard of Draver yet? Draver, Draver?
Nah, I never heard of that.
Okay, Pittsburgh. This is what they do. A lot of these places is getting rid of their porter jobs, as far as those little car dealerships where they port the cars from place to place.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Draver is an app. You download the app, you can move box trucks, trailers, cars, all that, right? Within your local area, and they'll send it to you based on your location. So if you got a CDL, you just sign up as a 1099 contractor. So what do that do, Pittsburgh? It eliminates that job, don't it?
Yeah, gone.
Because you outsource it, you don't have to pay the benefits. You see what I'm saying? That job is gone. That's what Draver does. That's what Draver does, and they worldwide. I just downloaded the app yesterday. They sent me one yesterday, bro. I'm at work though. I just downloaded to see what the fuck it do. I put my medical card in there, my CDL stuff in there. Man, they sent me one from Kansas City to Des Moines, Iowa for $300 round trip, and that's about 3 hours away. But I'm already at work, so I couldn't take it. You see what I'm saying? You get to deny the ones that you don't want, and if you off, you can take the ones you want.
Yeah.
That's eliminating the job.
Yeah.
Okay, and then all the dealerships that have a car that go from one dealership to the other dealership, they doing that too. So you can pick up a car from, let's say, a Kia dealership and take it to another Kia dealership that's on the other side of the town because they needed it, but they ain't got nobody to take it. So they just put it on the app, and then they pay you $20, $30, $40 or whatever to take it.
Yeah. That's
bro, it's about to kill the whole shit, bro.
Yeah, these jobs is gone, man. Like you can't just get out of high school and not try to get a skill. That's not gonna work out well for you. It's not.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not gonna
work out well. That shit is over with, boy. That's the dinosaur.
Yeah, you can't do that. Don't nobody care that you're using AP classes or using honor roll classes. What skills you got right now today that we can use?
What can you do?
You got out of high school right now. What can you do? You can't drive nothing. You can't fix nothing. You can't program nothing. Nah, you got problems out here.
Hell yeah, because I can't do none of that whole ass shit you talking about.
Yeah, that's why you about to go down there and see them people.
Today. People get you right. Them people gonna get you together.
Also, Ty, I think this is a good time to do it too, because I think soon, like they saying, man, I think they just gonna start making things way more complicated to do. Like, especially anytime you see black people doing a lot of things, you can best to believe in the coming years they're gonna do something to make it more complicated. Like recently, I think 2020 or 21 they passed it where like you couldn't, like you no longer can go to the DMV and just take somebody's truck and like drive. Like now they got it where it's required for you to at least to go do some hours at a school. So it's like, bro, this is the best time to do that shit because they're gonna keep making that shit harder and harder as the time goes.
Yeah, because like people say all the time, they don't want bigger government, but most people vote for bigger government. And when you vote for bigger government, it comes with more requirements.
Yeah, they got to justify the job.
Yeah, they got to justify it. Yep. That's why people can't just walk off the street no more and be a barber. You got to go to barber school. You got to go. You see what I'm saying? You got to pay all this money for all that shit. You might have been cutting hair in Pete's kitchen for years, but you still need that paperwork.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn how cold you is. You need that paperwork. Them people gonna make you have it too.
You know it's cheap too now, KP. Right now, you can be a realtor. Being a realtor has never been as cheap as it is right now. In most places, you can take an online class, register in your state, and you pay the fee. The fee is usually $200 to $300. You pay the fee, and you're a realtor. You got access to all of the stuff that the realtors have access to, all the listings and all that stuff. And if you buy a property now, you just cut out one side of the other side.
That you transaction, you cut that fee. You cut that 3% fee out.
Yep. Cut them out of there. So they're making a lot of stuff easier. You just gotta figure out a way to manipulate some of this stuff, man.
It's another one, Pittsburgh. Cause my brother's a car dealer, right? It's been slow on cars. So what he did is he ain't got no CDL, so he downloaded this app called Freight. With Freight, all they do is like they post shit up every day. Whatever location you in, you basically can pick up something and take it where it need to go in your personal vehicle, bro. As long as you got insurance and all that, whether it be a car, truck, or van, it's called Freight, F-R-A-Y-T. And you just take off, bro. Take it wherever it go, and they pay you just like Draver do. Bro, it's gig economy, bro. This shit done changed since COVID. Shit done changed, bro.
Yeah, and they're making everything more. Like, it just sped it up. It just got us there quicker. Like, it would have took a lot longer.
Yeah, it got us quicker than they thought it was. Yep.
Yeah, we probably 5 years ahead of what they thought we was going to be. Because now you got Angie's, because of that. Now you got Angie's List. You got all those different gig websites, Upstart, Fever. You know, you got all these different, basically, agencies where you can outsource all this stuff.
Yeah, you outsource everything so you don't have to pay benefits to the employees, bro.
Yep.
Damn, that's genius.
Okay, think about it though. Me and Pittsburgh been knowing this because we've been in trucking. FedEx been having 1099. UPS just raised everybody's rates, right? You know what's gonna happen? After a while, them motherfuckers gonna get that union up out of there. They gonna get that union up out of there.
Hey, ain't that was what was that trucking? Ain't that what's happened to Yellow and like Teamster or whatever?
Yeah, Yellow just closed down. Boy, they took their pension and everything.
Yeah, but Yellow different, bro. Like Yellow different. Let me tell you how Yellow.
Yeah, Yellow.
The problem with Yellow.
Yeah, Yellow was going up and down for a while. Go ahead, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the problem with Yellow is this. Look, when we was under COVID and everybody was shipping stuff at an all-time high, Yellow figured out some kind of way to lose money during that time period. Not only did they lose money during that time period, the company is supposed to pay the pension for the employees. Well, they missed a month or two, and they took money from COVID. They borrowed like some crazy amount of money from COVID through the PPE. They aren't growing the business, actually losing money, and eventually all that came to a head because while everybody was running around grabbing them contracts, getting up new work, they're shrinking. So that shit was just poorly run. That's an exclusively like when everybody's buying water and you're one of the 3 people selling water, you shouldn't have any problem selling your water, and that's what they did. So they would just run badly. They were managed wrong, and they, as a result of that we see the end of that. And the union kind of fucked them up too because they should have been protesting from the beginning.
Hey, it sounds like Tulsa real estate fund, though.
Sounds just like it. Without the black house. Without the black house.
Without the black house.
They just need the black house, and they need young Malcolm running it.
Young Malcolm.
Oh my God!
Can't make the shit up, boy.
But I'm so excited, man. And we getting these goddamn CDLs, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Get that
once
shit,
you
bro.
get them, it's gonna open the world for you, bro. Open up the whole world for you.
Because you can go independent, or you can go with a company, or you choose how you want to live your life, bro. That's what you about to do. Yep. That's what's about to happen.
Because I damn sure, if I didn't work this last job, like I wasn't gonna do that shit. Because my dad always would ask me, "You sure you don't want to drive truck?" I like, nah, that ain't for me. And then when I actually got in that mug, I was like, bro, this shit actually fun, bro.
Yeah. And see, like, you got a choice with the truck. Once you get your CDLs, you got a choice. You either work for the company or you go independent. I mean, it's drawbacks to both. Like, there's no perfect way in either one, right?
Yep.
So it's up to you which one you want to do and what you prefer, or how you want to move. I already told you where you got to go if you want to work for a company. Go right there to Jacksonville. Right there to Jacksonville like that. Apply for UPS. They got them sleeper teams where them dudes leave out of Jacksonville. They go to Chicago. They go to Texas. They go 4 or 5 days. They gone. They ain't at home now. Meaning you sleeping, somebody driving, or vice versa. The wheels keep turning. You making money. Them dudes making $3,000 a week.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man.
That's
Like, I know I'm driving
$3,000 a week, man. That's crazy.
I know I'm driving for.
Well, I kill for that.
I know I'm driving for a company.
You ain't home though. You sleeping on the road. You riding on the road, and you trusting that person that's riding with you with your life. Cause you sleep.
Yeah.
This motherfucker driving.
Yeah. Yep. You sleep while they driving.
See, that's the problem I'm gonna have, trusting this bitch ass while I'm asleep.
Nah, but you ain't gotta do that.
You don't have to do that. That's just an extreme.
You ain't gotta do that. You got a lot of shit to do.
Yeah, that's the most.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot in between that. But if you want the top money working for companies, that's the kind of shit you're gonna have to do working for a company. If you just want to get a 1040 where you're not independent. Now you can just get a local load and you don't have to do none of that shit. But that money ain't gonna look like that. What the risk is where the money comes from. That's why they paying your ass all that money. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's why they paying you money. Cause see, I'm local, so I don't make like that. I don't make that money like that. But that shit right there, that's a lot of risk. Yeah,
a lot of risk.
But shit, even with the local, I mean, you can still see a good little $400 check a week.
Yeah. Local, you see good over 1,000 a week. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you still balling, balling out of control. You know what I'm saying?
He said balling out of control.
Yeah, like that. Say like that.
Like. Falling out of control,
bro. I'm just so ready, bro, because I'm tired of these bullshit ass warehouse jobs, boy.
Man, I can't stand that bitch ass shit. Y'all
gonna be talking down to the warehouse guys like y'all the shit. Now y'all better.
Man, I hate them punk ass warehouse guys. I don't even work them hoes. Them hoes garbage, bro. They don't pay you shit, man. Sweating up in that motherfucking box, man.
I was getting pretty decent because, like I told you, where I was working, we was dealing with hazardous material. So, like, all the placarding and all the little regulations, putting placards on the product, because if it's over 2,000 pounds, you got to put it's just certain shit. So, like, but it's great. I mean, like, I like warehouse, but, like, I just don't like the politics. I don't like how, like, you got to play all them games at the job and all that kiss ass shit, so it's just like,
Oh, but you're not getting away from that. You're not getting away from that part of it. That's just work. You're just gonna be compensated better. That's all. You're getting away from that part of it. That's just work with the kiss ass and the favoritism and people with their little slick, all that. That's never going away.
You're gonna get compensated
better.
That's it. You're gonna get compensated.
You have to deal with it. Like,
Pittsburgh. I dropped the link I dropped the link in the back to that Draver one I was telling you about, and I'm gonna drop that freight one in the back too.
Oh, okay.
For both of y'all, because I know both of y'all got cars, right? Like that in Ty, right? Both of y'all got cars, right?
Yeah.
So on the freight app, you don't have to have no CDL. On the freight app, you can just cut your shit on, set up with freight. You ain't doing nothing that day. Boom, a load pop through. You might can go in your car. Take it to you might be taking something from Home Depot or Lowe's or somewhere else. And dropping it off. That's all they do.
And what do they pay you for that shit? It ain't like Uber where they barely pay you $1, $2, and all that dumbass.
I mean,
not like Uber, like that.
It depends on how far it's going, Ty.
Yeah.
Freight is depending on how far it's going, but it ain't dealing with no food. It ain't dealing with no people. It's basically products that people need. So let's say a construction site orders some paint from Sherwin-Williams and they can't go get it. They might order it and then they put it up on freight and somebody will bring it to them. That's all that happens.
Yeah.
I'm just giving y'all some information on hustle. I just found out about recently.
See,
My brother said he did
work now.
Yeah, bro. My brother said he did like $300 yesterday on freight.
Yeah. See, all those apps like we use Waze. Like for our company, we use Google.
I use Waze because it showed me where the cops is. It showed me where the police is. Yep.
Waze show you everything. Waze show you where the police at.
Gas station, police.
Yep. Gas stations. If it's an accident, the detour, like all that shit, and it's pretty accurate. Like if it's off, it might be like you on the street.
It ain't gonna be off that bad.
Yeah, you might be in front of a building, but the building might be one down. Like you're gonna be right where you're supposed to be at. You ain't gonna be completely lost. You're gonna be able to figure out the fuck you at. It ain't like old school where you're the wrong street.
Y'all use
it's in the back chat. We put it in the back chat.
I don't heard of that. I don't use I don't have it before. Like hold on, wait. Y'all use that as truck drivers? I thought y'all gotta use.
Hell yeah, we use that, bro. I use that motherfucker.
I thought y'all had to use the Pacific truck driver GPS.
Nah, that's Google.
Man,
that's
fuck
Google
nah.
like that. That's Google like that. Google runs Waze. So you want Google because they got all the satellites in there.
They got all the maps. They got all the maps. Yeah. I use Waze every day.
Yeah,
I use it in other countries. I used it when I was in Hawaii. I used that shit when I was in Mexico. I use that shit everywhere, bro.
Europe, that shit works. Caribbean, all over the place. That shit works accurately. That's what you want to use. Cause that Google is everywhere, literally everywhere. You don't like that shit that come with your phone, man. Please.
That's some bullshit. Yeah, I use that Waze. I use that Waze, bro. It show you where the cops are scanning that and everything, bro.
Write all these links down right now, shit.
It's in the back chat.
Even show you.
It's in the back chat.
Yeah, it's on the link.
Y'all got on the right stream tonight, boy. Yeah.
I'm gonna write this shit down right now. Shit.
It's in the back chat. It's in the back chat. If you look at put that private chat button, Ty.
Yeah, I see it, man. I'm gonna give me a pen, write these links down.
Yeah, because that Waze, even if it's a car broke down, that should have show you if it's car broke down. It actually still there.
Because you just it makes you report it. It makes you report.
Just put these hoes in Google and then fill the shit out.
What's the app you can download on your phone?
For freight,
Now I'm saying when I write these links down, how do I get to these links? I just
you go to the website. You see that one say freight.com and Waze.com.
I type that in Google or Play Store, like Google.
Your Play Store, you type in Waze. In your Play Store, you can type in freight too. If you type in that freight the same way, it'll come up too.
Freight.com.
In your Play. Yeah, the way it's spelled, you gotta spell it like that.
Yeah, I already know.
Hey, like that. It's a dude that I follow. It's a black dude that I follow in South Carolina, and he do gig work, and that's basically he just ship shit with his transit van, Pittsburgh T. And this brother said he was making like $2,500 a week in a transit van up and down South Carolina, bro.
Damn, I believe it.
$2,500 a week doing what?
I believe
running that transit van, bro. Running that transit van, bro.
But going back to what you said, I gotta have a CDL for that, right?
No, you don't. Not for a transit van, but get your CDL anyway, so you can drive anything.
Yeah.
That's why you need it.
Yeah,
I want you to be able to
believe
drive
it because
anything. They can't box you out.
Yeah.
I believe it
Can't box
because,
you out.
So what the hell is Waze.com? What is that?
That's
gonna tell you where them
app.
folks is at. That's a GPS.
Navigation.
It's gonna tell you where the
GPS
police at.
navigation.
It's gonna tell you where crashed cars is at on the side of the road. It's gonna tell you the traffic in the area and all that.
Oh, it's gonna tell me where them laws at?
Yeah, it's gonna tell you what. Yeah, it's gonna have a police cop hat on there. That's where it show you where the cop is. It got a hat on there. It's got a police cop hat on there.
Yep.
It come up on the screen when you get in the area, just so you know when you need to slow down.
Yep.
Got that Waze on.
Remember they was trying to ban Waze. They was trying to get Google to take it off at one
They
point,
sure
like a year or
was.
two ago.
Yep.
They were
They was
fighting
trying to
with
get
them,
in the
take that
ban.
shit off of the, because they would lose too much revenue.
Everybody was slowing down. Boy, when they see them boys on the screen, they slow down.
Yep.
Man, it's hot as hell up here, y'all. Damn.
Yeah, they make look, they making that. I would say they make it. It can be easy as hard as you want it to be, but the thing is you just can't box yourself out of certain things because there's so much stuff you can do nowadays. It's just not the traditional shit no more, and it's not the traditional hours. It's not you pouring the work. It's you really you getting out there and getting it the way you can. It's up to you.
Yeah, bro. From Pittsburgh, me and my wife was talking last week, and she was like, "Do you still want to keep working for the company all the way until?" I said, "Really, I don't." So I was telling her I'm probably gonna get a transit van and try it on the side, right? When I'm off, because I only usually do about 40 to 45 hours a week, so I still got enough time, DOT time, to still move some other shit. So I said, I'll probably grab a transit van and see what I can do with it and test it out. So, yeah, bro.
There's a lot of ways to make money, and then
there's a lot of ways to get this money now, bro. It ain't normal like it used to be.
No, and that's just the physical stuff you got. That's not touching the blogs where you create a website and you just making money off the affiliate links and articles. And with artificial intelligence, you can use the artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, to write your website for you, create the fucking articles in there, and do all that shit automated, and put the links up there and make money, and you just outsourced everything. And they got fucking all kind of YouTube tutorials on how to do all this stuff as another side business. Man, it's a lot of different ways to make money nowadays. It's not the traditional way that we want it. The problem is that you got to learn some shit. It ain't like no shit you know how to do and people don't want to learn shit. That's the problem.
That's the problem right there.
Yeah, it's not nothing you know automatically, but you can learn it. It's just going to take you, a little bit of time, a little bit of sacrifice. And that's on the individual. But it's a lot of ways out here to get bread. And it's a lot of cats that make a lot of money doing some shit that you wouldn't think they do, because we still need manual people. We still need physical people to do certain jobs, because they can't get robots to do certain shit. They just can't. Probably not going to ever get them to do it.
Nah, they probably not right. Hope y'all got all them sites and shit, man, that we put in the back chat.
Yeah, I just wrote them all down, man.
Yeah, bro. That freight one, they do a background check. They do a background check, so they make you do a background check, but it ain't shit. It's they do make you pay.
Doing a background check. I ain't
hold on. Will you slow down, bro?
Come on, Ty.
Damn, stop with all that. I knew.
Yeah,
Come
don't
on,
jump
Ty.
out the window, Ty.
Ty, we don't do that.
Jump out the window.
Yeah, we don't do that. Yeah, we don't do that.
Pittsburgh, stupid boy.
Hey, this is gig work, bro. This is gig work. You ain't got to be nowhere where you got, you know what I'm saying? So gig work, you just drop shit off. That's all you doing. Boom, boom, boom. Stop, drop, and roll. But look, I'm telling y'all that because my battery died, and I ain't gonna be able to control the deal. I'm about to put my phone on the charger. If y'all gonna keep talking, go ahead, but I'm gonna charge my phone while y'all do it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but
you saying they run a background check?
You use a lot more juice. You use a lot more juice when you're hosting the stream thing.
Oh, okay.
Like you had 100, then next thing you know you're at 40. But anyways, man, I like, bro. I'm just, man, like, I'm just excited, man, that I'm around some people that's telling me some good information. It's like, damn, bro. Like, I'm just excited, man.
Too bad
You
everybody
feel
on the
too like
internet,
that.
man. The motherfucker
Yeah,
ain't never had no support system. Shit.
Well,
That's
I mean,
exactly
you
why a lot of
probably,
us,
yeah, but
why we ain't done shit and like shit. We wasn't able to have that shit, man. Still don't have that shit.
well, I mean, that's the good thing about these economies that we talking about. None of that other shit matters because the demand is so high. Like they need
Yeah.
people to move this shit. It don't matter. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier. Like you got to get in situations where your situation don't matter because they need that many people. They literally
Yeah.
don't have enough truck drivers. They literally don't have enough electricians. They don't have enough plumbers. They don't have enough HVAC people. So none of that shit matters. Yeah, I mean, I get it's a thing, but it don't matter in this particular situation because they need people so bad. So those are the situations you got to get in.
So if they need them now, if they need them that bad, why do they make us go through all this shit?
You don't
That's
have to
why they
really go
need
through
them.
that.
If it was that easy, Ty, then you wouldn't get paid what you getting paid.
Yeah, true.
It would be no value in it. If everybody could do it, it'd be no value in it.
Yeah. Yep, you right.
That's where the value come from, bro. Like that finna be pushing them things pretty soon, man.
Pretty
You already
soon?
started school and all that.
No, I haven't started yet.
Oh, you start yet?
No, I still gotta go take my CLP, and then I gotta go take the TABE test, and then once I do that, we apply for the the whatever the little grants, and then like I already know what school because they give you a website like the schools that that WIOA covers, and then you can choose
Oh,
from
okay.
them. Yeah. Like I'm gonna be driving like an hour and some change to the school I want to go to, but I'm like, bro, that's only 4 weeks. They ain't, and that's only 5 days a week, so they ain't gonna be bad.
So I gotta go through all that shit you talking about before you even get started.
No, it ain't a lot. It's like you would have to go
Not a
through
lot,
it anyway. Most
Yeah.
even the CDL schools starting to get to where they want you to already have your permit before you even come because they don't feel like what I'm saying. They'll still have that first 2 days where they'll try to take the book but they got apps too like CDL Prep. Like you can go to these apps and then just take the test over and over till you memorize the questions and then go and take the test.
Yeah, but that's what that link is that I gave you. That link I gave you, that one's specific for you. Now that one's pretty accurate. Like they got a lot of them shits, but that one's pretty fucking accurate. And it depends on how many endorsements. I don't know how many you gonna get. Like some of them you need to get, some of them you don't get. Probably need to get combinations. Get your regular common knowledge. You definitely need the air brake one. Those are mandatory, no matter what you do. And then you probably want to get the combinations of doubles. And the hazmat one, if you get the hazmat one, you got to renew. You got to go get that thing endorsed. I think it's every 2 years. So that's something you got to keep up with. But if you're gonna do them, you kind of want to do them all. That's what KP was saying, all at one time. You don't want to go back to the goddamn DMV doing that shit again. You just want to renew your license, pay the fee. But you're not. That's taken away from you making money. Now you got to learn some more shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty easy, man. Like you call. I mean, I ain't trying to be too much in your business, but I know you said you were in Houston, and I was looking up the workforces up there. So they open up at 8. I mean, you let them know what's going on. They gonna get you in there, get you an interview, and then all you gotta do is the CLP, a dot physical. You ain't got high blood pressure or anything like that, or if you do, you got it under control, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, you good. Do your dot physical. You got your eyesight good.
My eyesight was always good before I had thyroid problems. I don't wear glasses or nothing, but like if I'm reading something, man, I probably need some glasses if I read something.
Yeah, as long as you got 20/40, you straight. And then, bro, that shit gonna be easy peasy, bro.
Yeah, it's just getting started. It's more intimidating than anything. Like driving these things is more intimidating than anything. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And you take some time and experience to figure out what's going on. And Ain't nobody gonna jump in these things and just be right off the bat trying to know what's going on.
Yeah,
Unless you got
that's what I
somebody.
was telling you. It look intimidating because the motherfucker ain't never jumped in and drove one.
And then they're gonna put you when you go to your new company. You gonna have you a trainer, like they, especially being a new driver. Like you're not gonna get in. So it's all good, bro. And then look, imagine right now you probably at these regular jobs at most making $35 a year. Imagine you in 4 weeks you don't double your yearly income, bro. That's crazy.
I can't imagine making that. That boy say 35.
No, I'm saying you probably make 35 like right now, but then once you start driving trucks, you'll probably be making your first year 60, 70. So you're gonna double your yearly income in 4 weeks.
Oh, my bad. No, I was tripping. I thought you were talking about $35. I was like, I know you ain't making that much money.
Oh, no.
No. And then as you get at least a year of experience, you need like at least a year of experience. Really to be able to bounce around and go for places. But you got to sit down on the first job for a minute. After that, man, you wide open. You do whatever.
Yeah.
Man. Boy, I'm so ready, boy. And then, Todd, you say you want to get out of Texas, bro, with the CDL, bro. You can live in any state in America, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, them CDLs ain't going nowhere, bro.
Insane.
Things ain't going nowhere. Like I say, it's too many things you could do besides that if that's not what you want to do. But definitely with them things, it ain't. It's not a lot of, because you remember during COVID, they literally couldn't move shit because they ain't have enough truckers.
Yeah.
They couldn't move shit because they ain't have enough fucking people to move the shit. So that's.
Damn, Todd got knocked. Oh no, you still on top.
I'm here.
You got a computer?
And I did, man, and my laptop fucking broke, man, fucked up.
Well, I was gonna tell you too. One thing I did, like when I was at my job, and I kept, because out of everybody, it took me the longest to figure, like, to get the backing down, like getting the back in the trailer down part. So what I did, I went and brought like at your game stores, they got like the gaming wheel, and I went and brought like the truck games, and like they got certain like parking games that you can play, and like that helped me too. So like, I don't know, bro. Like that shit love though, bro. It ain't even bad. And you really, what's gonna be so crazy? Like you gonna be nervous at first, but then once you start getting it, bro, you gonna enjoy the fuck out of that shit. Cause it's fun controlling something that's like 65, 70 feet long, and you just bagging that bitch up in there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit, it start getting fun, bro, once you get it down.
Man.
I'm telling you, Ty, bro, it's gonna be dang.
And once
bro.
you get them license, bro, no matter what you do, you want to hop in and make some extra money on the weekend, you can retire, just jump up. I need to make some cash for this month. I'm gonna jump in the truck and be gone. Work for a little bit and be out. It's one of them things, man.
As long as you got that CDL.
Yeah, them CDLs is cash. It's cash money. Just like that HVAC, the plumbing, all that other shit, man. Some of them skills you get, like it just ain't going nowhere, man. It ain't gonna happen. So it's ways. It take you a little while to figure out what's going on, and ain't nothing you can just jump in right away. It take you a little time once you get in there to really get the experience and figure out what the fuck going on. But you can do it. It ain't that complicated, man. Some of these cats, it is what it is, man. None of this stuff that complicated.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna stop thinking about it and just go get that motherfucker, man.
For real. And I say too, bro, don't try to convince nobody. Don't try to call nobody. Bro, you won't believe what that, bro. Just do that shit.
Nah, man. I don't be fucking with nobody, man. Shit.
Yeah, like that. You on the back end of that stuff though, like that. You getting close.
Yeah, I'm getting close.
You got your permit already?
Nah. I'm gotta go next week because my case manager's starting to call me now. Like, cause I first signed up in July, and then now she like, cause once you get in the program where they'll check up on you, like from time to time to see where you at. So she started calling. She called me like what day was that? Monday, I think, or last week. She called me like, where you at? I was like, yeah, I ain't took my CDL. Well, when you think you're gonna take it? And I was like, I'm gonna take it before the end of this month. So I got next week, and then I got to do that, and then I got to do that TASE test next week, and then I'm able to go go to the school that I choose. So
Are they gonna pay for the whole thing?
yeah. The only thing I
Oh,
had to
that's
pay
what's
for was
up.
the DOT physical, and then if you show them proof that you paid for it and stuff like that, they'll reimburse you. So
Damn. So you ain't paying for nothing, really.
nothing, bro.
You just burning time. Yeah, you just
Yeah,
got
that's
flying the
it.
time.
That's it. It's almost like unbelievable how easy this shit is.
Yeah. Colleges got programs too, because I know some folks that went to the local college and they got some programs too. Colleges got some money too. They got a lot of money after COVID too, where they got to burn it too. There's some programs out there, but most of them, unless you live next to these things, you got to take a nice little ride and sacrifice for a couple months to get all this stuff done. When you get finished with it, it's well worth it.
Yeah. Because one of my local community colleges actually they do the grants, and all you got to have is a CLP and a valid license, and you get through there. Like that's all you need. But since I'm on unemployment, I was like, I'll just go to this route. But yeah, man, it's different choices out there for you, Ty. Man, you can go to your local community college. If you went to take the test, let's say you already been practicing and you went and took the test today and passed your CLP, it's a community college right now that they'll accept you in. Now you may have to wait because they may be filled up. Like the community college that I called, they filled up until I think it was October. You might have to wait 2 months, but with that one you don't have to restrict your income. You can go ahead and start working, and then once you start school, you can quit the job, and then that one it ain't based off your income.
Yeah, you got to try both. Try the colleges, because the colleges going to have a certain amount of programs, and then the workforce, they're going to have a certain amount of programs. But there's definitely a lot of shit out here, bro. Usually you don't really have to pay no money.
Yeah.
So I got to go to a college?
No, Todd. That's just one of the options. Like if you didn't want to do the WIOA, like you may feel like you may feel like they too invasive as far as your personal information. You can just go to your local community college and they have grants. And with that one, you don't have to not work because they don't base this off your income.
Yeah, those are going to be, most of those programs are going to be called apprentice programs. Well, they'll let you work there. They're not going to pay you the full amount. So, for example, that, let's say it makes $60,000 a year average, you might only get paid $16 an hour for a year. But they're going to let you work there, gain experience. Then they're going to pay for your college classes for you to get a degree on top of them paying you through that apprentice program. But they limited to which programs they might have. They might have a logistics course there. So for logistics, they might have a coding course there. They might have a CDL course there. I don't know. They could have, it just depends on the college, what they do and they don't have. So you got to check that. Try workforce first. If you do any of that, just go to workforce.
Like, bro, you gonna be in there, bro. You can have your shit you can have your shit before the year end, really. Most definitely before the year end. Imagine that you going into 2024, bro, with your CDLs ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, that would be player, man.
Well, I'm telling you, you know how many people be on like Instagram, Facebook, new year, new me, but they ain't doing nothing new. Like they had the same job. Like it ain't even like you ain't did nothing realistically that can change your reality. But you talking about new year, new me. But see, you go get that CDL. Well, I be thinking about my own situation. Like, damn, bro. This
exactly, I know, man.
Like, them folks at my job thought they did something when they laid me off, but then to come to find out, like, that was the best thing they did.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna get some red because I might be going over there in a couple of hours, man.
All right,
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all, man. I'm gonna be letting you know some for real.
All right, bro.
Thanks a lot, bro. Square business, man. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. God bless y'all, man.
Peace. Be safe.
All right, baby.
Hey, like that, what you gonna be driving? You trying to drive the tankers, or you trying to drive the regular trucks?
I'm probably gonna do like the regular, because like I don't know, like I thought about tanking because I know that I heard they do pretty good, but I don't know if I want to drive that has like that type of like if I do hazardous material, I would want to do it for like, you know, the LTL companies.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, where they in like, you know, bags or in a tote or something like that.
Yeah.
Like the drivers that used to pull up at my job was like Old Dominion, Yellow, what's that? Bro, I can't believe I forgot like some of them companies. But yeah, it was like all the LTL companies would pull up. And, you know, they had a hazardous material on there. Like that's how I would do it. And that's what I was trying to. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, you got to try out and see what you like, man. Because I don't know. I don't do that. I do the regular training. And even those get kind of tricky, depending on what you're trying to do and what you're not trying to do. And once you get into it, you'll figure out real quick what you like and what you don't like. It ain't gonna take you long.
And that's true. Like I don't even like. I've been thinking too. Like I don't know if I'm gonna even do it long. Like I was thinking, like I might just do it for 5 years and then segue it into something else. Like drive for a company for 5 years, and then like I
might like it. I mean, you never know where it gets you. Once you get into it, you don't know because there's so much unknown until you actually do it. You don't know if you're gonna like it. If you ain't gonna like it, you don't really know a whole lot about it to even, you know, to really know because it's all so much new stuff when you're trying to deal with it.
Yeah, man.
You kind of try to just move around as much as you can, learn as much as you can until you figure out. Try to touch as much equipment as you can with this stuff. Some people only drive one kind of trailer. They don't know how to drive the other shit.
See, that's the thing. I want to learn how to do. That's one thing about me, man. I like to learn everything because, like, I like that. You know, I like them. I like when you have options. Like, you're not restricted to one thing. You know, that's why, like I was trying. I mean, I wasn't trying to tell them too much, but I was just trying to tell them like about the restrictions. Like, you gotta, like, you know, because I'm always thinking like, as a black male, like I know, like it'd be like certain things that people always try to put something in front of you. So I try to make it to where it won't be any excuses. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, bro, I don't just want the automatic because I don't want to go to a job and they like, see, man, if you would have had your non-restricted CDLs, we had a, you know.
So
what
they
I'm
put a
saying?
restricted on there. If you don't know how to drive a stick, they put a thing on there now. They used to not do that. That's what they do now.
Yeah. Yeah, you get a restriction.
I didn't know they do that now. This is kind of good. You kind of do need to know how to drive the stick. It's 10 speeds, and you gotta. It's a little different because most of these things you got double clutch, but they got a bunch of YouTube tutorials of people explaining how to double clutch and things. It ain't that complicated.
Like
you just gotta have availability of it.
What it's called? Where I was learning to switch at, they had the stick, but we didn't have a double clutch. So
yeah, most of them you got a double clutch because of the way the transmission's set up. But you float the gears though, so you're not really hitting the clutch. You just all you doing is once you shift the gears, if you get the RPMs up, it's usually like anywhere from like 300 to 500 RPMs. 400 usually a sweet spot. Or the transmission when you're looking at the RPM gauge where you rev so you take it out of gear, smash the gas, you rev it up a little bit, and then you push it into the next gear. It should slide right in without you really even hitting the clutch. Once you do it enough times, you don't even have to look at the gauge. You can kind of feel it in the transmission. But like 10 speeds, you gonna get, what is it, like 15 miles an hour? 15 miles an hour only gets you past fifth gear, some shit like that. So then you're gonna have to jump the gears up.
Like the one we was in, like I didn't go past the third gear.
Oh, you weren't going nowhere then? Yeah, you got it's 10 gears in this shit.
Yeah, we was just driving. Yeah. We was just driving around the plant.
Yeah, you weren't going nowhere because you got to get past fifth gear to go past 15. You get in the sixth gear, I think that gets you up to like 6 or 7. That gets you up to like 20 miles an hour. I forgot the math to it. It ain't a lot. There ain't a lot of math to it, but they got some people on YouTube that explain that stuff pretty well. It ain't that complicated. It's just you gotta get stick time in to get used to that shit. It's just different.
Yeah. That, but then, I mean, but I heard a lot of these companies, they don't care like about whether you do the manual or automatic. But I just want to have it just in case. I don't want to put myself in a position to where I'm getting turned down from a lot of jobs because of that.
You kind of want to have it though. It's not that complicated. And then like you want to have it just for a lot of different reasons. If you're working for a company and all you know how to drive is an automatic, and then your tractor brake, and you can't even drive the replacement tractor because that's all the fuck they got.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like now you can't literally now you can't work. You don't know how to drive the vehicle.
Facts.
So you don't want that. You want to know how to do everything. And then now you learn it, so it's easier for you to kind of get down with. You want to not limit yourself with that. And then if they train you properly, it's not that complicated. Them cats been doing that stuff for a long time. They can explain it. You just need time. You need experience fucking around with it. You'll get it. Man, it's complicated.
I mean, it's
everything.
And the man, like, I mean, I know when I get out there though, I know like, bro, I'm gonna drive in the slow lane, and I'm not really gonna do over probably like 65.
Nah, you gonna move over 65. You don't have to get that load up. All that stuff time sensitive. You can't be slow poking around with that stuff. I mean, you ain't gotta do 80, but you ain't gonna be doing no 50. And you don't want to have it. It's time sensitive.
Nah, like 65, like 70.
Yeah, you're gonna be doing 65. Yeah, you're gonna be doing 65.
That's what, man. I know some truckers, man, that be out here, man. You be doing 80 and they still flying past you.
Oh yeah, nah, you ain't gotta do all that, but you're gonna have to move a little bit. It ain't gonna be that complicated. Once you get out here like that, all that shit right there, what you thinking it is, you're gonna figure out all the things you thought it was. It's none of those things. But you're gonna have to get out here to see that. Because the things people tell you and what your experience actually gonna be of it, that's gonna be two completely different things. It's not gonna be the same thing, bro. But it's never gonna be as bad as you thought it was gonna be.
Yeah.
It's never gonna be as bad as you thought it'd be.
Yeah, man. I'm ready, man. I'm like, bro, like, cause like I said, man, I'm ready to get to this. Maybe move to, like I say, either Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, or Nevada. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, well, like that, I gotta jump off of here. I gotta part this low and do a couple other things, man. But it's good talking to you, brother. It's exciting that you that close, man, about to fire that school up. But try that CDL Christ website along with that one too, bro.
All right, I already put it in my web browser. So,
all right, hey, be easy like that, man. Everybody else have a great one.
All right, you too, man. Y'all have a good one. Peace.